Chapter 4. I receive good news from Venice, to which city I return with de la Haye and Beauvoir. My three friends give me a warm welcome. Their surprise at finding me a model of devotion, Beauvoir lures me back to my former way of living. De la Haye, a thorough hypocrite adventure. With the girl Marchetti, I win a prize in the lottery. I meet Balletti. De la Haye leaves M. de Bragadin's palace. My departure for Paris. Whilst de la Haye was every day gaining greater influence over my weakened mind, whilst I was every day devoutly attending Mass, sermons, and every office of the Church, I received from Venice a letter containing the pleasant information that my affair had followed its natural course, namely, that it was entirely forgotten. And in another letter, M. de Bragadin informed me that the minister had written to the Venetian ambassador in Rome with instructions to assure the Holy Father that Baron Beauvoir would, immediately after his arrival in Venice, receive in the army of the Republic an appointment which would enable him to live honorably and to gain a high position by his talents. That letter overcame M. de la Haye with joy, and I completed his happiness by telling him that nothing hindered me from going back to my native city. He immediately made up his mind to go to Modena in order to explain to his pupil how he was to act in Venice to open for himself the way to a brilliant fortune. De la Haye depended on me in every way. He saw my fanaticism, and he was well aware that it is a disease which rages as long as the causes from which it has sprung are in existence. As he was going with me to Venice, he flattered himself that he could easily feed the fire he had lighted. Therefore he wrote to Beauvoir that he would join him immediately, and 2 days after he took leave of me, weeping abundantly, praising highly the virtues of my soul, calling me his son, his dear son, and assuring me that his great affection for me had been caused by the mark of election which he had seen on my countenance. After that, I felt my calling and election were sure. A few days after the departure of de la Haye, I left Parma in my carriage with which I parted in Fusina, and from there I proceeded to Venice. After an absence of a year, my three friends received me as if I had been their guardian angel. They expressed their impatience to welcome the two saints announced by my letters. An apartment was ready for de la Haye in the palace of M. de Bragadin, and as state reasons did not allow my father to receive in his own house a foreigner who had not yet entered the service of the Republic, 2 rooms had been engaged for Beauvoir in the neighborhood. They were thoroughly amazed at the wonderful change which had taken place in my morals. Every day attending Mass, often present at the preaching and at the other services, never showing myself at the casino, frequenting only a certain café which was the place of meeting for all men of acknowledged piety and reserve, and always studying when I was not in their company. When they compared my actual mode of living with the former one, they marveled, and they could not sufficiently thank the eternal providence of God, whose inconceivable ways they admired. They blessed the criminal actions which had compelled me to remain 1 year away from my native place. I crowned their delight by paying all my debts without asking any money from M. de Bragadin, who, not having given me anything for 1 year, had religiously put together every month the sum he had allowed me. I need not say how pleased the worthy friends were when they saw that I had entirely given up gambling. I had a letter from de la Haye in the beginning of May. He announced that he was on the eve of starting with the son so dear to his heart, and that he would soon place himself at the disposition of the respectable men to whom I had announced him. Knowing the hour at which the barge arrived from Modena, we all went to meet them, except M. de Bragadin, who was engaged at the Senate. We returned to the palace before him, and when he came back, finding us all together, he gave his new guests the most friendly welcome. De la Haye spoke to me of 100 things, but I scarcely heard what he said, so much was my attention taken up by Beauvoir. He was so different to what I had fancied him to be from the impression I had received from de la Haye that my ideas were altogether upset. I had to study him for 3 days before I could make up my mind to like him. I must give his portrait to my readers. Baron Beauvoir was a young man of about 25, of middle size, handsome in features, well-made, fair, of an equable temper, speaking well and with intelligence, and uttering his words with a tone of modesty which suited him exactly. His features were regular and pleasing, his teeth were beautiful, his hair was long and fine, always well taken care of, and exhaling the perfume of the pomatum with which it was dressed. That individual, who was the exact opposite of the man that de la Haye had led me to imagine, surprised my friends greatly. But their welcome did not in any way betray their astonishment, for their pure and candid minds would not admit a judgment contrary to the good opinion they had formed of his morals. As soon as we had established de la Haye in his beautiful apartment, I accompanied Beauvoir to the rooms engaged for him, where his luggage had been sent by my orders. He found himself in very comfortable quarters, and being received with distinction by his worthy host, who was already greatly prejudiced in his favor. The young baron embraced me warmly, pouring out all his gratitude, and assuring me that he felt deeply all I had done for him without knowing him, as de la Haye had informed him of all that had occurred. I pretended not to understand what he was alluding to, and to change the subject of conversation, I asked him how he intended to occupy his time in Venice until his military appointment gave him serious duties to perform. "I trust," he answered, "that we shall enjoy ourselves in an agreeable way, for I have no doubt that our inclinations are the same." Mercury and de la Haye had so completely besotted me that I should have found some difficulty in understanding these words, however intelligible they were. But if I did not go any further than the outward signification of his answer, I could not help remarking that he had already taken the fancy of the two daughters of the house. They were neither pretty nor ugly, but he showed himself gracious towards them like a man who understands his business. I had, however, already made such great progress in my mystical education that I considered the compliments he addressed to the girls as mere forms of politeness. For the first day, I took my young baron only to the St. Mark's Square and to the café, where we remained until supper time, as it had been arranged that he would take his meals with us. At the supper table he showed himself very witty, and M. Dandolo named an hour for the next day, when he intended to present him to the Secretary for War. In the evening I accompanied him to his lodging, where I found that the two young girls were delighted because the young Swiss nobleman had no servant, and because they hoped to convince him that he would not require one. The next day, a little earlier than the time appointed, I called upon him with M. Dandolo and M. Barbaro, who were both to present him at the War Office. We found him at his toilet under the delicate hands of the eldest girl, who was dressing his hair. His room was fragrant with the perfumes of his pomatums and scents. This did not indicate a sainted man, yet my two friends did not feel scandalized, although their astonishment was very evident, for they had not expected that show of gallantry from a young neophyte. I was nearly bursting into a loud laugh when I heard M. Dandolo remark that, unless we hurried, we would not have time to hear Mass, whereupon Beauvoir inquired whether it was a festival. M. Dandolo, without passing any remark, answered negatively, and after that, Mass was not again mentioned. When Beauvoir was ready, I left them and went a different way. I met them again at dinner time, during which the reception given to the young baron by the secretary was discussed, and in the evening my friends introduced him to several ladies who were much pleased with him. In less than a week he was so well known that there was no fear of his time hanging wearily on his hands, but that week was likewise enough to give me a perfect insight into his nature and way of thinking. I should not have required such a long study if I had not at first begun on a wrong scent, or rather if my intelligence had not been stultified by my fanaticism. Beauvoir was particularly fond of women, of gambling, of every luxury, and, as he was poor, women supplied him with the best part of his resources. As to religious faith, he had none, and as he was no hypocrite, he confessed as much to me. "How have you contrived," I said to him one day, "such as you are, to deceive de la Haye?" "God forbid I should deceive anyone. De la Haye is perfectly well aware of my system, and of my way of thinking on religious matters, but being himself very devout, he entertains a holy sympathy for my soul, and I do not object to it. He has bestowed many kindnesses upon me, and I feel grateful to him. My affection for him is all the greater because he never teases me with his dogmatic lessons or with sermons respecting my salvation, of which I have no doubt that God, in his fatherly goodness, will take care. All this is settled between de la Haye and me, and we live on the best of terms. The best part of the joke is that, while I was studying him, Beauvoir, without knowing it, restored my mind to its original state, and I was ashamed of myself when I realized that I had been the dupe of a Jesuit who was an arrant hypocrite, in spite of the character of holiness which he assumed, and which he could play with such marvelous ability. From that moment, I fell again into all my former practices. But let us return to de la Haye. That late Jesuit, who in his inmost heart loved nothing but his own comfort, already advanced in years, and therefore no longer caring for the fair sex, was exactly the sort of man to please my simple-minded trio of friends. As he never spoke to them but of God, of his angels, and of everlasting glory, and as he was always accompanying them to church, they found him a delightful companion. They longed for the time when he would discover himself, for they imagined he was at the very least a Rosicrucian, or perhaps the hermit of Carpegna, who had taught me the Kabbalistic science and made me a present of the immortal Pericles. They felt grieved because the oracle had forbidden them, through my Kabbalistic lips, ever to mention my science in the presence of Tartuffe. As I had foreseen, that interdiction left me to enjoy as I pleased all the time that I would have been called upon to devote to their devout credulity. And besides, I was naturally afraid lest de la Haye, such as I truly believed him to be, would never lend himself to that trifling nonsense, and would, for the sake of deserving greater favor at their hands, endeavor to undeceive them and to take my place in their confidence. I soon found out that I had acted with prudence, for in less than 3 weeks the cunning fox had obtained so great an influence over the mind of my 3 friends that he was foolish enough, not only to believe that he did not want me any more to support his credit with them, but likewise that he could supplant me whenever he chose. I could see it clearly in his way of addressing me, as well as in the change in his proceedings. He was beginning to hold with my friends frequent conversations to which I was not summoned, and he had contrived to make them introduce him to several families which I was not in the habit of visiting. He assumed his grand Jesuitic airs, and, although with honeyed word he would take the liberty of censuring me because I sometimes spent a night out, and, as he would say, God knows where. I was particularly vexed at his seeming to accuse me of leading his pupil astray. He then would assume the tone of a man speaking jestingly, but I was not deceived. I thought it was time to put an end to his game, and with that intention, I paid him a visit in his bedroom. When I was seated, I said, "I come, as a true worshipper of the gospel, to tell you in private something that, another time, I would say in public." "What is it, my dear friend?" "I advise you for the future not to hurl at me the slightest taunt respecting the life I am leading with Beauvoir, when we are in the presence of my 3 worthy friends. I do not object to listen to you when we are alone. You are wrong in taking my innocent jests seriously. Wrong or right, that does not matter. Why do you never attack your proselyte? Be careful for the future, or I might on my side, and only in jest like you, throw at your head some repartee which you have every reason to fear, and thus repay you with interest." And bowing to him, I left his room. A few days afterwards, I spent a few hours with my friends and Pericles, and the oracle enjoined them never to accomplish, without my advice, anything that might be recommended or even insinuated by Valentine. That was the Kabbalistic name of the disciple of Escobar. I knew I could rely upon their obedience to that order. De la Haye soon took notice of some slight change. He became more reserved, and Beauvoir, whom I informed of what I had done, gave me his full approbation. He felt convinced, as I was, that de la Haye had been useful to him only through weak or selfish reasons, that is, that he would have cared little for his soul if his face had not been handsome, and if he had not known that he would derive important advantages from having caused his so-called conversion. Finding that the Venetian government was postponing his appointment from day to day, Beauvoir entered the service of the French ambassador. The decision made it necessary for him not only to cease his visits to M. de Bragadin, but even to give up his intercourse with de la Haye, who was the guest of that senator. It is one of the strictest laws of the Republic that the patricians and their families shall not hold any intercourse with the foreign ambassadors and their suites. But the decision taken by Beauvoir did not prevent my friends speaking in his favor, and they succeeded in obtaining employment for him, as will be seen further on. The husband of Christine, whom I never visited, invited me to go to the casino which he was in the habit of frequenting with his aunt and his wife, who had already presented him with a token of their mutual affection. I accepted his invitation, and I found Christine as lovely as ever, and speaking the Venetian dialect like her husband. I made in that casino the acquaintance of a chemist, who inspired me with the wish to follow a course of chemistry. I went to his house, where I found a young girl who greatly pleased me. She was a neighbor and came every evening to keep the chemist's elderly wife company, and at a regular hour, a servant called to take her home. I had never made love to her but once in a trifling sort of way, and in the presence of the old lady, but I was surprised not to see her after that for several days, and I expressed my astonishment. The good lady told me that very likely the girl's cousin, an abbé, with whom she was reciting, had heard of my seeing her every evening, had become jealous, and would not allow her to come again. An abbé jealous? Why not? He never allows her to go out except on Sundays to attend the first Mass at the church of Santa Maria Mater Domini, close by his dwelling. He did not object to her coming here, because he knew that we never had any visitors, and very likely he has heard through the servant of your being here every evening. A great enemy to all jealous persons, and a greater friend to my amorous fancies, I wrote to the young girl that, if she would leave her cousin for me, I would give her a house in which she should be the mistress, and that I would surround her with good society and with every luxury to be found in Venice. I added that I would be in the church on the following Sunday to receive her answer. I did not forget my appointment, and her answer was that the abbé being her tyrant, she would consider herself happy to escape out of his clutches, but that she could not make up her mind to follow me unless I consented to marry her. She concluded her letter by saying that, in case I entertained honest intentions towards her, I had only to speak to her mother, Jean Marchetti, who resided in Luggia, a city 30 miles distant from Venice. This letter piqued my curiosity, and I even imagined that she had written it in concert with the abbé. Thinking that they wanted to dupe me, and besides, finding the proposal of marriage ridiculous, I determined on having my revenge. But I wanted to get to the bottom of it, and I made up my mind to see the girl's mother. She felt honored by my visit, and greatly pleased when, after I had shewn her her daughter's letter, I told her that I wished to marry her, but that I should never think of it as long as she resided with the abbé. That abbé, she said, is a distant relative. He used to live alone in his house in Venice, and 2 years ago he told me that he was in want of a housekeeper. He asked me to let my daughter go to him in that capacity, assuring me that in Venice she would have good opportunities of getting married. He offered to give me a deed in writing stating that, on the day of her marriage, he would give her all his furniture valued at about 1,000 ducats, and the inheritance of a small estate, bringing 100 ducats a year, which he possesses here. It seemed to me a good bargain, and my daughter being pleased with the offer, I accepted. He gave me the deed duly drawn by a notary, and my daughter went with him. I know that he makes a regular slave of her, but she chose to go. Nevertheless, I need not tell you that my most ardent wish is to see her married, for, as long as a girl is without a husband, she is too much exposed to temptation, and the poor mother cannot rest in peace. Then come to Venice with me. You will take your daughter out of the abbé's house, and I will make her my wife. Unless that is done, I cannot marry her, for I should dishonor myself if I received my wife from his hands. Oh no, for he is my cousin, although only in the 4th degree, and what is more, he is a priest and says the Mass every day. You make me laugh, my good woman. Everybody knows that a priest says the Mass without depriving himself of certain trifling enjoyments. Take your daughter with you, or give up all hope of ever seeing her married. But if I take her with me, he will not give her his furniture, and perhaps he will sell his small estate here. I undertake to look to that part of the business. I promise to take her out of his hands, and to make her come back to you with all the furniture, and to obtain the estate when she is my wife. If you knew me better, you would not doubt what I say. Come to Venice, and I assure you that you shall return here in 4 or 5 days with your daughter. She read the letter which had been written to me by her daughter again, and told me that, being a poor widow, she had not the money necessary to pay the expenses of her journey to Venice, or of her return to Luisa. In Venice you shall not want for anything, I said. In the meantime, here are 10 sequins. 10 sequins, then I can go with my sister-in-law. Come with anyone you like, but let us go soon so as to reach Chiaza, where we must sleep. Tomorrow we shall dine in Venice, and I undertake to defray all expenses. We arrived in Venice the next day at 10 o'clock, and I took the 2 women to Castello, to a house the first floor of which was empty. I left them there, and provided with the deed signed by the abbé, I went to dine with my 3 friends, to whom I said that I had been to Chiaza on important business. After dinner, I called upon the lawyer, Marco de Les, who told me that if the mother presented a petition to the president of the Council of 10, she would immediately be invested with power to take her daughter away with all the furniture in the house, which she could send wherever she pleased. I instructed him to have the petition ready, saying that I would come the next morning with the mother, who would sign it in his presence. I brought the mother early in the morning, and after she had signed the petition, we went to the Bousel, where she presented it to the president of the council. In less than a quarter of an hour, a bailiff was ordered to repair to the house of the priest with the mother, and to put her in possession of her daughter and of all the furniture, which she would immediately take away. The order was carried into execution to the very letter. I was with the mother in a gondola as near as possible to the house, and I had provided a large boat in which the Esbury stowed all the furniture found on the premises. When it was all done, the daughter was brought to the gondola, and she was extremely surprised to see me. Her mother kissed her and told her that I would be her husband the very next day. She answered that she was delighted, and that nothing had been left in her tyrant's house except his bed and his clothes. When we reached Castello, I ordered the furniture to be brought out of the boat. We had dinner, and I told the 3 women that they must go back to Luja, where I would join them as soon as I had settled all my affairs. I spent the afternoon gaily with my intended. She told us that the abbé was dressing when the bailiff presented the order of the Council of 10, with injunctions to allow its free execution under penalty of death, that the abbé finished his toilet, went out to say his mass, and that everything had been done without the slightest opposition. I was told, she added, that my mother was waiting for me in the gondola, but I did not expect to find you, and I never suspected that you were at the bottom of the whole affair. It is the first proof I give you of my love. These words made her smile very pleasantly. I took care to have a good supper and some excellent wines, and after we had spent 2 hours at table in the midst of the joys of Bacchus, I devoted 4 more to a pleasant tete-a-tete with my intended bride. The next morning, after breakfast, I had the whole of the furniture stowed in a piazza, which I had engaged for the purpose and paid for beforehand. I gave 10 more sequins to the mother, and sent them away all 3 in great delight. The affair was completed to my honor as well as to my entire satisfaction, and I returned home. The case had made so much noise that my friends could not have remained ignorant of it. The consequence was that, when they saw me, they showed their surprise and sorrow. De la Haye embraced me with an air of profound grief, but it was a feigned feeling a harlequin's dress, which he had the talent of assuming with the greatest facility. M. de Bragadin alone laughed heartily, saying to the others that they did not understand the affair, and that it was the forerunner of something great which was known only to heavenly spirits. On my side, being ignorant of the opinion they entertained of the matter, and certain that they were not informed of all the circumstances, I laughed like M. de Bragadin, but said nothing. I had nothing to fear, and I wanted to amuse myself with all that would be said. We sat down to table, and M. Barbero was the first to tell me, in a friendly manner, that he hoped at least that this was not the day after my wedding. Then people say that I am married. It is said everywhere and by everybody. The members of the council themselves believe it, and they have good reason to believe that they are right. To be right in believing such a thing, they ought to be certain of it, and those gentlemen have no such certainty. As they are not infallible any more than anyone, except God, I tell you that they are mistaken. I like to perform good actions and to get pleasure for my money, but not at the expense of my liberty. Whenever you want to know my affairs, recollect that you can receive information about them only from me, and public rumor is only good to amuse fools. But, said M. Dandolo, you spent the night with the person who is represented as your wife. Quite true, but I have no account to give to anyone respecting what I have done last night. Are you not of my opinion, M. de la Haye? I wish you would not ask my opinion, for I do not know, but I must say that public rumor ought not to be despised. The deep affection I have for you causes me to grieve for what the public voice says about you. How is it that those reports do not grieve M. de Bragadin, who has certainly greater affection for me than you have? I respect you, but I have learned at my own expense that slander is to be feared. It is said that, In order to get hold of a young girl who was residing with her uncle, a worthy priest, you suborned a woman who declared herself to be the girl's mother, and thus deceived the Supreme Council, through the authority of which she obtained possession of the girl for you. The bailiff sent by the council swears that you were in the gondola with the false mother when the young girl joined her. It is said that the deed, in virtue of which you caused the worthy ecclesiastic's furniture to be carried off, is false, and you are blamed for having made the highest body of the state a stepping stone to crime. In fine, it is said that, even if you have married the girl, and no doubt of it is entertained, the members of the council will not be silent as to the fraudulent means you have had recourse to in order to carry out your intentions successfully. That is a very long speech, I said to him coldly, but learn from me that a wise man who has heard a criminal accusation related with so many absurd particulars ceases to be wise when he makes himself the echo of what he has heard. For if the accusation should turn out to be a calumny, he would himself become the accomplice of the slanderer. After that sentence, which brought the blood to the face of the Jesuit, but which my friends thought very wise, I entreated him, in a meaning voice, to spare his anxiety about me, and to be quite certain that I knew the laws of honor, and that I had judgment enough to take care of myself, and to let foul tongues say what they liked about me, just as I did when I heard them speak ill of him. The adventure was the talk of the city for 5 or 6 days, after which it was soon forgotten. But 3 months having elapsed without my having paid any visit to Lucia, or having answered the letters written to me by the Damigella Marchetti, and without sending her the money she claimed of me, she made up her mind to take certain proceedings which might have had serious consequences, although they had none whatever in the end. One day, Ignacio, the bailiff of the dreaded tribunal of the state inquisitors, presented himself as I was sitting at table with my friends, de la Haye, and 2 other guests. He informed me that the Cavaliere Cantarini dal Zoffo wished to see me, and would wait for me the next morning at such an hour at the Madonna de El Orto. I rose from the table and answered with a bow that I would not fail to obey the wishes of His Excellency. The bailiff then left us. I could not possibly guess what such a high dignitary of state could want with my humble person, yet the message made us rather anxious, for Cantarini dal Zoffo was one of the inquisitors, that is to say, a bird of very ill omen. M. de Bragadin, who had been inquisitor while he was councillor, and therefore knew the habits of the tribunal, told me that I had nothing to fear. Ignacio was dressed in private clothes, he added, and therefore he did not come as the official messenger of the dread tribunal. M. Cantarini wishes to speak to you only as a private citizen, as he sends you word to call at his palace and not at the courthouse. He is an elderly man, strict but just, to whom you must speak frankly and without equivocating, otherwise you would make matters worse. I was pleased with M. de Bragadin's advice, which was of great use to me. I called at the appointed time. I was immediately announced, and I had not long to wait. I entered the room, and His Excellency, seated at a table, examined me from head to foot for 1 minute without speaking to me. He then rang the bell and ordered his servant to introduce the 2 ladies who were waiting in the next room. I guessed at once what was the matter, and felt no surprise when I saw the woman Marchetti and her daughter. His Excellency asked me if I knew them. I must know them, Monseigneur, as one of them will become my wife when she has convinced me by her good conduct that she is worthy of that honor. Her conduct is good, she lives with her mother at Lucia, you have deceived her. Why do you postpone your marriage with her? Why do you not visit her? You never answer her letters, and you let her be in want. I cannot marry her, Your Excellency, before I have enough to support her. That will come in 3 or 4 years, thanks to a situation which M. de Bragadin, my only protector, promises to obtain for me. Until then, she must live honestly and support herself by working. I will only marry her when I am convinced of her honesty, and particularly when I am certain that she has given up all intercourse with the abbé, her cousin in the 4th degree. I do not visit her because my confessor and my conscience forbid me to go to her house. She wishes you to give her a legal promise of marriage and sustentation. Monseigneur, I am under no obligation to give her a promise of marriage, and having no means whatever I cannot support her. She must earn her own living with her mother. When she lived with her cousin, said her mother, she never wanted anything, and she shall go back to him. If she returns to his house, I shall not take the trouble of taking her out of his hands a second time, and your excellency will then see that I was right to defer my marriage with her, until I was convinced of her honesty. The judge told me that my presence was no longer necessary. It was the end of the affair, and I never heard any more about it. The recital of the dialogue greatly amused my friends. At the beginning of the carnival of 1750, I won a prize of 3,000 ducats at the lottery. Fortune made me that present when I did not require it, for I had held the bank during the autumn and had won. It was at a casino where no nobleman dared to present himself, because one of the partners was an officer in the service of the Duc de Montiliger, the Spanish ambassador. The citizens of Venice felt ill at ease with the patricians, and that is always the case under an aristocratic government, because equality exists in reality only between the members of such a government. As I intended to take a trip to Paris, I placed 1,000 sequins in M. de Bragadin's hands, and with that project in view, I had the courage to pass the carnival without risking my money at the faro table. I had taken a share of 1/4 in the bank of an honest patrician, and early in Lent he handed me a large sum. Towards mid-Lent my friend Balletti returned from Mantua to Venice. He was engaged at the St. Moses Theatre as ballet master during the Fair of the Assumption. He was with Marina, but they did not live together. She made the conquest of an English Jew, called Mendez, who spent a great deal of money for her. That Jew gave me good news of Therese, whom he had known in Naples, and in whose hands he had left some of his spoils. The information pleased me, and I was very glad to have been prevented by Henriette from joining Therese in Naples, as I had intended, for I should certainly have fallen in love with her again, and God knows what the consequences might have been. It was at that time that Beauvoir was appointed captain in the service of the Republic. He rose rapidly in his profession, as I shall mention hereafter. De la Haye undertook the education of a young nobleman called Felix Calvi, and a short time afterwards he accompanied him to Poland. I met him again in Vienna 3 years later. I was making my preparations to go to the Fair of Reggio, then to Turin, where the whole of Italy was congregating for the marriage of the Duke of Savoy with a princess of Spain, daughter of Philip V, and lastly to Paris, where, Madame la Dauphine being pregnant, magnificent preparations were made in the expectation of the birth of a prince. Balletti was likewise on the point of undertaking the same journey. He was recalled by his parents, who were dramatic artists. His mother was the celebrated Sylvia. Balletti was engaged at the Italian Theatre in Paris as dancer and first gentleman. I could not choose a companion more to my taste, more agreeable, or in a better position to procure me numerous advantageous acquaintances in Paris. I bade farewell to my 3 excellent friends, promising to return within 2 years. I left my brother Francois in the studio of Simonti, the painter of battle pieces, known as the Parmesan. I gave him a promise to think of him in Paris, where, at that time particularly, great talent was always certain of a high fortune. My readers will see how I kept my word. I likewise left in Venice my brother Jean, who had returned to that city after having traveled through Italy with Garianti. He was on the point of going to Rome, where he remained 14 years in the studio of Raphael Mengs. He left Rome for Dresden in 1764, where he died in the year 1795. Balletti started before me, and I left Venice to meet him in Reggio on the 1st of June, 1750. I was well fitted out, well supplied with money, and sure not to want for any if I led a proper life. We shall soon see, dear reader, what judgment you will pass on my conduct, or rather I shall not see it, for I know that when you are able to judge, I shall no longer care for your sentence. Chapter 5. I stop at Ferrara, where I have a comic adventure, my arrival in Paris. Precisely at 12 o'clock, the Piatta landed me at Ponte di Lago Oscuro, and I immediately took a postchaise to reach Ferrara in time for dinner. I put up at St. Mark's Hotel. I was following the waiter up the stairs, when a joyful uproar, which suddenly burst from a room the door of which was open, made me curious to ascertain the cause of so much mirth. I peeped into the room, and saw some 12 persons, men and women, seated round a well-supplied table. It was a very natural thing, and I was moving on, when I was stopped by the exclamation, "Ah, here he is!" uttered by the pretty voice of a woman, and at the same moment the speaker, leaving the table, came to me with open arms and embraced me, saying, Quick, quick, a seat for him near me. Take his luggage to his room." A young man came up and she said to him, "Well, I told you he would arrive today." She made me sit near her at the table, after I had been saluted by all the guests who had risen to do me honor. "My dear cousin," she said, addressing me, "you must be hungry." And as she spoke, she squeezed my foot under the table. "Here is my intended husband whom I beg to introduce to you, as well as my father and mother-in-law. The other guests round the table are friends of the family. But, my dear cousin, tell me why my mother has not come with you." At last I had to open my lips. "Your mother, my dear cousin, will be here in 3 or 4 days at the latest." I thought that my newly found cousin was unknown to me, but when I looked at her with more attention, I fancied I recollected her features. She was the Catinella, a dancer of reputation, but I had never spoken to her before. I easily guessed that she was giving me an impromptu part in a play of her own composition, and I was to be a deus ex machina. Whatever is singular and unexpected has always attracted me, and as my cousin was pretty, I lent myself most willingly to the joke, entertaining no doubt that she would reward me in an agreeable manner. All I had to do was to play my part well, but without implicating myself. Therefore, pretending to be very hungry, I gave her the opportunity of speaking and of informing me by hints of what I had to know, in order not to make blunders. Understanding the reason of my reserve, she afforded me the proof of her quick intelligence by saying sometimes to one person, sometimes to the other, everything it was necessary for me to know. Thus I learnt that the wedding could not take place until the arrival of her mother, who was to bring the wardrobe and the diamonds of my cousin. I was the precentor going to Turin to compose the music of the opera, which was to be represented at the marriage of the Duke of Savoy. This last discovery pleased me greatly, because I saw that I should have no difficulty in taking my departure the next morning, and I began to enjoy the part one had to play. Yet, if I had not reckoned upon the reward, I might very well have informed the honorable company that my false cousin was mad. But, although Catinella was very near 30, she was very pretty and celebrated for her intrigues. That was enough, and she could turn me round her little finger. The future mother-in-law was seated opposite, and to do me honor she filled a glass and offered it to me. Already identified with my part in the comedy, I put forth my hand to take the glass, but seeing that my hand was somewhat bent, she said to me, "What is the matter with your hand, sir?" "Nothing serious, madam, only a slight sprain which a little rest will soon cure." At these words, Catinella, laughing heartily, said that she regretted the accident because it would deprive her friends of the pleasure they would have enjoyed in hearing me play the harpsichord. "I am glad to find it a laughing matter, cousin." "I laugh because it reminds me of a sprained ankle, which I once feigned to have in order not to dance." After coffee, the mother-in-law, who evidently understood what was proper, said that most likely my cousin wanted to talk with me on family matters, and that we ought to be left alone. Every one of the guests left the room. As soon as I was alone with her in my room, which was next to her own, she threw herself on a sofa and gave way to a most immoderate fit of laughter. "Although I only know you by name," she said to me, "I have entire confidence in you, but you will do well to go away tomorrow. I have been here for 2 months without any money. I have nothing but a few dresses and some linen, which I should have been compelled to sell to defray my expenses if I had not been lucky enough to inspire the son of the landlord with the deepest love. I have flattered his passion by promising to become his wife, and to bring him as a marriage portion 20,000 crowns, worth of diamonds which I am supposed to have in Venice, and which my mother is expected to bring with her. But my mother has nothing and knows nothing of the affair, therefore she is not likely to leave Venice. But tell me, lovely madcap, what will be the end of this extravaganza? I am afraid it will take a tragic turn at the last." "You are mistaken. It will remain a comedy, and a very amusing one, too. I am expecting every hour the arrival of Count Holstein, brother of the Elector of Mainz. He has written to me from Frankfurt. He has left that city, and must by this time have reached Venice. He will take me to the fair of Reggio, and if my intended takes it into his head to be angry, the Count will thrash him and pay my bill, but I am determined that he shall be neither thrashed nor paid. As I go away, I have only to whisper in his ear that I will certainly return, and it will be all right. I know my promise to become his wife as soon as I come back will make him happy. That's all very well. You are as witty as a cousin of Satan, but I shall not wait your return to marry you. Our wedding must take place at once. What folly? Well, wait until this evening. Not a bit of it, for I can almost fancy I hear the Count's carriage. If he should not arrive, we can continue the sport during the night. Do you love me? To distraction, but what does it matter? However, your excellent comedy renders you worthy of adoration. Now, suppose we do not waste our time. You are right, it is an episode, and all the more agreeable for being impromptu. I can well recollect that I found it a delightful episode. Towards evening all the family joined us again, a walk was proposed, and we were on the point of going out, when a carriage drawn by 6 post-horses noisily entered the yard. Catinella looked through the window and desired to be left alone, saying that it was a prince who had come to see her. Everybody went away, she pushed me into my room and locked me in. I went to the window and saw a nobleman 4 times as big as myself getting out of the carriage. He came upstairs, entered the room of the intended bride, and all that was left to me was the consolation of having seized fortune by the forelock, the pleasure of hearing their conversation, and a convenient view, through a crevice in the partition, of what Catinella contrived to do with that heavy lump of flesh. But at last the stupid amusement wearied me, for it lasted 5 hours, which were employed in amorous caresses, in packing Catinella's rags, in loading them on the carriage, in taking supper, and in drinking numerous bumpers of Rhenish wine. At midnight the Count left the hotel, carrying away with him the beloved mistress of the landlord's son. No one during those long hours had come to my room, and I had not called. I was afraid of being discovered, and I did not know how far the German prince would have been pleased if he had found out that he had an indiscreet witness of the heavy and powerless demonstrations of his tenderness, which were a credit to neither of the actors, and which supplied me with ample food for thoughts upon the miseries of mankind. After the departure of the heroine, catching through the crevice a glimpse of the abandoned lover, I called out to him to unlock my door. The poor silly fellow told me piteously that, Catinella having taken the key with her, it would be necessary to break the door open. I begged him to have it done at once, because I was hungry. As soon as I was out of my prison, I had my supper, and the unfortunate lover kept me company. He told me that Catinella had found a moment to promise him that she would return within 6 weeks, that she was shedding tears in giving him that assurance, and that she had kissed him with great tenderness. Has the prince paid her expenses? Not at all. We would not have allowed him to do it, even if he had offered. My future wife would have felt offended, for you can have no idea of the delicacy of her feelings. What does your father say of her departure? My father always sees the worst side of everything. He says that she will never come back, and my mother shares his opinion rather than mine. But you, Signor Maestro, what do you think? That if she has promised to return, she will be sure to keep her word. Of course, for if she did not mean to come back, she would not have given me her promise. Precisely, I call that a good argument. I had for my supper what was left of the meal prepared by the Count's cook, and I drank a bottle of excellent Rhenish wine, which Catinella had juggled away to treat her intended husband, and which the worthy fellow thought could not have a better destination than to treat his future cousin. After supper, I took post-horses and continued my journey, assuring the unhappy, forlorn lover that I would do all I could to persuade my cousin to come back very soon. I wanted to pay my bill, but he refused to receive any money. I reached Bologna a few minutes after Catinella and put up at the same hotel, where I found an opportunity of telling her all her lover had said. I arrived in Reggio before her, but I could not speak to her in that city, for she was always in the company of her potent and impotent lord. After the fair, during which nothing of importance occurred to me, I left Reggio with my friend Balletti, and we proceeded to Turin, which I wanted to see. For the first time I had gone to that city with Henriette, I had stopped only long enough to change horses. I found everything beautiful in Turin, the city, the court, the theater, and the women, including the Duchess of Savoy, but I could not help laughing when I was told that the police of the city was very efficient, for the streets were full of beggars. That police, however, was the special care of the king, who was very intelligent, if we are to believe history, but I confess that I laughed when I saw the ridiculous face of that sovereign. I had never seen a king before in my life, and a foolish idea made me suppose that a king must be preeminent, a very rare being by his beauty and the majesty of his appearance, and in everything superior to the rest of men. For a young republican endowed with reason, my idea was not, after all, so very foolish, but I very soon got rid of it when I saw that king of Sardinia, ugly, hump-backed, morose and vulgar even in his manners. I then realized that it was possible to be a king without being entirely a man. I saw Elastrua and Gaffarello, those two magnificent singers on the stage, and I admired the dancing of La Geoffroy, who married at that time a worthy dancer named Baudin. During my stay in Turin, no amorous fancy disturbed the peace of my soul, except an accident which happened to me with the daughter of my washerwoman, and which increased my knowledge in physics in a singular manner. That girl was very pretty, and, without being what might be called in love with her, I wished to obtain her favors. Piqued at my not being able to obtain an appointment from her, I contrived one day to catch her at the bottom of a back staircase by which she used to come to my room, and, I must confess, with the intention of using a little violence, if necessary. Having concealed myself for that purpose at the time I expected her, I got hold of her by surprise, and half by persuasion, half by the rapidity of my attack, she was brought to a right position, and I lost no time in engaging in action. But at the first movement of the connection, a loud explosion somewhat cooled my ardor, the more so that the young girl covered her face with her hands as if she wished to hide her shame. However, encouraging her with a loving kiss, I began again. But a report, louder even than the first, strikes at the same moment my ear and my nose. I continue, a third, a fourth report, and to make a long matter short, each movement gives an explosion with as much regularity as a conductor making the time for a piece of music. This extraordinary phenomenon, the confusion of the poor girl, our position, everything, in fact, struck me as so comical that I burst into the most immoderate laughter, which compelled me to give up the undertaking. Ashamed and confused, the young girl ran away, and I did nothing to hinder her. After that, she never had the courage to present herself before me. I remained seated on the stairs for a quarter of an hour after she had left me, amused at the funny character of a scene which even now excites my mirth. I suppose that the young girl was indebted for her virtue to that singular disease, and most likely, if it were common to all the fair sex, there would be fewer gallant women, unless we had different organs. For to pay for one moment of enjoyment at the expense both of the hearing and of the smell is to give too high a price. Baletti, being in a hurry to reach Paris, where great preparations were being made for the birth of a Duke of Burgundy, for the Duchess was near the time of her delivery, easily persuaded me to shorten my stay in Turin. We therefore left that city, and in 5 days we arrived at Lyons, where I stayed about a week. Lyons is a very fine city in which at that time there were scarcely 3 or 4 noble houses open to strangers. But in compensation, there were more than 100 hospitable ones belonging to merchants, manufacturers, and commission agents, amongst whom was to be found an excellent society remarkable for easy manners, politeness, frankness, and good style, without the absurd pride to be met with amongst the nobility in the provinces, with very few honorable exceptions. It is true that the standard of good manners is below that of Paris, but one soon gets accustomed to it. The wealth of Lyons arises from good taste and low prices, and fashion is the goddess to whom that city owes its prosperity. Fashion alters every year, and the stuff, to which the fashion of the day gives a value equal, say to 30, is the next year reduced to 15 or 20, and then it is sent to foreign countries where it is bought up as a novelty. The manufacturers of Lyons give high salaries to designers of talent. In that lies the secret of their success. Low prices come from competition, a fruitful source of wealth, and a daughter of liberty. Therefore, a government wishing to establish on a firm basis the prosperity of trade must give commerce full liberty, only being careful to prevent the frauds which private interests, often wrongly understood, might invent at the expense of public and general interests. In fact, the government must hold the scales, and allow the citizens to load them as they please. In Lyons, I met the most famous courtesan of Venice. It was generally admitted that her equal had never been seen. Her name was Ancilla. Every man who saw her coveted her, and she was so kindly disposed that she could not refuse her favors to anyone. For if all men loved her one after the other, she returned the compliment by loving them all at once, and with her pecuniary advantages were only a very secondary consideration. Venice has always been blessed with courtesans more celebrated by their beauty than their wit. Those who were most famous in my younger days were Ancilla and another called Spina, both the daughters of gondoliers, and both killed very young by the excesses of a profession which, in their eyes, was a noble one. At the age of 22, Ancilla turned a dancer, and Spina became a singer. Campione, a celebrated Venetian dancer, imparted to the lovely Ancilla all the graces and the talents of which her physical perfections were susceptible, and married her. Spina had for her master a castrato who succeeded in making of her only a very ordinary singer, and in the absence of talent she was compelled, in order to get a living, to make the most of the beauty she had received from nature. I shall have occasion to speak again of Ancilla before her death. She was then in Lyons with her husband. They had just returned from England, where they had been greatly applauded at the Haymarket Theatre. She had stopped in Lyons only for her pleasure, and the moment she showed herself, she had at her feet the most brilliant young men of the town, who were the slaves of her slightest caprice. Every day parties of pleasure, every evening magnificent suppers, and every night a great faro bank. The banker at the gaming table was a certain Don Joseph Maratti, the same man whom I had known in the Spanish army under the name of Don Pepe il Cadetto, and a few years afterwards assumed the name of Afflicio, and came to such a bad end. That faro bank won in a few days 300,000 francs. In a capital that would not have been considered a large sum, but in a commercial and industrial city like Lyons, it raised the alarm amongst the merchants, and the ultramontanes thought of taking their leave. It was in Lyons that a respectable individual, whose acquaintance I made at the house of M. de Rochebaron, obtained for me the favor of being initiated in the sublime trifles of Freemasonry. I arrived in Paris a simple apprentice. A few months after my arrival, I became companion and master. The last is certainly the highest degree in Freemasonry, for all the other degrees which I took afterwards are only pleasing inventions, which, although symbolical, add nothing to the dignity of master. No one in this world can obtain a knowledge of everything, but every man who feels himself endowed with faculties and can realize the extent of his moral strength should endeavor to obtain the greatest possible amount of knowledge. A well-born young man who wishes to travel and know not only the world, but also what is called good society, who does not want to find himself, under certain circumstances, inferior to his equals and excluded from participating in all their pleasures, must get himself initiated in what is called Freemasonry, even if it is only to know superficially what Freemasonry is. It is a charitable institution, which, at certain times and in certain places, may have been a pretext for criminal underplots got up for the overthrow of public order. But is there anything under heaven that has not been abused? Have we not seen the Jesuits, under the cloak of our holy religion, thrust into the parricidal hand of blind enthusiasts the dagger with which kings were to be assassinated? All men of importance, I mean those whose social existence is marked by intelligence and merit, by learning or by wealth, can be, and many of them are, Freemasons. Is it possible to suppose that such meetings, in which the initiated, making it a law never to speak, intramuros, either of politics, or of religions, or of governments, converse only concerning emblems which are either moral or trifling? Is it possible to suppose, I repeat, that those meetings, in which the governments may have their own creatures, can offer dangers sufficiently serious to warrant the proscriptions of kings or the excommunications of popes? In reality, such proceedings miss the end for which they are undertaken, and the Pope, in spite of his infallibility, will not prevent his persecutions from giving Freemasonry an importance which it would perhaps have never obtained if it had been left alone. Mystery is the essence of man's nature, and whatever presents itself to mankind under a mysterious appearance will always excite curiosity and be sought, even when men are satisfied that the veil covers nothing but a cipher. Upon the whole, I would advise all well-born young men who intend to travel to become Freemasons, but I would likewise advise them to be careful in selecting a lodge, because, although bad company cannot have any influence while inside of the lodge, the candidate must guard against bad acquaintances. those who become Freemasons only for the sake of finding out the secret of the order run a very great risk of growing old under the trowel without ever realizing their purpose. Yet there is a secret, but it is so inviolable that it has never been confided or whispered to anyone. Those who stop at the outward crust of things imagine that the secret consists in words, in signs, or that the main point of it is to be found only in reaching the highest degree. This is a mistaken view. The man who guesses the secret of Freemasonry, and to know it you must guess it, reaches that point only through long attendance in the lodges, through deep thinking, comparison, and deduction. He would not trust that secret to his best friend in Freemasonry, because he is aware that if his friend has not found it out, he could not make any use of it after it had been whispered in his ear. No, he keeps his peace, and the secret remains a secret. Everything done in a lodge must be secret, but those who have unscrupulously revealed what is done in the lodge have been unable to reveal that which is essential. They had no knowledge of it, and had they known it, they certainly would not have unveiled the mystery of the ceremonies. The impression felt in our days by the non-initiated is of the same nature as that felt in former times by those who were not initiated in the mysteries enacted at Eleusis in honor of Ceres. But the mysteries of Eleusis interested the whole of Greece, and whoever had attained some eminence in the society of those days had an ardent wish to take a part in those mysterious ceremonies, while Freemasonry, in the midst of many men of the highest merit, reckons a crowd of scoundrels whom no society ought to acknowledge, because they are the refuse of mankind as far as morality is concerned. In the mysteries of Ceres, an inscrutable silence was long kept, owing to the veneration in which they were held. Besides, what was there in them that could be revealed? The 3 words which the Hierophant said to the initiated. But what would that revelation have come to? Only to dishonor the indiscreet initiate, for they were barbarous words unknown to the vulgar. I have read somewhere that the 3 sacred words of the mysteries of Eleusis meant, watch and do no evil. The sacred words and the secrets of the various Masonic degrees are about as criminal. The initiation in the mysteries of Eleusis lasted 9 days. The ceremonies were very imposing, and the company of the highest. Plutarch informs us that Alcibiades was sentenced to death and his property confiscated because he had dared to turn the mysteries into ridicule in his house. He was even sentenced to be cursed by the priests and priestesses, but the curse was not pronounced because one of the priestesses opposed it, saying, "I am a priestess to bless and not to curse." Sublime words, lessons of wisdom and of morality which the Pope despises, but which the Gospel teaches and which the Savior prescribes. In our days, nothing is important and nothing is sacred for our cosmopolitan philosophers. Bottarelli publishes in a pamphlet all the ceremonies of the Freemasons, and the only sentence passed on him is, "He is a scoundrel, we knew that before." A prince in Naples and M. Hamilton in his own house perform the miracle of St. Januarius. They are, most likely, very merry over their performance and many more with them. Yet the king wears on his royal breast a star with the following device around the image of St. Januarius, in sanguine fotis. In our days, everything is inconsistent and nothing has any meaning. Yet it is right to go ahead, for to stop on the road would be to go from bad to worse. We left Lyon in the public diligence and were 5 days on our road to Paris. Baletti had given notice of his departure to his family. They therefore knew when to expect him. We were 8 in the coach, and our seats were very uncomfortable, for it was a large oval in shape, so that no one had a corner. If that vehicle had been built in a country where equality was a principle hallowed by the laws, it would not have been a bad illustration. I thought it was absurd, but I was in a foreign country, and I said nothing. Besides, being an Italian, would it have been right for me not to admire everything which was French, and particularly in France, example, an oval diligence? I respected the fashion, but I found it detestable, and the singular motion of that vehicle had the same effect upon me as the rolling of a ship in a heavy sea. Yet it was well hung, but the worst jolting would have disturbed me less. As the diligence undulates in the rapidity of its pace, it has been called a gondola, but I was a judge of gondolas, and I thought that there was no family likeness between the coach and the Venetian boats which, with 2 hardy rowers, glide along so swiftly and smoothly. The effect of the movement was that I had to throw up whatever was on my stomach. My traveling companions thought me bad company, but they did not say so. I was in France and among Frenchmen, who know what politeness is. They only remarked that very likely I had eaten too much at my supper, and a Parisian abbé, in order to excuse me, observed that my stomach was weak. A discussion arose. "Gentlemen," I said in my vexation and rather angrily, "you are all wrong, for my stomach is excellent, and I have not had any supper." Thereupon an elderly man told me, with a voice full of sweetness, that I ought not to say that the gentlemen were wrong, though I might say that they were not right, thus imitating Cicero, who, instead of declaring to the Romans that Catilina and the other conspirators were dead, only said that they had lived. Is it not the same thing? "I beg your pardon, sir, one way of speaking is polite, the other is not." And after treating me to a long dissection on politeness, he concluded by saying, with a smile, "I suppose you are an Italian." "Yes, I am, but would you oblige me by telling me how you have found it out?" "Oh, I guessed it from the attention with which you have listened to my long prattle." Everybody laughed, and I, much pleased with his eccentricity, began to coax him. He was the tutor of a young boy of 12 or 13 years who was seated near him. I made him give me during the journey lessons in French politeness, and when we parted he took me apart in a friendly manner, saying that he wished to make me a small present. "What is it?" "You must abandon, and, if I may say so, forget the particle non, which you use frequently at random. Non is not a French word. Instead of that unpleasant monosyllable, say, pardon. Non is equal to giving the lie. Never say it, or prepare yourself to give and to receive sword stabs every moment." "I thank you, monsieur. Your present is very precious, and I promise you never to say non again." During the first fortnight of my stay in Paris, it seemed to me that I had become the most faulty man alive, for I never ceased begging pardon. I even thought, one evening at the theater, that I should have a quarrel for having begged somebody's pardon in the wrong place. A young fop, coming to the pit, trod on my foot, and I hastened to say, "Your pardon, sir." "Sir, pardon me yourself." "No, yourself." "Yourself." "Well, sir, let us pardon and embrace one another." The embrace put a stop to the discussion. One day during the journey, having fallen asleep from fatigue in the inconvenient gondola, someone pushed my arm. "Ah, sir, look at that mansion." "I see it, what of it?" "Ah, I pray you, do you not find it?" "I find nothing particular, and you?" "Nothing wonderful, if it were not situated at a distance of 40 leagues from Paris. But here, ah, would my badauds of Parisians believe that such a beautiful mansion can be found 40 leagues distant from the metropolis? How ignorant a man is when he has never traveled." "You are quite right." That man was a Parisian and a badaud to the backbone, like a Gaul in the days of Caesar. But if the Parisians are lounging about from morning till night, enjoying everything around them, a foreigner like myself ought to have been a greater badaud than they. The difference between us was that, being accustomed to see things such as they are, I was astonished at seeing them often covered with a mask which changed their nature, while their surprise often arose from their suspecting what the mask concealed. What delighted me, on my arrival in Paris, was the magnificent road made by Louis Roman XV. The cleanliness of the hotels, the excellent fare they give, the quickness of the service, the excellent beds, the modest appearance of the attendant, who generally is the most accomplished girl of the house, and whose decency, modest manners, and neatness inspire the most shameless libertine with respect. Where is the Italian who is pleased with the effrontery and the insolence of the hotel waiters in Italy? In my days, people did not know in France what it was to overcharge. It was truly the home of foreigners. True, they had the unpleasantness of often witnessing acts of odious despotism, letters de cachet, etc. It was the despotism of a king. Since that time the French have the despotism of the people. Is it less obnoxious? We dined at Fontainebleau, a name derived from Fontainebleau, and when we were only 2 leagues from Paris, we saw a berlin advancing towards us. As it came near the diligence, my friend Balletti called out to the postilions to stop. In the berlin was his mother, who offered me the welcome given to an expected friend. His mother was the celebrated actress Sylvia, and when I had been introduced to her, she said to me, "I hope, sir, that my son's friend will accept a share of our family's supper this evening." I accepted gratefully, sat down again in the gondola. Balletti got into the berlin with his mother, and we continued our journey. On reaching Paris, I found a servant of Sylvia's waiting for me with a coach. He accompanied me to my lodging to leave my luggage, and we repaired to Balletti's house, which was only 50 yards distant from my dwelling. Balletti presented me to his father, who was known under the name of Mario. Sylvia and Mario were the stage names assumed by M. and Madame Balletti, and at that time, it was the custom in France to call the Italian actors by the names they had on the stage. Bonjour, Monsieur Harlequin. Bonjour, Monsieur Pantalon. Such was the manner in which the French used to address the actors who personified those characters on the stage. Chapter 6. My apprenticeship. In Paris portraits oddities all sorts of things. To celebrate the arrival of her son, Sylvia gave a splendid supper to which she had invited all her relatives, and it was a good opportunity for me to make their acquaintance. Balletti's father, who had just recovered from a long illness, was not with us, but we had his father's sister, who was older than Mario. She was known, under her theatrical name of Flaminia, in the literary world by several translations, but I had a great wish to make her acquaintance less on that account than in consequence of the story, known throughout Italy, of the stay that 3 literary men of great fame had made in Paris. Those 3 literati were the Marquis Maffei, the Abbé Conti, and Pier Jacques Martelli, who became enemies, according to public rumor, owing to the belief entertained by each of them that he possessed the favors of the actress, and being men of learning, they fought with the pen. Martelli composed a satire against Maffei, in which he designated him by the anagram of Femia. I had been announced to Flaminia as a candidate for literary fame, and she thought she honored me by addressing me at all, but she was wrong, for she displeased me greatly by her face, her manners, her style, even by the sound of her voice. Without saying it positively, she made me understand that, being herself an illustrious member of the Republic of Letters, she was well aware that she was speaking to an insect. She seemed as if she wanted to dictate to everybody around her, and she very likely thought that she had the right to do so at the age of 60, particularly towards a young novice only 25 years old, who had not yet contributed anything to the literary treasury. In order to please her, I spoke to her of the Abbé Conti, and I had occasion to quote 2 lines of that profound writer. Madame corrected me with a patronizing air for my pronunciation of the word, Sèvres, which means divided, saying that it ought to be pronounced Sura, and she added that I ought to be very glad to have learned so much on the first day of my arrival in Paris, telling me that it would be an important day in my life. Madam, I came here to learn and not to unlearn. You will kindly allow me to tell you that the pronunciation of that word, Sèvres with a V, and not Sura with a U, because it is a contraction of Sèvres. It remains to be seen which of us is wrong. You, madam, according to Ariosto, who makes Sèvres rhyme with persevere, and the rhyme would be false with Sura, which is not an Italian word. She would have kept up the discussion, but her husband, a man 80 years of age, told her that she was wrong. She held her tongue, but from that time she told everybody that I was an impostor. Her husband, Louis Riccoboni, better known as Lelio, was the same who had brought the Italian company to Paris in 1716 and placed it at the service of the regent. He was a man of great merit. He had been very handsome and justly enjoyed the esteem of the public, in consequence not only of his talent but also of the purity of his life. During supper, my principal occupation was to study Sylvia, who then enjoyed the greatest reputation, and I judged her to be even above it. She was then about 50 years old, her figure was elegant, her air noble, her manners graceful and easy. She was affable, witty, kind to everybody, simple and unpretending. Her face was an enigma, for it inspired everyone with the warmest sympathy, and yet if you examined it attentively, there was not one beautiful feature. She could not be called handsome, but no one could have thought her ugly. Yet she was not one of those women who are neither handsome nor ugly, for she possessed a certain something which struck one at first sight and captivated the interest. Then what was she? Beautiful, certainly, but owing to charms unknown to all those who, not being attracted towards her by an irresistible feeling which compelled them to love her, had not the courage to study her, or the constancy to obtain a thorough knowledge of her. Sylvia was the adoration of France, and her talent was the real support of all the comedies which the greatest authors wrote for her, especially of the plays of Memoirs, for without her his comedies would never have gone to posterity. Never was an actress found who could replace her, and to find one it would be necessary that she should unite in herself all the perfections which Sylvia possessed for the difficult profession of the stage: action, voice, intelligence, wit, countenance, manners, and a deep knowledge of the human heart. In Sylvia every quality was from nature, and the art which gave the last touch of perfection to her qualities was never seen. To the qualities which I have just mentioned, Sylvia added another which surrounded her with a brilliant halo, and the absence of which would not have prevented her from being the shining star of the stage. She led a virtuous life. She had been anxious to have friends, but she had dismissed all lovers, refusing to avail herself of a privilege which she could easily have enjoyed, but which would have rendered her contemptible in her own estimation. The irreproachable conduct obtained for her a reputation of respectability, which, at her age, would have been held as ridiculous and even insulting by any other woman belonging to the same profession. And many ladies of the highest rank honored her with her friendship more even than with their patronage. Never did the capricious audience of a Parisian pit dare to hiss Sylvia, not even in her performance of characters which the public disliked, and it was the general opinion that she was in every way above her profession. Sylvia did not think that her good conduct was a merit, for she knew that she was virtuous only because her self-love compelled her to be so, and she never exhibited any pride or assumed any superiority towards her theatrical sisters. Although, satisfied to shine by their talent or their beauty, they cared little about rendering themselves conspicuous by their virtue. Sylvia loved them all, and they all loved her. She always was the first to praise, openly and with good faith, the talent of her rivals, but she lost nothing by it because, being their superior in talent and enjoying a spotless reputation, her rivals could not rise above her. Nature deprived that charming woman of 10 years of life. She became consumptive at the age of 60, 10 years after I had made her acquaintance. The climate of Paris often proves fatal to our Italian actresses. 2 years before her death, I saw her perform the character of Marion in the comedy of Memoirs, and in spite of her age and declining health, the illusion was complete. She died in my presence, holding her daughter in her arms, and she was giving her the advice of a tender mother 5 minutes before she breathed her last. She was honorably buried in the church of Saint Sauveur, without the slightest opposition from the venerable priest, who, far from sharing the anti-Christian intolerancy of the clergy in general, said that her profession as an actress had not hindered her from being a good Christian, and that the earth was the common mother of all human beings, as Jesus Christ had been the Savior of all mankind. You will forgive me, dear reader, if I have made you attend the funeral of Sylvia 10 years before her death. Believe me, I have no intention of performing a miracle. You may console yourself with the idea that I shall spare you that unpleasant task when poor Sylvia dies. Her only daughter, the object of her adoration, was seated next to her at the supper table. She was then only 9 years old, and being entirely taken up by her mother, I paid no attention to her. My interest in her was to come. After the supper, which was protracted to a late hour, I repaired to the house of Madame Quinson, my landlady, where I found myself very comfortable. When I woke in the morning, the said Madame Quinson came to my room to tell me that a servant was outside and wished to offer me his services. I asked her to send him in, and I saw a man of very small stature. That did not please me, and I told him so. My small stature, Your Honor, will be a guarantee that I shall never borrow your clothes to go to some amorous rendezvous. Your name. Any name you please. What do you mean? I want the name by which you are known. I have none. Every master I serve calls me according to his fancy, and I have served more than 50 in my life. You may call me what you like. But you must have a family name. I never had any family. I had a name, I believe, in my young days, but I have forgotten it since I have been in service. My name has changed with every new master. Well, I shall call you Esprit. You do me a great honor. Here, go and get me change for a louis. I have it, sir. I see you are rich. At your service, sir. Where can I inquire about you? At the agency for servants. Madame Quinson, besides, can answer your inquiries. Everybody in Paris knows me. That is enough. I shall give you 30 sous a day. You must find your own clothes. You will sleep where you like, and you must be here at 7 o'clock every morning. Balletti called on me and entreated me to take my meals every day at his house. After his visit, I told Esprit to take me to the Palais Royal, and I left him at the gates. I felt the greatest curiosity about that renowned garden, and at first I examined everything. I see a rather fine garden, walks lined with big trees, fountains, high houses all round the garden, a great many men and women walking about, benches here and there forming shops for the sale of newspapers, perfumes, toothpicks, and other trifles. I see a quantity of chairs for hire at the rate of 1 sou, men reading the newspaper under the shade of the trees, girls and men breakfasting either alone or in company, waiters who were rapidly going up and down a narrow staircase hidden under the foliage. I sit down at a small table. A waiter comes immediately to inquire my wishes. I ask for some chocolate made with water. He brings me some, but very bad, although served in a splendid silver-gilt cup. I tell him to give me some coffee if it is good. Excellent, I made it myself yesterday. Yesterday, I do not want it. The milk is very good. Milk, I never drink any. Make me a cup of fresh coffee without milk. Without milk? Well, sir, we never make coffee but in the afternoon. Would you like a good Bavarois or a decanter of orgeat? Yes, give me the orgeat. I find that beverage delicious and make up my mind to have it daily for my breakfast. I inquire from the waiter whether there is any news. He answers that the Dauphin has been delivered of a prince. An abbé, seated at a table close by, says to him, "You are mad, she has given birth to a princess." A third man comes forward and exclaims, "I have just returned from Versailles, and the Dauphin has not been delivered either of a prince or of a princess." Then, turning towards me, he says that I look like a foreigner, and when I say that I am an Italian, he begins to speak to me of the court, of the city, of the theaters, and at last he offers to accompany me everywhere. I thank him and take my leave. The abbé rises at the same time, walks with me, and tells me the names of all the women we meet in the garden. A young man comes up to him, they embrace one another, and the abbé presents him to me as a learned Italian scholar. I address him in Italian, and he answers very wittily, but his way of speaking makes me smile, and I tell him why. He expressed himself exactly in the style of Boccaccio. My remark pleases him, but I soon prove to him that it is not the right way to speak, however perfect may have been the language of that ancient writer. In less than a quarter of an hour we are excellent friends, for we find that our tastes are the same. My new friend was a poet as I was. He was an admirer of Italian literature, while I admired the French. We exchanged addresses, and promised to see one another very often. I see a crowd in one corner of the garden, everybody standing still and looking up. I inquire from my friend whether there is anything wonderful going on. These persons are watching the meridian. Everyone holds his watch in his hand in order to regulate it exactly at noon. Is there not a meridian everywhere? Yes, but the meridian of the Palais Royal is the most exact. I laugh heartily. Why do you laugh? Because it is impossible for all meridians not to be the same. That is true badauderie. My friend looks at me for a moment, then he laughs likewise, and supplies me with ample food to ridicule the worthy Parisians. We leave the Palais Royal through the main gate, and I observe another crowd of people before a shop, on the signboard of which I read, at the sign of the civet cat. What is the matter here? Now, indeed, you're going to laugh. All these honest persons are waiting their turn to get their snuff boxes filled. Is there no other dealer in snuff? It is sold everywhere, but for the last 3 weeks nobody will use any snuff but that sold at the civet cat. Is it better than anywhere else? Perhaps it is not as good, but since it has been brought into fashion by the Duchesse de Chartres, nobody will have any other. But how did she manage to render it so fashionable? Simply by stopping her carriage 2 or 3 times before the shop to have her snuff box filled, and by saying aloud to the young girl who handed back the box that her snuff was the very best in Paris. The badauds, who never fail to congregate near the carriage of princes, no matter if they have seen them 100 times, or if they know them to be as ugly as monkeys, repeated the words of the Duchess everywhere, and that was enough to send here all the snuff-takers of the capital in a hurry. This woman will make a fortune, for she sells at least 100 crowns worth of snuff every day. Very likely the Duchess has no idea of the good she has done. Quite the reverse, for it was a cunning artifice on her part. The Duchess, feeling interested in the newly married young woman and wishing to serve her in a delicate manner, thought of that expedient which has met with complete success. You cannot imagine how kind Parisians are. You are now in the only country in the world where wit can make a fortune by selling either a genuine or a false article. In the first case, it receives the welcome of intelligent and talented people. And in the second, fools are always ready to reward it, for silliness is truly a characteristic of the people here, and, however wonderful it may appear, silliness is the daughter of wit. Therefore it is not a paradox to say that the French would be wiser if they were less witty. The gods worshipped here, although no altars are raised for them, are novelty and fashion. Let a man run, and everybody will run after him. The crowd will not stop, unless the man is proved to be mad, but to prove it is indeed a difficult task, because we have a crowd of men who, mad from their birth, are still considered wise. The snuff of the civet cat is but one example of the facility with which the crowd can be attracted to one particular spot. The king was one day hunting and found himself at the Neuilly Bridge. Being thirsty, he wanted a glass of ratafia. He stopped at the door of a drinking booth, and by the most lucky chance the poor keeper of the place happened to have a bottle of that liquor. The king, after he had drunk a small glass, fancied a second one, and said that he had never tasted such delicious ratafia in his life. That was enough to give the ratafia of the good man of Neuilly the reputation of being the best in Europe. The king had said so. The consequence was that the most brilliant society frequented the tavern of the delighted publican, who is now a very wealthy man, and has built on the very spot a splendid house on which can be read the following rather comic motto: Ex liquidize solidum, which certainly came out of the head of one of the 40 immortals. Which gods must the worthy tavern-keeper worship? Silliness, frivolity, and mirth. It seems to me, I replied, that such approval, such ratification of the opinion expressed by the king, the princes of the blood, etc., is rather a proof of the affection felt for them by the nation, for the French carry that affection to such an extent that they believe them infallible. It is certain that everything here causes foreigners to believe that the French people adore the king, but all thinking men here know well enough that there is more show than reality in that adoration, and the court has no confidence in it. When the king comes to Paris, everybody calls out, "Vive le roi!" Because some idle fellow begins, or because some policeman has given the signal from the midst of the crowd, but it is really a cry which has no importance, a cry given out of cheerfulness, sometimes out of fear, and which the king himself does not accept as gospel. He does not feel comfortable in Paris, and he prefers being in Versailles, surrounded by 25,000 men who protect him against the fury of that same people of Paris, who, if ever they became wiser, might very well one day call out, "Death to the king," instead of "Long life to the king." Louis Roman XIV was well aware of it, and several councillors of the upper chamber lost their lives for having advised the assembling of the States General in order to find some remedy for the misfortunes of the country. France never had any love for any kings, with the exception of St. Louis, of Louis Roman XII, and of the great and good Henry Roman IV. And even in the last case, the love of the nation was not sufficient to defend the king against the dagger of the Jesuits, an accursed race, the enemy of nations as well as of kings. The present king, who is weak and entirely led by his ministers, said candidly at the time he was just recovering from illness, "I am surprised at the rejoicings of the people in consequence of my health being restored, for I cannot imagine why they should love me so dearly." Many kings might repeat the same words, at least if love is to be measured according to the amount of good actually done. That candid remark of Louis Roman XV has been highly praised, but some philosopher of the court ought to have informed him that he was so much loved because he had been surnamed Le Bien Aimé. Surname or nickname, but are there any philosophers at the court of France? No, for philosophers and courtiers are as widely different as light and darkness, but there are some men of intelligence who champ the bit from motives of ambition and interest. As we were thus conversing, M. Padu, such was the name of my new acquaintance, escorted me as far as the door of Sylvia's house. He congratulated me upon being one of her friends, and we parted company. I found the amiable actress in good company. She introduced me to all her guests and gave me some particulars respecting every one of them. The name of Krebelin struck my ear. "What, sir?" I said to him. "Am I fortunate enough to see you? For 8 years you have charmed me, for 8 years I have longed to know you. Listen, I beg of you." I then recited the finest passage of his Zenobi et Radamiste, which I had translated into blank verse. Sylvia was delighted to see the pleasure enjoyed by Krebelin in hearing, at the age of 80, his own lines in a language which he knew thoroughly and loved as much as his own. He himself recited the same passage in French and politely pointed out the parts in which he thought that I had improved on the original. I thanked him, but I was not deceived by his compliment. We sat down to supper, and being asked what I had already seen in Paris, I related everything I had done, omitting only my conversation with Patu. After I had spoken for a long time, Krebelin, who had evidently observed better than anyone else the road I had chosen in order to learn the good as well as the bad qualities by his countrymen, said to me, "For the first day, sir, I think that what you have done gives great hopes of you, and without any doubt you will make rapid progress. You tell your story well, and you speak French in such a way as to be perfectly understood, yet all you say is only Italian dressed in French. That is a novelty which causes you to be listened to with interest, and which captivates the attention of your audience. I must even add that your Franco-Italian language is just the thing to enlist in your favor the sympathy of those who listen to you, because it is singular, new, and because you are in a country where everybody worships those two divinities, novelty and singularity. Nevertheless, you must begin tomorrow and apply yourself in good earnest, in order to acquire a thorough knowledge of our language, for the same persons who warmly applaud you now will, in 2 or 3 months, laugh at you." "I believe it, sir, and that is what I fear. Therefore the principal object of my visit here is to devote myself entirely to the study of the French language. But, sir, how shall I find a teacher? I am a very unpleasant pupil, always asking questions, curious, troublesome, insatiable, and even supposing that I could meet with the teacher I require, I am afraid I am not rich enough to pay him. For 50 years, sir, I have been looking out for a pupil such as you have just described yourself, and I would willingly pay you myself if you would come to my house and receive my lessons. I reside in the Memoirs, Rue de Deux Portes. I have the best Italian poets. I will make you translate them into French, and you need not be afraid of my finding you insatiable." I accepted with joy. I did not know how to express my gratitude, but both his offer and the few words of my answer bore the stamp of truth and frankness. Krebelin was a giant. He was 6 feet high and 3 inches taller than I. He had a good appetite, could tell a good story without laughing, was celebrated for his witty repartees and his sociable manners. But he spent his life at home, seldom going out, and seeing hardly anyone because he always had a pipe in his mouth and was surrounded by at least 20 cats, with which he would amuse himself all day. He had an old housekeeper, a cook, and a manservant. His housekeeper had the management of everything. She never allowed him to be in need of anything, and she gave no account of his money, which she kept altogether, because he never asked her to render any accounts. The expression of Krebelin's face was that of the lions or of the cats, which is the same thing. He was one of the royal censors, and he told me that it was an amusement for him. His housekeeper was in the habit of reading him the works brought for his examination, and she would stop reading when she came to a passage which, in her opinion, deserved his censure, but sometimes they were of a different opinion, and then their discussions were truly amusing. I once heard the housekeeper send away an author with these words: "Come again next week. We have had no time to examine your manuscript." During a whole year I paid M. Krebelin 3 visits every week, and from him I learned all I know of the French language, but I found it impossible to get rid of my Italian idioms. I remark that turn easily enough when I meet with it in other people, but it flows naturally from my pen without my being aware of it. I am satisfied that, whatever I may do, I shall never be able to recognize it any more than I can find out in what consists the bad Latin style so constantly alleged against Livy. I composed a stanza of 8 verses on some subject which I do not recollect, and I gave it to Krebelin, asking him to correct it. He read it attentively and said to me, "These 8 verses are good and regular, the thought is fine and truly poetical, the style is perfect, and yet the stanza is bad. How so? I do not know, I cannot tell you what is wanting. Imagine that you see a man handsome, well-made, amiable, witty in fact, perfect, according to your most severe judgment. A woman comes in, sees him, looks at him, and goes away telling you that the man does not please her. But what fault do you find in him, madam? None, only he does not please me. You look again at the man, you examine him a second time, and you find that, in order to give him a heavenly voice, he has been deprived of that which constitutes a man, and you are compelled to acknowledge that a spontaneous feeling has stood the woman in good stead. It was by that comparison that Krebelin explained to me a thing almost inexplicable. For taste and feeling alone can account for a thing which is subject to no rule whatever. We spoke a great deal of Louis Roman XIV, whom Krebelin had known well for 15 years, and he related several very curious anecdotes which were generally unknown. Amongst other things, he assured me that the Siamese ambassadors were cheats paid by Madame de Maintenon. He told us likewise that he had never finished his tragedy of Cromwell, because the king had told him one day not to wear out his pen on a scoundrel. Krebelin mentioned likewise his tragedy of Catalina, and he told me that, in his opinion, it was the most deficient of his works, but that he never would have consented, even to make a good tragedy, to represent Caesar as a young man, because he would in that case have made the public laugh, as they would do if Medea were to appear previous to her acquaintances with Jason. He praised the talent of Voltaire very highly, but he accused him of having stolen from him, Krebelin, the scene of the Senate. He, however, rendered him full justice, saying that he was a true historian, and able to write history as well as tragedies, but that he unfortunately adulterated history by mixing with it such a number of light anecdotes and tales for the sake of rendering it more attractive. According to Krebelin, the man with the iron mask was nothing but an idle tale, and he had been assured of it by Louis Roman XIV himself. On the day of my first meeting with Krebelin at Sylvia's, Senni, a play by Madame de Graffigny, was performed at the Italian Theatre, and I went away early in order to get a good seat in the pit. The ladies, all covered with diamonds, who were taking possession of the private boxes, engrossed all my interest and all my attention. I wore a very fine suit, but my open ruffles and the buttons all along my coat showed at once that I was a foreigner, for the fashion was not the same in Paris. I was gaping in the air and listlessly looking round, when a gentleman, splendidly dressed, and 3 times stouter than I, came up and inquired whether I was a foreigner. I answered affirmatively, and he politely asked me how I liked Paris. I praised Paris very warmly, but at that moment a very stout lady, brilliant with diamonds, entered the box near us. Her enormous size astonished me, and like a fool, I said to the gentleman, "Who is that fat sow?" "She is the wife of this fat pig." "Ah, I beg your pardon 1,000 times." But my stout gentleman cared nothing for my apologies, and very far from being angry, he almost choked with laughter. This was the happy result of the practical and natural philosophy which Frenchmen cultivate so well, and which ensures the happiness of their existence under an appearance of frivolity. I was confused, I was in despair, but the stout gentleman continued to laugh heartily. At last he left the pit, and a minute afterwards I saw him enter the box and speak to his wife. I was keeping an eye on them without daring to look at them openly, and suddenly the lady, following the example of her husband, burst into a loud laugh. Their mirth making me more uncomfortable, I was leaving the pit, when the husband called out to me, "Sir, sir." I could not go away without being guilty of impoliteness, and I went up to their box. Then, with a serious countenance and with great affability, he begged my pardon for having laughed so much, and very graciously invited me to come to his house and sup with them that same evening. I thanked him politely, saying that I had a previous engagement. But he renewed his entreaties, and his wife pressing me in the most engaging manner, I told them, in order to prove that I was not trying to elude their invitation, that I was expected to sup at Sylvia's house. "In that case, I am certain," said the gentleman, "of obtaining your release if you do not object. Allow me to go myself to Sylvia." It would have been uncourteous on my part to resist any longer. He left the box and returned almost immediately with my friend Balletti, who told me that his mother was delighted to see me making such excellent acquaintances, and that she would expect to see me at dinner the next day. He whispered to me that my new acquaintance was M. de Beauchamp, Receiver General of Taxes. As soon as the performance was over, I offered my hand to Madame, and we drove to their mansion in a magnificent carriage. There I found the abundance, or rather the profusion, which in Paris is exhibited by the men of finance: numerous society, high play, good cheer, and open cheerfulness. The supper was not over till 1 o'clock in the morning. Madame's private carriage drove me to my lodgings. That house offered me a kind welcome during the whole of my stay in Paris, and I must add that my new friends proved very useful to me. Some persons assert that foreigners find the first fortnight in Paris very dull, because a little time is necessary to get introduced, but I was fortunate enough to find myself established on as good a footing as I could desire within 24 hours, and the consequence was that I felt delighted with Paris, and certain that my stay would prove an agreeable one. The next morning, Patou called and made me a present of his prose panegyric on the Marechal de Saxe. We went out together and took a walk in the Tuileries, where he introduced me to Madame du Bocage, who made a good jest in speaking of the Marechal de Saxe. "It is singular," she said, "that we cannot have a de profundis for a man who makes us sing the Te Deum so often." As we left the Tuileries, Patou took me to the house of a celebrated actress of the opera, Mademoiselle Lefel, the favorite of all Paris and member of the Royal Academy of Music. She had 3 very young and charming children who were fluttering around her like butterflies. "I adore them," she said to me. "They deserve adoration for their beauty," I answered, "although they have all a different cast of countenance." "No wonder. The eldest is the son of the Duc d'Annecy, the second of Count d'Egmont, and the youngest is the offspring of Maison Rouge, who has just married the Romainville." "Ah, pray excuse me, I thought you were the mother of the 3. "You were not mistaken, I am their mother." As she said these words, she looked at Patou, and both burst into hearty laughter, which did not make me blush, but which showed me my blunder. I was a novice in Paris, and I had not been accustomed to see women encroach upon the privilege which men alone generally enjoy. Yet Mademoiselle Lefel was not a bold-faced woman. She was even rather ladylike, but she was what is called above prejudices. If I had known the manners of the time better, I should have been aware that such things were everyday occurrences, and that the noblemen who thus sprinkled their progeny everywhere were in the habit of leaving their children in the hands of their mothers, who were well paid. The more fruitful, therefore, these ladies were, the greater was their income. My want of experience often led me into serious blunders, and Mademoiselle Lefel would, I have no doubt, have laughed at anyone telling her that I had some wit, after the stupid mistake of which I had been guilty. Another day, being at the house of Lanny, ballet master of the opera, I saw 5 or 6 young girls of 13 or 14 years of age accompanied by their mothers, and all exhibiting that air of modesty which is the characteristic of a good education. I addressed a few gallant words to them, and they answered me with downcast eyes. One of them having complained of the headache, I offered her my smelling bottle, and one of her companions said to her, "Very likely you did not sleep well last night." "Oh, it is not that," answered the modest-looking Agnes. "I think I am in the family way." On receiving this unexpected reply from a girl I had taken for a maiden, I said to her, "I should never have supposed that you were married, madam." She looked at me with evident surprise for a moment, then she turned towards her friend, and both began to laugh immoderately. Ashamed, but for them more than myself, I left the house with a firm resolution never again to take virtue for granted in a class of women amongst whom it is so scarce. To look for, even to suppose, modesty amongst the nymphs of the green room is indeed to be very foolish. They pride themselves upon having none, and laugh at those who are simple enough to suppose them better than they are. Thanks to my friend Patou, I made the acquaintance of all the women who enjoyed some reputation in Paris. He was fond of the fair sex, but unfortunately for him, he had not a constitution like mine, and his love of pleasure killed him very early. If he had lived, he would have gone down to posterity in the wake of Voltaire, but he paid the debt of nature at the age of 30. I learned from him the secret which several young French literati employ in order to make certain of the perfection of their prose, when they want to write anything requiring as perfect a style as they can obtain, such as panegyrics, funeral orations, eulogies, dedications. etc. It was by surprise that I wrested that secret from Padu. Being at his house one morning, I observed on his table several sheets of paper covered with dodecassyllabic blank verse. I read a dozen of them, and I told him that, although the verses were very fine, the reading caused me more pain than pleasure. They express the same ideas as the panegyric of the Marechal de Saxe, but I confess that your prose pleases me a great deal more. My prose would not have pleased you so much if it had not been at first composed in blank verse. Then you take very great trouble for nothing. No trouble at all, for I have not the slightest difficulty in writing that sort of poetry. I write it as easily as prose. Do you think that your prose is better when you compose it from your own poetry? No doubt of it, it is much better. And I also secure the advantage that my prose is not full of half verses, which flow from the pen of the writer without his being aware of it. Is that a fault? A great one, and not to be forgiven. Prose intermixed with occasional verses is worse than prosaic poetry. Is it true that the verses which, like parasites, steal into a funeral oration must be sadly out of place? Certainly. Take the example of Tacitus, who begins his history of Rome by these words: Urbum Romum a principio reges habura. They form a very poor Latin hexameter, which the great historian certainly never made on purpose, and which he never remarked when he revised his work, for there is no doubt that, if he had observed it, he would have altered that sentence. Are not such verses considered a blemish in Italian prose? Decidedly. But I must say that a great many poor writers have purposely inserted such verses into their prose, believing that they would make it more euphonious. Hence the tawdriness which is justly alleged against much Italian literature. But I suppose you are the only writer who takes so much pains. The only one? Certainly not. All the authors who can compose blank verses very easily, as I can, employ them when they intend to make a fair copy of their prose. Ask Crebillon, the Abbé de Voisenon, La Harpe, anyone you like, and they will all tell you the same thing. Voltaire was the first to have recourse to that art in the small pieces in which his prose is truly charming. For instance, the Epistle to Madame du Châtelet, which is magnificent. Read it, and if you find a single hemistich in it, I will confess myself in the wrong. I felt some curiosity about the matter, and I asked Crebillon about it. He told me that Fadu was right, but he added that he had never practiced that art himself. Padu wished very much to take me to the opera in order to witness the effect produced upon me by the performance, which must truly astonish an Italian. Les Fêtes Venetiennes was the title of the opera which was in vogue just then, a title full of interest for me. We went for our 40 sous to the pit, in which, although the audience was standing, the company was excellent, for the opera was the favorite amusement of the Parisians. After a symphony, very fine in its way and executed by an excellent orchestra, the curtain rises, and I see a beautiful scene representing the small St. Mark's Square in Venice, taken from the island of St. George, but I am shocked to see the ducal palace on my left, and the tall steeple on my right, that is to say the very reverse of reality. I laugh at this ridiculous mistake, and Padu, to whom I say why I am laughing, cannot help joining me. The music, very fine although in the ancient style, at first amused me on account of its novelty, but it soon wearied me. The melopeia fatigued me by its constant and tedious monotony, and by the shrieks given out of season. That melopeia, of the French replaces at least, they think so, the Greek melopeia and our recitative which they dislike, but which they would admire if they understood Italian. The action of the opera was limited to a day in the carnival, when the Venetians are in the habit of promenading masked in St. Mark's Square. The stage was animated by gallants, procuresses, and women amusing themselves with all sorts of intrigues. The costumes were whimsical and erroneous, but the whole was amusing. I laughed very heartily, and it was truly a curious sight for a Venetian, when I saw the Doge followed by 12 councillors appear on the stage, all dressed in the most ludicrous style, and dancing a pas d'ensemble. Suddenly, the whole of the pit burst into loud applause at the appearance of a tall, well-made dancer, wearing a mask and an enormous black wig, the hair of which went halfway down his back, and dressed in a robe open in front and reaching to his heels. Padu said almost reverently, "It is the inimitable Dupers." I had heard of him before and became attentive. I saw that fine figure coming forward with measured steps, and when the dancer had arrived in front of the stage, he raised slowly his rounded arms, stretched them gracefully backward and forward, moved his feet with precision and lightness, took a few small steps, made some battements and pirouettes, and disappeared like a butterfly. The whole had not lasted half a minute. The applause burst from every part of the house. I was astonished and asked my friend the cause of all those bravos. We applaud the grace of Dupers and the divine harmony of his movements. He is now 60 years of age, and those who saw him 40 years ago say that he is always the same. What, has he never danced in a different style? He could not have danced in a better one, for his style is perfect, and what can you want above perfection? Nothing, unless it be a relative perfection. But here it is absolute. Dupers always does the same thing, and every day we fancy we see it for the first time. Such is the power of the good and beautiful, of the true and sublime which speak to the soul. His dance is true harmony, the real dance, of which you have no idea in Italy. At the end of the second act, Dupers appeared again, still with a mask, and danced to a different tune, but in my opinion doing exactly the same as before. He advanced to the very footlights and stopped one instant in a graceful attitude. Padu wanted to force my admiration, and I gave way. Suddenly everyone round me exclaimed, "Look, look, he is developing himself." And in reality, he was like an elastic body which, in developing itself, would get larger. I made Padu very happy by telling him that Dupers was truly very graceful in all his movements. Immediately after him, we had a female dancer, who jumped about like a fury, cutting to right and left, but heavily, yet she was applauded con furore. "This is," said Padu, "the famous Camargo. I congratulate you, my friend, upon having arrived in Paris in time to see her, for she has accomplished her 12th luster." I confessed that she was a wonderful dancer. "She is the first artist," continued my friend, "who has dared to spring and jump on a French stage. None ventured upon doing it before her, and, what is more extraordinary, she does not wear any drawers." "I beg your pardon, but I saw." "What? Nothing but her skin which, to speak the truth, is not made of lilies and roses." "The Camargo," I said with an air of repentance, "does not please me. I like Dupers much better." An elderly admirer of Camargo, seated on my left, told me that in her youth she could perform the saut de basque and even the gargouillade, and that nobody had ever seen her thighs, although she always danced without drawers. "But if you never saw her thighs, how do you know that she does not wear silk tights?" "Oh, that is one of those things which can easily be ascertained. I see you are a foreigner, sir." "You are right." But I was delighted at the French opera, with the rapidity of the scenic changes, which are done like lightning, at the signal of a whistle, a thing entirely unknown in Italy. I likewise admired the start given to the orchestra by the baton of the leader, but he disgusted me with the movements of his scepter right and left, as if he thought that he could give life to all the instruments by the mere motion of his arm. I admired also the silence of the audience, a thing truly wonderful to an Italian, for it is with great reason that people complain of the noise made in Italy while the artists are singing, and ridicule the silence which prevails through the house as soon as the dancers make their appearance on the stage. One would imagine that all the intelligence of the Italians is in their eyes. At the same time, I must observe that there is not one country in the world in which extravagance and whimsicalness cannot be found, because the foreigner can make comparisons with what he has seen elsewhere, whilst the natives are not conscious of their errors. Altogether, the opera pleased me, but the French comedy captivated me. There the French are truly in their element. They perform splendidly in a masterly manner, and other nations cannot refuse them the palm which good taste and justice must award to their superiority. I was in the habit of going there every day, and although sometimes the audience was not composed of 200 persons, the actors were perfect. I have seen Le Misanthrope, El Avare, Tartuffe, Le Giaour, La Gloria, and many other comedies, and no matter how often I saw them, I always fancied it was the first time. I arrived in Paris to admire Sarrazin, La Dangeville, La Dumisnil, La Gaussin, La Clairon, Preville, and several actresses who, having retired from the stage, were living upon their pension and delighting their circle of friends. I made, amongst others, the acquaintance of the celebrated Levasseur. I visited them all with pleasure, and they related to me several very curious anecdotes. They were generally most kindly disposed in every way. One evening, being in the box of Levasseur, the performance was composed of a tragedy in which a very handsome actress had the part of a dumb priestess. "How pretty she is," I said. "Yes, charming," answered Levasseur. "She is the daughter of the actor who plays the confidante. She is very pleasant in company and is an actress of good promise. I should be very happy to make her acquaintance." "Oh, well, that is not difficult. Her father and mother are very worthy people, and they will be delighted if you ask them to invite you to supper. They will not disturb you, they will go to bed early, and will let you talk with their daughter as long as you please. You are in France, sir. Here we know the value of life and try to make the best of it. We love pleasure and esteem ourselves fortunate when we can find the opportunity of enjoying life." "That is truly charming, madam. But how could I be so bold as to invite myself to supper with worthy persons whom I do not know, and who have not the slightest knowledge of me?" "Oh, dear me, what are you saying? We know everybody. You see how I treat you myself. After the performance, I shall be happy to introduce you, and the acquaintance will be made at once." "I certainly must ask you to do me that honor, but another time." "Whenever you like." Chapter 7. My blunders in the French language, my success, my numerous acquaintances. Louis Roman 15. My brother arrives in Paris. All the Italian actors in Paris insisted upon entertaining me, in order to show me their magnificence, and they all did it in a sumptuous style. Carlin Bertonazzi, who played Harlequin and was a great favorite of the Parisians, reminded me that he had already seen me 13 years before in Padua, at the time of his return from St. Petersburg with my mother. He offered me an excellent dinner at the house of Madame de la Caillerie, where he lodged. That lady was in love with him. I complimented her upon 4 charming children whom I saw in the house. Her husband, who was present, said to me, "They are M. Carlin's children." "That may be, sir, but you take care of them, and as they go by your name, of course they will acknowledge you as their father." "Yes, I should be so legally. But M. Carlin is too honest a man not to assume the care of his children whenever I may wish to get rid of them. He is well aware that they belong to him, and my wife would be the first to complain if he ever denied it." The man was not what is called a good, easy fellow, far from it, but he took the matter in a philosophical way and spoke of it with calm and even with a sort of dignity. He was attached to Carlin by a warm friendship, and such things were then very common in Paris amongst people of a certain class. 2 noblemen, Boufflers and Luxembourg, had made a friendly exchange of each other's wives, and each had children by the other's wife. The young Boufflers were called Luxembourg, and the young Luxembourg were called Boufflers. The descendants of those tiercelets are even now known in France under those names. Well, those who were in the secret of that domestic comedy laughed, as a matter of course, and it did not prevent the earth from moving according to the laws of gravitation. The most wealthy of the Italian comedians in Paris was Pantaloon, the father of Coraline and Camille, and a well-known usurer. He also invited me to dine with his family, and I was delighted with his 2 daughters. The eldest, Coraline, was kept by the Prince of Monaco, son of the Duke of Valentinois, who was still alive, and Camille was enamored of the Count of Melfort, the favorite of the Duchess of Chartres, who had just become Duchess of Orleans by the death of her father-in-law. Coraline was not so sprightly as Camille, but she was prettier. I began to make love to her as a young man of no consequence, and at hours which I thought would not attract attention. But all hours belong by right to the established lover, and I therefore found myself sometimes with her when the Prince of Monaco called to see her. At first I would bow to the prince and withdraw, but afterwards I was asked to remain, for as a general thing princes find a tete-a-tete with their mistresses rather wearisome. Therefore we used to sup together, and they both listened, while it was my province to eat, and to relate stories. I bethought myself of paying my court to the prince, and he received my advances very well. One morning, as I called on Coraline, he said to me, "Ah, I am very glad to see you, for I have promised the Duchess of Roof to present you to her, and we can go to her immediately." Again a duchess. My star is decidedly in the ascendant. Well, let us go. We got into a diable, a sort of vehicle then very fashionable, and at 11 o'clock in the morning we were introduced to the Duchess. Dear reader, if I were to paint it with a faithful pen, my portrait of that lustful vixen would frighten you. Imagine 60 winters heaped upon a face plastered with rouge, a blotched and pimpled complexion, emaciated and gaunt features, all the ugliness of libertinism stamped upon the countenance of that creature reclining upon the sofa. As soon as she sees me, she exclaims with rapid joy, "Ah, this is a good-looking man. Prince, it is very amiable on your part to bring him to me. Come and sit near me, my fine fellow." I obeyed respectfully, but a noxious smell of musk, which seemed to me almost corpse-like, nearly upset me. The infamous Duchess had raised herself on the sofa and exposed all the nakedness of the most disgusting bosom, which would have caused the most courageous man to draw back. The prince, pretending to have some engagement, left us, saying that he would send his carriage for me in a short time. As soon as we were alone, the plastered skeleton thrust its arms forward, and without giving me time to know what I was about, the creature gave me a horrible kiss, and then one of her hands began to stray with the most barefaced indecency. "Let me see my fine cock," she said, "if you have a fine." I was shuddering and resisted the attempt. "Well, well, what a baby you are," said the disgusting Messaline. "Are you such a novice?" "No, madam, but—" "But what?" "I halves." "Oh, the villain," she exclaimed, loosing her hold. "What was I going to expose myself to?" I availed myself of the opportunity, snatched my hat, and took to my heels, afraid lest the doorkeeper should stop me. I took a coach and drove to Coraline's, where I related the adventure. She laughed heartily and agreed with me that the prince had played me a nasty trick. She praised the presence of mind with which I had invented an impediment, but she did not give me an opportunity of proving to her that I had deceived the Duchess. Yet I was not without hope, and suspected that she did not think me sufficiently enamored of her. 3 or 4 days afterwards, however, as we had supper together and alone, I told her so many things, and I asked her so clearly to make me happy or else to dismiss me, that she gave me an appointment for the next day. "Tomorrow," she said, "the prince goes to Versailles, and he will not return until the day after. We will go together to the warren to hunt ferrets, and have no doubt we shall come back to Paris pleased with one another." "That is right." The next day at 10 o'clock we took a coach, but as we were nearing the gate of the city a vis-a-vis, with servants in a foreign livery came up to us, and the person who was in it called out, "Stop! Stop!" The person was the Chevalier de Württemberg, who, without deigning to cast even one glance on me, began to say sweet words to Coraline, and thrusting his head entirely out of his carriage, he whispered to her. She answered him likewise in a whisper, then taking my hand, she said to me, laughingly, "I have some important business with this prince. Go to the warren alone, my dear friend, enjoy the hunt, and come to me tomorrow." And saying those words she got out, took her seat in the vis-a-vis, and I found myself very much in the position of Lot's wife, but not motionless. Dear reader, if you have ever been in such a predicament, you will easily realize the rage with which I was possessed. If you have never been served in that way, so much the better for you, but it is useless for me to try to give you an idea of my anger. You would not understand me. I was disgusted with the coach, and I jumped out of it, telling the driver to go to the devil. I took the first hack which happened to pass, and drove straight to Padu's house, to whom I related my adventure, almost foaming with rage. But very far from pitying me or sharing my anger, Padu, much wiser, laughed and said, "I wish with all my heart that the same thing might happen to me, for you are certain of possessing our beautiful Coraline the very first time you are with her. I would not have her, for now I despise her heartily. Your contempt ought to have come sooner, but now that is too late to discuss the matter, I offer you, as a compensation, a dinner at the Hôtel du Roule." "Most decidedly, yes, it is an excellent idea. Let us go." The Hôtel du Roule was famous in Paris, and I had not been there yet. The woman who kept it had furnished the place with great elegance, and she always had 12 or 14 well-chosen nymphs, with all the conveniences that could be desired. Good cooking, good beds, cleanliness, solitary and beautiful groves. Her cook was an artist, and her wine cellar excellent. Her name was Madame Paris, probably an assumed name, but it was good enough for the purpose. Protected by the police, she was far enough from Paris to be certain that those who visited her liberally appointed establishment were above the middle class. Everything was strictly regulated in her house, and every pleasure was taxed at a reasonable tariff. The The prices were 6 francs for a breakfast with a nymph, 12 for dinner, and twice that sum to spend a whole night. I found the house even better than its reputation, and by far superior to the Warren. We took a coach, and Padu said to the driver, "To Chailot." "I understand, Your Honor." After a drive of half an hour, we stopped before a gate on which could be read, "Hotel du Roule." The gate was closed. A porter, sporting long mustachios, came out through a side door and gravely examined us. He was most likely pleased with our appearance, for the gate was opened and we went in. A woman, blind of one eye, about 40 years old but with a remnant of beauty, came up, saluted us politely, and inquired whether we wished to have dinner. Our answer being affirmative, she took us to a fine room in which we found 14 young women, all very handsome, and dressed alike in muslin. As we entered the room, they rose and made us a graceful reverence. They were all about the same age, some with light hair, some with dark. Every taste could be satisfied. We passed them in review, addressing a few words to each, and made our choice. The two we chose screamed for joy, kissed us with a voluptuousness which a novice might have mistaken for love, and took us to the garden until dinner would be ready. That garden was very large and artistically arranged to minister to the pleasures of love. Madame Paris said to us, "Go, gentlemen, enjoy the fresh air with perfect security in every way. My house is the temple of peace and of good health." The girl I had chosen was something like Coraline, and that made me find her delightful. But in the midst of our amorous occupations, we were called to dinner. We were well served, and the dinner had given us new strength, when our single-eyed hostess came, watch in hand, to announce that time was up. Pleasure at the Hotel du Roule was measured by the hour. I whispered to Padu, and, after a few philosophical considerations, addressing himself to Madame la Gouvernante, he said to her, "We will have a double dose, and of course pay double." "You are quite welcome, gentlemen." We went upstairs, and after we had made our choice a second time, we renewed our promenade in the garden. But once more we were disagreeably surprised by the strict punctuality of the lady of the house. "Indeed, this is too much of a good thing, madam. Let us go up for the third time, make a third choice, and pass the whole night here." A delightful idea, which I accept with all my heart. Does Madame Paris approve our plan? I could not have devised a better one, gentlemen. It is a masterpiece. When we were in the room, and after we had made a new choice, the girls laughed at the first ones who had not contrived to captivate us, and by way of revenge, these girls told their companions that we were lanky fellows. This time I was indeed astonished at my own choice. I had taken a true Aspasia, and I thanked my stars that I had passed her by the first 2 times, as I had now the certainty of possessing her for 14 hours. That beauty's name was Saint Hilaire, and under that name she became famous in England, where she followed a rich lord the year after. At first, vexed because I had not remarked her before, she was proud and disdainful, but I soon proved to her that it was fortunate that my first or second choice had not fallen on her, as she would now remain longer with me. She then began to laugh, and showed herself very agreeable. That girl had wit, education, and talent everything, in fact, that is needful to succeed in the profession she had adopted. During the supper, Padu told me in Italian that he was on the point of taking her at the very moment I chose her, and the next morning he informed me that he had slept quietly all night. The Saint Hilaire was highly pleased with me, and she boasted of it before her companions. She was the cause of my paying several visits to the Hotel du Roule, and all for her. She was very proud of my constancy. Those visits very naturally cooled my ardor for Coraline. A singer from Venice, called Guadani, handsome, a thorough musician, and very witty, contrived to captivate her affections 3 weeks after my quarrel with her. The handsome fellow, who was a man only in appearance, inflamed her with curiosity if not with love, and caused a rupture with the prince, who caught her in the very act. But Coraline managed to coax him back, and a short time after, a reconciliation took place between them, and such a good one that a babe was the consequence of it, a girl whom the prince named Adelaide and to whom he gave a dowry. After the death of his father, the Duke of Valentinois, the prince left her altogether and married Emile de Brignole from Genoa. Coraline became the mistress of Count de la Marque, now Prince de Conti. Coraline is now dead, as well as a son whom she had by the Count, and whom his father named Count de Monreal. Madame la Dauphine was delivered of a princess, who received the title of Madame de France. In the month of August, the Royal Academy had an exhibition at the Louvre, and as there was not a single battle piece, I conceived the idea of summoning my brother to Paris. He was then in Venice, and he had great talent in that particular style. Passorelli, the only painter of battles known in France, was dead, and I thought that Francois might succeed and make a fortune. I therefore wrote to M. Grimani and to my brother. I persuaded them both, but Francois did not come to Paris till the beginning of the following year. Louis Roman XV, who was passionately fond of hunting, was in the habit of spending 6 weeks every year at the Château of Fontainebleau. He always returned to Versailles towards the middle of November. That trip cost him, or rather cost France, 5 millions of francs. He always took with him all that could contribute to the amusement of the foreign ambassadors and of his numerous court. He was followed by the French and the Italian comedians, and by the actors and actresses of the opera. During those 6 weeks Fontainebleau was more brilliant than Versailles. Nevertheless, the artists attached to the theaters were so numerous that the opera, the French and Italian comedies, remained open in Paris. Balletti's father, who had recovered his health, was to go to Fontainebleau with Sylvia and all his family. They invited me to accompany them and to accept a lodging in a house hired by them. It was a splendid opportunity. They were my friends, and I accepted, for I could not have met with a better occasion to see the court and all the foreign ministers. I presented myself to M. de Morosini, now procurator at St. Marquess, and then ambassador from the Republic to the French court. The first night of the opera, he gave me permission to accompany him. The music was by Lully. I had a seat in the pit precisely under the private box of Madame de Pompadour, whom I did not know. During the first scene, the celebrated L'Amour gave a scream so shrill and so unexpected that I thought she had gone mad. I burst into a genuine laugh, not supposing that anyone could possibly find fault with it. But a knight of the Order of the Holy Ghost, who was near the Marquise de Pompadour, dryly asked me what country I came from. I answered in the same tone. From Venice. I have been there, and have laughed heartily at the recitative in your operas. I believe you, sir, and I feel certain that no one ever thought of objecting to your laughing. My answer, rather a sharp one, made Madame de Pompadour laugh, and she asked me whether I truly came from down there. What do you mean by down there? I mean Venice. Venice, madam, is not down there but up there. That answer was found more singular than the first, and everybody in the box held a consultation in order to ascertain whether Venice was down or up. Most likely they thought I was right, for I was left alone. Nevertheless, I listened to the opera without laughing, but as I had a very bad cold I blew my nose often. The same gentleman addressing himself again to me, remarked that very likely the windows of my room did not close well. That gentleman, who was unknown to me, was the Marechal de Richelieu. I told him he was mistaken, for my windows were well cafouteries. Everyone in the box burst into a loud laugh, and I felt mortified, for I knew my mistake. I ought to have said cafouteries. But these U's and O's caused dire misery to all foreigners. Half an hour afterwards M. de Richelieu asked me which of the 2 actresses pleased me most by her beauty. That one, sir. But she has ugly legs. They are not seen, sir. Besides, whenever I examine the beauty of a woman, la première chose que j'ai écarte, si sont les jambes. That word said quite by chance, and the double meaning of which I did not understand, made at once an important personage of me, and everybody in the box of Madame de Pompadour was curious to know me. The Marshal learned who I was from M. de Morosini, who told me that the Duke would be happy to receive me. My jeu de mots became celebrated, and the Marshal honored me with a very gracious welcome. Among the foreign ministers, the one to whom I attached myself most was Lord Keith, Marshal of Scotland and Ambassador of the King of Prussia. I shall have occasion to speak of him. The day after my arrival in Fontainebleau, I went alone to the court, and I saw Louis Roman XV, the handsome king, go to the chapel with the royal family and all the ladies of the court, who surprised me by their ugliness as much as the ladies of the court of Turin had astonished me by their beauty. Yet in the midst of so many ugly ones I found out a regular beauty. I inquired who she was. She is, answered one of my neighbors, Madame de Brion, more remarkable by her virtue even than by her beauty. Not only is there no scandalous story told about her, but she has never given any opportunity to scandal-mongers of inventing any adventure of which she was the heroine. Perhaps her adventures are not known. Ah, monsieur, at the court everything is known. I went about alone, sauntering through the apartments, when suddenly I met a dozen ugly ladies who seemed to be running rather than walking. They were standing so badly upon their legs that they appeared as if they would fall forward on their faces. Some gentlemen happened to be near me. Curiosity impelled me to inquire where they were coming from and where they were going in such haste. They are coming from the apartment of the queen who is going to dine, and the reason why they walk so badly is that their shoes have heels 6 inches high, which compel them to walk on their toes and with bent knees in order to avoid falling on their faces. But why do they not wear lower heels? It is the fashion. What a stupid fashion! I took a gallery at random and saw the king passing along, leaning with one arm on the shoulder of M. d'Argenson. Oh, base servility? I thought to myself. How can a man make up his mind thus to bear the yoke, and how can a man believe himself so much above all others as to take such unwarrantable liberties? Louis Roman 15 had the most magnificent head it was possible to see, and he carried it with as much grace as majesty. Never did even the most skillful painter succeed in rendering justice to the expression of that beautiful head, when the king turned it on one side to look with kindness at anyone. His beauty and grace compelled love at once. As I saw him, I thought I had found the ideal majesty which I had been so surprised not to find in the King of Sardinia, and I could not entertain a doubt of Madame de Pompadour having been in love with the king when she sued for his royal attention. I was greatly mistaken, perhaps, but such a thought was natural in looking at the countenance of Louis Roman 15. I reached a splendid room in which I saw several courtiers walking about, and a table large enough for 12 persons, but laid out only for one. For whom is this table? For the Queen. Her Majesty is now coming in. It was the Queen of France, without rouge and very simply dressed. Her head was covered with a large cap. She looked old and devout. When she was near the table, she graciously thanked 2 nuns who were placing a plate with fresh butter on it. She sat down, and immediately the courtiers formed a semicircle within 5 yards of the table. I remained near them, imitating their respectful silence. Her Majesty began to eat without looking at anyone, keeping her eyes on her plate. One of the dishes being to her taste, she desired to be helped to it a second time, and she then cast her eyes round the circle of courtiers, probably in order to see if among them there was anyone to whom she owed an account of her daintiness. She found that person, I suppose, for she said, "Monsieur de Loendal." At that name, a fine-looking man came forward with respectful inclination, and said, "Your Majesty, I believe this is a fricassee of chickens." "I am of the same opinion, madam." After this answer, given in the most serious tone, the Queen continued eating, and the Marshal retreated backward to his original place. The Queen finished her dinner without uttering a single word, and retired to her apartments the same way as she had come. I thought that if such was the way the Queen of France took all her meals, I would not sue for the honor of being her guest. I was delighted to have seen the famous captain who had conquered Bergen-op-Zoom, but I regretted that such a man should be compelled to give an answer about a fricassee of chickens in the serious tone of a judge pronouncing a sentence of death. I made good use of this anecdote at the excellent dinner Sylvia gave to the elite of polite and agreeable society. A few days afterwards, as I was forming a line with a crowd of courtiers to enjoy the ever-new pleasure of seeing the king go to mass, a pleasure to which must be added the advantage of looking at the naked and entirely exposed arms and bosoms of Mesdames de France, his daughters, I suddenly perceived the Cavamacchia, whom I had left in Cesena under the name of Madame Querini. If I was astonished to see her, she was as much so in meeting me in such a place. The Marquis of Saint-Simon, premier gentilhomme of the Prince de Condé, escorted her. Madame Querini in Fontainebleau. You hear, it reminds me of Queen Elizabeth saying, "Pauper ubique facit." An excellent comparison, madam. I am only joking, my dear friend. I am here to see the king, who does not know me, but tomorrow the ambassador will present me to his Majesty. She placed herself in the line within a yard or two from me, beside the door by which the king was to come. His Majesty entered the gallery with M. de Richelieu and looked at the so-called Madame Querini. But she very likely did not take his fancy, for, continuing to walk on, he addressed to the marshal these remarkable words, which Juliet must have overheard. "We have handsomer women here." In the afternoon, I called upon the Venetian ambassador. I found him in numerous company, with Madame Querini sitting on his right. She addressed me in the most flattering and friendly manner. It was extraordinary conduct on the part of a giddy woman who had no cause to like me, for she was aware that I knew her thoroughly and that I had mastered her vanity. But as I understood her maneuvering, I made up my mind not to disoblige her, and even to render her all the good offices I could. It was a noble revenge. As she was speaking of M. Querini, the ambassador congratulated her upon her marriage with him, saying that he was glad M. Querini had rendered justice to her merit, and adding, "I was not aware of your marriage." "Yet it took place more than 2 years since," said Juliet. "I know it for a fact," I said in my turn. "For 2 years ago, the lady was introduced as Madame Querini and with the title of Excellency by General Spada to all the nobility in Cesena, where I was at that time." "I have no doubt of it," answered the ambassador, fixing his eyes upon me, "for Querini has himself written to me on the subject." A few minutes afterwards, as I was preparing to take my leave, the ambassador, under pretense of some letters the contents of which he wished to communicate to me, invited me to come into his private room, and he asked me what people generally thought of the marriage in Venice. Nobody knows it, and it is even rumored that the heir of the House of Querini is on the point of marrying a daughter of the Grimani family. But I shall certainly send the news to Venice. "What news?" "That Juliet is truly Madame Querini, since your Excellency will present her as such to Louis Roman XV. "Who told you so?" "She did." "Perhaps she has altered her mind." I repeated to the ambassador the words which the king had said to M. de Richelieu after looking at Juliet. "Then I can guess," remarked the ambassador, "why Juliet does not wish to be presented to the king." I was informed some time afterwards that M. de Saint Quentin, the king's confidential minister, had called after Mass on the handsome Venetian, and had told her that the King of France had most certainly very bad taste, because he had not thought her beauty superior to that of several ladies of his court. Juliet left Fontainebleau the next morning. In the first part of my memoirs, I have spoken of Juliet's beauty. She had a wonderful charm in her countenance, but she had already used her advantages too long, and her beauty was beginning to fade when she arrived in Fontainebleau. I met her again in Paris at the Ambassador's, and she told me with a laugh that she had only been in jest when she called herself Madame Querini, and that I should oblige her if for the future I would call her by her real name of Countess Preedy. She invited me to visit her at the Hotel de Luxembourg, where she was staying. I often called on her, for her intrigues amused me, but I was wise enough not to meddle with them. She remained in Paris 4 months, and contrived to infatuate M. Ranchi, secretary of the Venetian embassy, an amiable and learned man. He was so deeply in love that he had made up his mind to marry her, but through a caprice which she, perhaps, regretted afterwards, she ill-treated him, and the fool died of grief. Count de Canes, ambassador of Maria Theresa, had some inclination for her, as well as the Count of Zinzendorf. The person who arranged these transient and short-lived intrigues was a certain Guasco, an abbé not over-favored with the gifts of Plutus. He was particularly ugly, and had to purchase small favors with great services. But the man whom she really wished to marry was Count Saint-Simon. He would have married her if she had not given him false addresses to make inquiries respecting her birth. The Preedy family of Verona denied all knowledge of her, as a matter of course, and M. de Saint-Simon, who, in spite of all his love, had not entirely lost his senses, had the courage to abandon her. Altogether, Paris did not prove an El Dorado for my handsome countrywoman, for she was obliged to pledge her diamonds and to leave them behind her. After her return to Venice, she married the son of the Uxelli, who 16 years before had taken her out of her poverty. She died 10 years ago. I was still taking my French lessons with my good old Crebelin, yet my style, which was full of Italianisms, often expressed the very reverse of what I meant to say. But generally, my quid pro quos only resulted in curious jokes which made my fortune, And the best of it is that my gibberish did me no harm on the score of wit. On the contrary, it procured me fine acquaintances. Several ladies of the best society begged me to teach them Italian, saying that it would afford them the opportunity of teaching me French. In such an exchange, I always won more than they did. Madame Priadat, who was one of my pupils, received me one morning. She was still in bed, and told me that she did not feel disposed to have a lesson because she had taken medicine the night previous. Foolishly translating an Italian idiom, I asked her, with an air of deep interest, whether she had well discharged. "Sir, what a question! You are unbearable." I repeated my question. She broke out angrily again. "Never utter that dreadful word." "You are wrong in getting angry. It is the proper word." "A very dirty word, sir, but enough about it. Will you have some breakfast?" "No, I thank you. I have taken a café and 2 Savoyards." "Dear me, what a ferocious breakfast. Pray, explain yourself." "I say that I have drunk a café and eaten 2 Savoyards soaked in it, and that is what I do every morning." "You are stupid, my good friend. A café is the establishment in which coffee is sold, and you ought to say that you have drunk, used tasse de café." "Good indeed. Do you drink the cup? In Italy we say a cafes, and we are not foolish enough to suppose that it means the coffee house." "He will have the best of it. And the 2 Savoyards, how did you swallow them?" "Soaked in my coffee, for they were not larger than these on your table." "And you call these Savoyards, say biscuits?" "In Italy, we call them Savoyards, because they were first invented in Savoy. And it is not my fault if you imagined that I had swallowed 2 of the porters to be found at the corner of the street's big fellows whom you call in Paris Savoyards, although very often they have never been in Savoy." Her husband came in at that moment, and she lost no time in relating the whole of our conversation. He laughed heartily, but he said I was right. Her niece arrived a few minutes after. She was a young girl about 14 years of age, reserved, modest, and very intelligent. I had given her 5 or 6 lessons in Italian, and as she was very fond of that language and studied diligently, she was beginning to speak. Wishing to pay me her compliments in Italian, she said to me, "Signor, sono incantata di Roman 6 Vader in bona salute." "I thank you, mademoiselle, but to translate 'I am enchanted,' you must say 'ho pacer,' and for to see you, you must say 'di vedervi.'" "I thought, sir, that the Roman 6 was to be placed before." "No, mademoiselle, we always put it behind." Monsieur and Madame Priadat were dying with laughter. The young lady was confused, and I in despair at having uttered such a gross absurdity, but it could not be helped. I took a book sulkily, in the hope of putting a stop to their mirth, but it was of no use. It lasted a week. That uncouth blunder soon got known throughout Paris, and gave me a sort of reputation which I lost little by little, but only when I understood the double meanings of words better. Crebelin was much amused with my blunder, and he told me that I ought to have said after instead of behind. Ah, why have not all languages the same genius? But if the French laughed at my mistakes in speaking their language, I took my revenge amply by turning some of their idioms into ridicule. "Sir," I once said to a gentleman, "how is your wife?" "You do her great honor, sir." "Pray tell me, sir, what her honor has to do with her health." I meet in the Bois de Boulogne a young man riding a horse which he cannot master, and at last he is thrown. I stop the horse, run to the assistance of the young man, and help him up. "Did you hurt yourself, sir?" "Oh, many thanks, sir, au contraire." "Why au contraire, the deuce, it has done you good, then begin again, sir." And 1,000 similar expressions entirely the reverse of good sense. But it is the genius of the language. I was one day paying my first visit to the wife of President de N, when her nephew, a brilliant butterfly, came in, and she introduced me to him, mentioning my name and my country. "Indeed, sir, you are Italian," said the young man. "Upon my word, you present yourself so gracefully that I would have betted you were French." "Sir, when I saw you, I was near making the same mistake. I would have betted you were Italian." Another time, I was dining at Lady Lambert's in numerous and brilliant company. Someone remarked on my finger a cornelian ring on which was engraved very beautifully the head of Louis Roman 15. My ring went round the table, and everybody thought that the likeness was striking. A young marquise, who had the reputation of being a great wit, said to me in the most serious tone, It is truly an antique. The stone, madam, undoubtedly. Everyone laughed except the thoughtless young beauty, who did not take any notice of it. Towards the end of the dinner, someone spoke of the rhinoceros, which was then shewn for 24 sous at the St. Germain's Fair. "Let us go and see it," was the cry. We got into the carriages and reached the fair. We took several turns before we could find the place. I was the only gentleman. I was taking care of two ladies in the midst of the crowd, and the witty marquise was walking in front of us. At the end of the alley, where we had been told that we would find the animal, there was a man placed to receive the money of the visitors. It is true that the man, dressed in the African fashion, was very dark and enormously stout, yet he had a human and very masculine form, and the beautiful marquise had no business to make a mistake. Nevertheless, the thoughtless young creature went up straight to him and said, "Are you the rhinoceros, sir? Go in, madam, go in." We were dying with laughing, and the marquise, when she had seen the animal, thought herself bound to apologize to the master, assuring him that she had never seen a rhinoceros in her life, and therefore he could not feel offended if she had made a mistake. One evening I was in the foyer of the Italian comedy, where between the acts the highest noblemen were in the habit of coming, in order to converse and joke with the actresses who used to sit there waiting for their turn to appear on the stage, and I was seated near Camille, Coraline's sister, whom I amused by making love to her. A young counselor, who objected to my occupying Camille's attention, being a very conceited fellow, attacked me upon some remark I made respecting an Italian play, and took the liberty of showing his bad temper by criticizing my native country. I was answering him in an indirect way, looking all the time at Camille, who was laughing. Everybody had congregated around us and was attentive to the discussion, which, being carried on as an assault of wit, had nothing to make it unpleasant. But it seemed to take a serious turn when the young fop, turning the conversation on the police of the city, said that for some time it had been dangerous to walk alone at night through the streets of Paris. During the last month, he added, the Place de Grève has seen the hanging of 7 men, among whom there were 5 Italians, an extraordinary circumstance. "Nothing extraordinary in that," I answered. "Honest men generally contrive to be hung far away from their native country, and as a proof of it, 60 Frenchmen have been hung in the course of last year between Naples, Rome, and Venice. 5 times 12 are 60, so you see that it is only a fair exchange." The laughter was all on my side, and the fine counselor went away rather crestfallen. One of the gentlemen present at the discussion, finding my answer to his taste, came up to Camille and asked her in a whisper who I was. We got acquainted at once. It was M. de Marigny, whom I was delighted to know for the sake of my brother, whose arrival in Paris I was expecting every day. M. de Marigny was superintendent of the royal buildings, and the Academy of Painting was under his jurisdiction. I mentioned my brother to him, and he graciously promised to protect him. Another young nobleman, who conversed with me, invited me to visit him. It was the Duc de Matalona. I told him that I had seen him, then only a child, 8 years before in Naples, and that I was under great obligations to his uncle, Don Lelio. The young Duke was delighted, and we became intimate friends. My brother arrived in Paris in the spring of 1751, and he lodged with me at Madame Quinson's. He began at once to work with success for private individuals, but his main idea being to compose a picture to be submitted to the judgment of the Academy, I introduced him to M. de Marigny, who received him with great distinction and encouraged him by assuring him of his protection. He immediately set to work with great diligence. M. de Morosini had been recalled, and M. de Mosnigo had succeeded him as ambassador of the Republic. M. de Bragadin had recommended me to him, and he tendered a friendly welcome both to me and to my brother, in whose favor he felt interested as a Venetian, and as a young artist seeking to build up a position by his talent. M. de Mosnigo was of a very pleasant nature. He liked gambling, although he was always unlucky at cards. He loved women, and he was not more fortunate with them because he did not know how to manage them. 2 years after his arrival in Paris, he fell in love with Madame de Colland, and, finding it impossible to win her affections, he killed himself. Madame la Dauphine was delivered of a prince, the Duke of Burgundy, and the rejoicings indulged in at the birth of that child seem to me incredible now, when I see what the same nation is doing against the king. The people want to be free. It is a noble ambition, for mankind are not made to be the slaves of one man. But with a nation populous, great, witty, and giddy, what will be the end of that revolution? Time alone can tell us. The Duc de Matalona procured me the acquaintance of the two princes, Don Marc Antoine and Don Jean-Baptiste Borghese, from Rome, who were enjoying themselves in Paris, yet living without display. I had occasion to remark that when those Roman princes were presented at the court of France, they were only styled Marquis. It was the same with the Russian princes, to whom the title of prince was refused when they wanted to be presented. They were called knees, but they did not mind it, because that word meant prince. The court of France has always been foolishly particular on the question of titles, and is even now sparing of the title of monsieur, although it is common enough everywhere every man who was not titled was called seer. I have remarked that the king never addressed his bishops otherwise than as abbés, although they were generally very proud of their titles. The king likewise affected to know a nobleman only when his name was inscribed amongst those who served him. Yet the haughtiness of Louis Roman XV had been inoculated into him by education. It was not in his nature. When an ambassador presented someone to him, the person thus presented withdrew with the certainty of having been seen by the king, but that was all. Nevertheless, Louis Roman XV was very polite, particularly with ladies, even with his mistresses when in public. Whoever failed in respect towards them in the slightest manner was sure of disgrace, and no king ever possessed to a greater extent the grand royal virtue which is called dissimulation. He kept a secret faithfully, and he was delighted when he knew that no one but himself possessed it. The Chevalier d'Eon is a proof of this, for the king alone knew and had always known that the Chevalier was a woman, and all the long discussions which the false Chevalier had with the Office for Foreign Affairs was a comedy which the king allowed to go on, only because it amused him. Louis Roman XV was great in all things, and he would have had no faults if flattery had not forced them upon him. But how could he possibly have supposed himself faulty in anything when everyone around him repeated constantly that he was the best of kings? A king, in the opinion of which he was imbued respecting his own person, was a being of a nature by far too superior to ordinary men for him not to have the right to consider himself akin to a god. Sad destiny of kings. Vile flatterers are constantly doing everything necessary to reduce them below the condition of man. The Princess of Ardor was delivered about that time of a young prince. Her husband, the Neapolitan ambassador, entreated Louis Roman XV to be godfather to the child. The king consented and presented his godson with a regiment, but the mother, who did not like the military career for her son, refused it. The Marshal de Richelieu told me that he had never known the king laugh so heartily as when he heard of that singular refusal. At the Duchess de Fulvi's I made the acquaintance of M. Deal, Gaussin, who was called Lolot. She was the mistress of Lord Albemarle, the English ambassador, a witty and very generous nobleman. One evening he complained of his mistress praising the beauty of the stars which were shining brightly over her head, saying that she ought to know he could not give them to her. If Lord Albemarle had been ambassador to the court of France at the time of the rupture between France and England, he would have arranged all difficulties amicably, and the unfortunate war by which France lost Canada would not have taken place. There is no doubt that the harmony between two nations depends very often upon their respective ambassadors, when there is any danger of a rupture. As to the noble lord's mistress, there was but one opinion respecting her. She was fit in every way to become his wife, and the highest families of France did not think that she needed the title of Lady Albemarle to be received with distinction. No lady considered it debasing to sit near her, although she was well known as the mistress of the English lord. She had passed from her mother's arms to those of Lord Albemarle at the age of 13, and her conduct was always of the highest respectability. She bore children whom the ambassador acknowledged legally, and she died Countess de Rouville. I shall have to mention her again in my memoirs. I had likewise occasion to become acquainted at the Venetian embassy with a lady from Venice, the widow of an English baronet named Wynne. She was then coming from London with her children, where she had been compelled to go in order to ensure them the inheritance of their late father, which they would have lost if they had not declared themselves members of the Church of England. She was on her way back to Venice, much pleased with her journey. She was accompanied by her eldest daughter, a young girl of 12 years, who, notwithstanding her youth, carried on her beautiful face all the signs of perfection. She is now living in Venice, the widow of Count de Rosenberg, who died in Venice, ambassador of the Empress Queen Maria Theresa. She is surrounded by the brilliant halo of her excellent conduct and of all her social virtues. No one can accuse her of any fault, except that of being poor, but she feels it only because it does not allow her to be as charitable as she might wish. The reader will see in the next chapter how I managed to embroil myself with the French police. Chapter 8. My broil with Parisian Justice M. Deal, Vision. The youngest daughter of my landlady, M. Deal. Quinson, a young girl between 15 and 16 years of age, was in the habit of often coming to my room without being called. It was not long before I discovered that she was in love with me, and I should have thought myself ridiculous if I had been cruel to a young brunette who was piquant, lively, amiable, and had a most delightful voice. During the first 4 or 5 months nothing but childish trifles took place between us, but one night, coming home very late and finding her fast asleep on my bed, I did not see the necessity of waking her up, and undressing myself I lay down beside her. She left me at daybreak. Mimi had not been gone 3 hours when a milliner came with a charming young girl to invite herself and her friend to breakfast. I thought the young girl well worth a breakfast, but I was tired and wanted rest, and I begged them both to withdraw. Soon after they had left me, Madame Quinson came with her daughter to make my bed. I put my dressing gown on and began to write. "Ah, the nasty husses," exclaims the mother. "What is the matter, madam?" "The riddle is clear enough, sir. These sheets are spoiled." "I am very sorry, my dear madam, but change them, and the evil will be remedied at once." She went out of the room, threatening and grumbling. "Let them come again, and see if I don't take care of them." Mimi remained alone with me, and I addressed her some reproaches for her imprudence. But she laughed, and answered that love had sent those women on purpose to protect innocence. After that, Mimi was no longer under any restraint. She would come and share my bed whenever she had a fancy to do so, unless I sent her back to her own room, and in the morning she always left me in good time. But at the end of 4 months, my beauty informed me that our secret would soon be discovered. "I am very sorry," I said to her, "but I cannot help it. We ought to think of something." "Well, do so." "What can I think of?" "Well, come what will, the best thing I can do is not to think of it." Towards the 6th month she had become so large that her mother, no longer doubting the truth, got into a violent passion, and by dint of blows compelled her to name the father. Mimi said I was the guilty swain, and perhaps it was not an untruth. With that great discovery, Madame Quinson burst into my room in high dudgeon. She threw herself on a chair, and when she had recovered her breath, she loaded me with insulting words, and ended by telling me that I must marry her daughter. At this intimation, understanding her object and wishing to cut the matter short, I told her that I was already married in Italy. "Then why did you come here and get my daughter with child?" "I can assure you that I did not mean to do so. Besides, how do you know that I am the father of the child?" "Mimi says so, and she is certain of it." "I congratulate her, but I warn you, madam, that I am ready to swear that I have not any certainty about it." "What then?" "Then nothing. If she is pregnant, she will be confined." She went downstairs, uttering curses and threats. The next day I was summoned before the commissary of the district. I obeyed the summons, and found Madame Quinson fully equipped for the battle. The commissary, after the preliminary questions usual in all legal cases, asked me whether I admitted myself guilty towards the girl Quinson of the injury of which the mother, there present personally, complained. "Monsieur le commissaire, I beg of you to write word by word the answer which I am going to give you." "Very well. I have caused no injury whatever to Mimi, the plaintiff's daughter, and I refer you to the girl herself, who has always had as much friendship for me as I have had for her. But she declares that she is pregnant from your doings." "That may be, but it is not certain." "She says it is certain, and she swears that she has never known any other man." "If it is so, she is unfortunate, for in such a question a man cannot trust any woman but his own wife." "What did you give her in order to seduce her?" "Nothing, for very far from having seduced her, she has seduced me, and we agreed perfectly in one moment. A pretty woman does not find it very hard to seduce me. Was she a virgin? I never felt any curiosity about it either before or after. Therefore, sir, I do not know. Her mother claims reparation, and the law is against you. I can give no reparation to the mother. And as for the law, I will obey it when it has been explained to me, and when I am convinced that I have been guilty against it. You are already convinced. Do you imagine that a man who gets an honest girl with child in a house of which he is an inmate does not transgress the laws of society? I admit that to be the case when the mother is deceived. But when that same mother sends her daughter to the room of a young man, are we not right in supposing that she is disposed to accept peacefully all the accidents which may result from such conduct? She sent her daughter to your room only to wait on you. And she has waited on me as I have waited on her if she sends her to my room this evening, and if it is agreeable to Mimi, I will certainly serve her as well as I can. But I will have nothing to do with her against her will or out of my room, the rent of which I have always paid punctually. You may say what you like, but you must pay the fine. I will say what I believe to be just, and I will pay nothing, for there can be no fine where there is no law transgressed. If I am sentenced to pay, I shall appeal even to the last jurisdiction, and until I obtain justice, for believe me, sir, I know that I am not such an awkward and cowardly fellow as to refuse my caresses to a pretty woman who pleases me, and comes to provoke them in my own room, especially when I feel myself certain of the mother's agreement. I signed the interrogatory after I had read it carefully, and went away. The next day the lieutenant of police sent for me, and after he had heard me, as well as the mother and the daughter, he acquitted me and condemned Madame Quinson in costs. But I could not after all resist the tears of Mimi, and her entreaties for me to defray the expenses of her confinement. She was delivered of a boy, who was sent to the Hotel Dieu to be brought up at the nation's expense. Soon afterwards Mimi ran away from her mother's house, and she appeared on the stage at St. Lawrence Fair. Being unknown, she had no difficulty in finding a lover who took her for a maiden. I found her very pretty on the stage. I did not know, I said to her, that you were a musician. I am a musician about as much as all my companions, not one of whom knows a note of music. The girls at the opera are not much more clever, and in spite of that, with a good voice and some taste, one can sing delightfully. I advised her to invite Padu to supper, and he was charmed with her. Some time afterwards, however, she came to a bad end and disappeared. The Italian comedians obtained at that time permission to perform parodies of operas and of tragedies. I made the acquaintance at that theatre of the celebrated Chantley, who had been the mistress of the Marechal de Saxe, and was called Favart because the poet of that name had married her. She sang in the parody of Thetis et Pelly, by M. de Fontenelle, the part of Taunton, amidst deafening applause. Her grace and talent won the love of a man of the greatest merit, the Abbé de Voisenon, with whom I was as intimate as with Crebillon. All the plays performed at the Italian Comedy, under the name of Madame Favart, were written by the Abbé, who became member of the Académie after my departure from Paris. I cultivated an acquaintance the value of which I could appreciate, and he honored me with his friendship. It was at my suggestions that the Abbé de Voisenon conceived the idea of composing oratorios and poetry. They were sung for the first time at the Tuileries, when the theaters were closed in consequence of some religious festival. That amiable abbé, who had written several comedies in secret, had very poor health and a very small body. He was all wit and gracefulness, famous for his shrewd repartees which, although very cutting, never offended anyone. It was impossible for him to have any enemies, for his criticism only grazed the skin and never wounded deeply. One day, as he was returning from Versailles, I asked him the news of the court. "The king is yawning," he answered, "because he must come to the Parliament tomorrow to hold a bed of justice." Why is it called a bed of justice? I do not know, unless it is because justice is asleep during the proceedings. I afterwards met in Prague the living portrait of that eminent writer in Count François Hardig, now plenipotentiary of the Emperor at the court of Saxony. The Abbé de Voisenon introduced me to Fontenelle, who was then 93 years of age. A fine wit, an amiable and learned man, celebrated for his quick repartees, Fontenelle could not pay a compliment without throwing kindness and wit into it. I told him that I had come from Italy on purpose to see him. "Confess, sir," he said to me, "that you have kept me waiting a very long time." This repartee was obliging and critical at the same time, and pointed out in a delicate and witty manner the untruth of my compliment. He made me a present of his works, and asked me if I liked the French plays. I told him that I had seen Thetis et Pelli at the opera. That play was his own composition, and when I had praised it, he told me that it was a Tite Pelli. "I was at the Theatre Francais last night," I said, "and saw Athalie. It is the masterpiece of Racine. Voltaire has been wrong in accusing me of having criticized that tragedy, and in attributing to me an epigram, the author of which has never been known, and which ends with two very poor lines. Pour avoir fait pais quester, comment diable est de peu faire." I have been told that M. de Fontenelle had been the tender friend of Madame du Tencin, that M. de Lambert was the offspring of their intimacy, and that Laurent had only been his foster father. I knew de Lambert at Madame de Graffigny's. That great philosopher had the talent of never appearing to be a learned man when he was in the company of amiable persons who had no pretension to learning or the sciences, and he always seemed to endow with intelligence those who conversed with him. When I went to Paris for the second time, after my escape from the Leads of Venice, I was delighted at the idea of seeing again the amiable, venerable Fontenelle. But he died a fortnight after my arrival, at the beginning of the year 1757. When I paid my third visit to Paris with the intention of ending my days in that capital, I reckoned upon the friendship of M. de Lambert, but he died, like Fontenelle, a fortnight after my arrival, towards the end of 1783. Now I feel that I have seen Paris and France for the last time. The popular effervescence has disgusted me, and I am too old to hope to see the end of it. Count de Luz, Polish ambassador at the French court, invited me in 1751 to translate into Italian a French opera susceptible of great transformations, and of having a grand ballet annexed to the subject of the opera itself. I chose Zoroaster by M. de Cahusac. I had to adapt words to the music of the choruses, always a difficult task. The music remained very beautiful, of course, but my Italian poetry was very poor. In spite of that, the generous sovereign sent me a splendid gold snuff-box, and I thus contrived at the same time to please my mother very highly. It was about that time that M. Deal, Vision, arrived in Paris with her brother. She was quite young, well-educated, beautiful, most amiable, and a novice. Her brother accompanied her. Her father, formerly an officer in the French army, had died at Parma, his native city. Left an orphan without any means of support, she followed the advice given by her friends. She sold the furniture left by her father, with the intention of going to Versailles to obtain from the justice, and from the generosity of the king, a small pension to enable her to live. As she got out of the diligence, she took a coach, and desired to be taken to some hotel close by the Italian theatre. By the greatest chance, she was brought to the Hotel de Bourgogne, where I was then staying myself. In the morning, I was told that there were two young Italians, brother and sister, who did not appear very wealthy, in the next room to mine. Italians, young, poor, and newly arrived, my curiosity was excited. I went to the door of their room, I knocked, and a young man came to open it in his shirt. "I beg you to excuse me, sir," he said to me, "if I receive you in such a state. I have to ask your pardon myself. I only come to offer you my services as a countryman and as a neighbor." A mattress on the floor told me where the young man had slept. A bed standing in a recess and hid by curtains made me guess where the sister was. I begged of her to excuse me if I had presented myself without inquiring whether she was up. She answered, without seeing me, that the journey having greatly tried her, she had slept a little later than usual, but that she would get up immediately if I would excuse her for a short time. "I am going to my room, mademoiselle, and I will come back when you send for me. My room is next door to your own." A quarter of an hour after, instead of being sent for, I saw a young and beautiful person enter my room. She made a modest bow, saying that she had come herself to return my visit, and that her brother would follow her immediately. I thanked her for her visit, begged her to be seated, and I expressed all the interest I felt for her. Her gratitude showed itself more by the tone of her voice than by her words, and her confidence being already captivated, she told me artlessly, but not without some dignity, her short history, or rather her situation, and she concluded by these words: "I must in the course of the day find a less expensive lodging, for I only possess 6 francs." I asked her whether she had any letters of recommendation, and she drew out of her pocket a parcel of papers containing 7 or 8 testimonials of good conduct and honesty, and a passport. "Is this all you have, my dear countrywoman?" "Yes, I intend to call with my brother upon the Secretary of War, and I hope he will take pity on me." "You do not know anybody here?" "Not one person, sir. You are the first man in France to whom I have exposed my situation. I am a countryman of yours, and you are recommended to me by your position as well as by your age. I wish to be your adviser, if you will permit me." "Ah, sir, how grateful I would be." "Do not mention it. Give me your papers, I will see what is to be done with them. Do not relate your history to anyone, and do not say one word about your position. You had better remain at this hotel. Here are 2 louis which I will lend you until you are in a position to return them to me." She accepted, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Mademoiselle Vision was an interesting brunette of 16. She had a good knowledge of French and Italian, graceful manners, and a dignity which endowed her with a very noble appearance. She informed me of her affairs without meanness, yet without that timidity which seems to arise from a fear of the person who listens being disposed to take advantage of the distressing position confided to his honor. She seemed neither humiliated nor bold. She had hope, and she did not boast of her courage. Her virtue was by no means ostentatious, but there was in her an air of modesty which would certainly have put a restraint upon anyone disposed to fail in respect towards her. I felt the effect of it myself, for in spite of her beautiful eyes, her fine figure, of the freshness of her complexion, her transparent skin, her negligee, in one word, all that can tempt a man and which filled me with burning desires, I did not for one instant lose control over myself. She had inspired me with a feeling of respect which helped me to master my senses, and I promised myself not only to attempt nothing against her virtue, but also not to be the first man to make her deviate from the right path. I even thought it better to postpone to another interview a little speech on that subject, the result of which might be to make me follow a different course. "You are now in a city," I said to her, "in which your destiny must unfold itself, and in which all the fine qualities which nature has so bountifully bestowed upon you, and which may ultimately cause your fortune, may likewise cause your ruin. For here, my dear countrywoman, wealthy men despise all libertine women except those who have offered them the sacrifice of their virtue. If you are virtuous and are determined upon remaining so, prepare yourself to bear a great deal of misery. If you feel yourself sufficiently above what is called prejudice, if, in one word, you feel disposed to consent to everything in order to secure a comfortable position, be very careful not to make a mistake. Distrust altogether the sweet words which every passionate man will address to you for the sake of obtaining your favors, for, his passion once satisfied, his ardor will cool down, and you will find yourself deceived. Be wary of your adorers, they will give you abundance of counterfeit coin, but do not trust them far. As far as I am concerned, I feel certain that I shall never injure you, and I hope to be of some use to you. To reassure you entirely on my account, I will treat you as if you were my sister, for I am too young to play the part of your father, and I would not tell you all this if I did not think you a very charming person." Her brother joined us as we were talking together. He was a good-looking young man of 18, well-made, but without any style about him. He spoke little, and his expression was devoid of individuality. We breakfasted together, and having asked him as we were at table for what profession he felt an inclination, he answered that he was disposed to do anything to earn an honorable living. "Have you any peculiar talent?" "I write pretty well." "That is something. When you go out, mistrust everybody, do not enter any cafe, and never speak to anyone in the streets. Eat your meals in your room with your sister, and tell the landlady to give you a small closet to sleep in. Write something in French today, let me have it tomorrow morning, and we will see what can be done. As for you, mademoiselle, my books are at your disposal, I have your papers. Tomorrow I may have some news to tell you. We shall not see each other again today, for I generally come home very late." She took a few books, made a modest reverence, and told me with a charming voice that she had every confidence in me. feeling disposed to be useful to her. Wherever I went during that day, I spoke of nothing but of her and of her affairs. And everywhere men and women told me that if she was pretty, she could not fail, but that at all events, it would be right for her to take all necessary steps. I received a promise that the brother should be employed in some office. I thought that the best plan would be to find some influential lady who would consent to present M. Deal Vision to M. Dargenson, and I knew that in the meantime I could support her. I begged Sylvia to mention the matter to Madame de Montconseil, who had very great influence with the Secretary of War. She promised to do so, but she wished to be acquainted with the young girl. I returned to the hotel towards 11 o'clock, and seeing that there was a light still burning in the room of M. Deal Vision, I knocked at her door. She opened it and told me that she had sat up in the hope of seeing me. I gave her an account of what I had done. I found her disposed to undertake all that was necessary and most grateful for my assistance. She spoke of her position with an air of noble indifference which she assumed in order to restrain her tears. She succeeded in keeping them back, but the moisture in her eyes proved all the efforts she was making to prevent them from falling. We had talked for 2 hours, and going from one subject to another I learned that she had never loved, and that she was therefore worthy of a lover who would reward her in a proper manner for the sacrifice of her virtue. It would have been absurd to think that marriage was to be the reward of that sacrifice. The young girl had not yet made what is called a false step, but she had none of the prudish feelings of those girls who say that they would not take such a step for all the gold in the universe, and usually give way before the slightest attack. All my young friend wanted was to dispose of herself in a proper and advantageous manner. I could not help sighing as I listened to her very sensible remarks, considering the position in which she was placed by an adverse destiny. Her sincerity was charming to me. I was burning with desire. Lucy of Pasean came back to my memory. I recollected how deeply I had repented the injury I had done in neglecting a sweet flower, which another man, and a less worthy one, had hastened to pluck. I felt myself near a lamb which would perhaps become the prey of some greedy wolf. And she, with her noble feelings, her careful education, and a candor which an impure breath would perhaps destroy forever, was surely not destined for a lot of shame. I regretted I was not rich enough to make her fortune, and to save her honor and her virtue. I felt that I could neither make her mine in an illegitimate way nor be her guardian angel, and that by becoming her protector, I should do her more harm than good. In one word, instead of helping her out of the unfortunate position in which she was, I should, perhaps, only contribute to her entire ruin. During that time, I had her near me, speaking to her in a sentimental way and not uttering one single word of love. But I kissed her hand and her arms too often without coming to a resolution, without beginning a thing which would have too rapidly come to an end, and which would have compelled me to keep her for myself. In that case, there would have been no longer any hope of a fortune for her, and for me no means of getting rid of her. I have loved women even to madness, but I have always loved liberty better, and whenever I have been in danger of losing it, fate has come to my rescue. I had remained about 4 hours with M. Deal Vision, consumed by the most intense desires, and I had had strength enough to conquer them. She could not attribute my reserve to a feeling of modesty, and not knowing why I did not show more boldness, she must have supposed that I was either ill or impotent. I left her, after inviting her to dinner for the next day. We had a pleasant dinner, and her brother having gone out for a walk after our meal, we looked together out of the window from which we could see all the carriages going to the Italian comedy. I asked her whether she would like to go. She answered me with a smile of delight, and we started at once. I placed her in the amphitheater where I left her, telling her that we would meet at the hotel at 11 o'clock. I would not remain with her, in order to avoid the questions which would have been addressed to me, for the simpler her toilet was the more interesting she looked. After I had left the theater, I went to sup at Sylvia's and returned to the hotel. I was surprised at the sight of an elegant carriage. I inquired to whom it belonged, and I was told that it was the carriage of a young nobleman who had supped with M. Deal Vision. She was getting on. The first thing next morning, as I was putting my head out of the window, I saw a hackney coach stop at the door of the hotel. A young man, well dressed in a morning costume, came out of it, and a minute after I heard him enter the room of M. Deal Vision. Courage. I had made up my mind. I affected a feeling of complete indifference in order to deceive myself. I dressed myself to go out, and while I was at my toilet, Vision came in and told me that he did not like to go into his sister's room because the gentleman who had supped with her had just arrived. That's a matter of course, I said. He is rich and very handsome. He wishes to take us himself to Versailles and promises to procure some employment for me. I congratulate you. Who is he? I do not know. I placed in an envelope the papers she had entrusted to me, and I handed them to him to return to his sister. I then went out. When I came home towards 3 o'clock, the landlady gave me a letter which had been left for me by M. Deal, Vision, who had left the hotel. I went to my room, opened the letter, and read the following lines. I return the money you have lent me with my best thanks. The Count de Narbonne feels interested in me and wishes to assist me and my brother. I shall inform you of everything, of the house in which he wishes me to go and live, where he promises to supply me all I want. Your friendship is very dear to me, and I entreat you not to forget me. My brother remains at the hotel, and my room belongs to me for the month. I have paid everything. Here is, said I to myself, a second Lucy de Paysian, and I am a second time the dupe of my foolish delicacy, for I feel certain that the Count will not make her happy. But I wash my hands of it all. I went to the Theatre Francais in the evening and inquired about Narbonne. The first person I spoke to told me. He is the son of a wealthy man, but a great libertine and up to his neck in debts. Nice references, indeed. For a week I went to all the theatres and public places in the hope of making the acquaintance of the Count, but I could not succeed, and I was beginning to forget the adventure when one morning, towards 8 o'clock, Vision, calling on me, told me that his sister was in her room and wished to speak to me. I followed him immediately. I found her looking unhappy and with eyes red from crying. She told her brother to go out for a walk, and when he had gone she spoke to me thus. M. de Narbonne, whom I thought an honest man because I wanted him to be such, came to sit by me where you had left me at the theatre. He told me that my face had interested him, and he asked me who I was. I told him what I had told you. You had promised to think of me, but Narbonne told me that he did not want your assistance, as he could act by himself. I believed him, and I have been the dupe of my confidence in him. He has deceived me. He is a villain. The tears were choking her. I went to the window so as to let her cry without restraint. A few minutes after, I came back and I sat down by her. Tell me all, my dear Vision, unburden your heart freely, and do not think yourself guilty towards me. In reality, I have been wrong more than you. Your heart would not now be a prey to sorrow if I had not been so imprudent as to leave you alone at the theatre. Alas, sir, do not say so. Ought I to reproach you because you thought me so virtuous? Well, in a few words, the monster promised to show me every care, every attention, on condition of my giving him an undeniable proof of my affection and confidence, namely, to take a lodging without my brother in the house of a woman whom he represented as respectable. He insisted upon my brother not living with me, saying that evil-minded persons might suppose him to be my lover. I allowed myself to be persuaded. Unhappy creature, how could I give way without consulting you? He told me that the respectable woman to whom he would take me would accompany me to Versailles, and that he would send my brother there so that we should be both presented to the war secretary. After our first supper, he told me that he would come and fetch me in a hackney coach the next morning. He presented me with 2 louis and a gold watch, and I thought I could accept those presents from a young nobleman who showed so much interest in me. The woman to whom he introduced me did not seem to me as respectable as he had represented her to be. I have passed 1 week with her without his doing anything to benefit my position. He would come, go out, return as he pleased, telling me every day that it would be the morrow, and when the morrow came there was always some impediment. At last, at 7 o'clock this morning, the woman told me that the Count was obliged to go into the country, that a hackney coach would bring me back to his hotel, and that he would come and see me on his return. Then, affecting an air of sadness, she told me that I must give her back the watch because the Count had forgotten to pay the watchmaker for it. I handed it to her immediately without saying a word, and wrapping the little I possessed in my handkerchief, I came back here, where I arrived half an hour since. Do you hope to see him on his return from the country? To see him again, oh Lord, why have I ever seen him? She was crying bitterly, and I must confess that no young girl ever moved me so deeply as she did by the expression of her grief. Pity replaced in my heart the tenderness I had felt for her a week before. The infamous proceedings of Narbonne disgusted me to that extent that, if I had known where to find him alone, I would immediately have compelled him to give me reparation. Of course, I took good care not to ask the poor girl to give me a detailed account of her stay in the house of Narbonne's respectable procuress. I could guess even more than I wanted to know, and to insist upon that recital would have humiliated M. Deal. Vision. I could see all the infamy of the Count in the taking back of the watch which belonged to her as a gift, and which the unhappy girl had earned but too well. I did all I could to dry her tears, and she begged me to be a father to her, assuring me that she would never again do anything to render her unworthy of my friendship, and that she would always be guided by my advice. Well, my dear young friend, what you must do now is not only to forget the unworthy Count and his criminal conduct towards you, but also the fault of which you have been guilty. What is done cannot be undone, and the past is beyond remedy. But compose yourself, and recall the air of cheerfulness which shone on your countenance a week ago. Then I could read on your face honesty, candor, good faith, and the noble assurance which arouses sentiment in those who can appreciate its charm. You must let all those feelings shine again on your features, for they alone can interest honest people, and you require the general sympathy more than ever. My friendship is of little importance to you, but you may rely upon it all the more because I fancy that you have now a claim upon it which you had not a week ago. Be quite certain, I beg, that I will not abandon you until your position is properly settled. I cannot at present tell you more, but be sure that I will think of you. Ah, my friend, if you promise to think of me, I ask for no more. Oh, unhappy creature that I am, there is not a soul in the world who thinks of me. She was so deeply moved that she fainted away. I came to her assistance without calling anyone, and when she had recovered her consciousness and some calm, I told her 100 stories, true or purely imaginary, of the knavish tricks played in Paris by men who think of nothing but of deceiving young girls. I told her a few amusing instances in order to make her more cheerful, and at last I told her that she ought to be thankful for what had happened to her with Narbonne, because that misfortune would give her prudence for the future. During that long tete-a-tete, I had no difficulty in abstaining from bestowing any caresses upon her. I did not even take her hand, for what I felt for her was a tender pity, and I was very happy when at the end of 2 hours I saw her calm and determined upon bearing misfortune like a heroine. She suddenly rose from her seat, and looking at me with an air of modest trustfulness, she said to me, "Are you particularly engaged in any way today?" "No, my dear." "Well then, be good enough to take me somewhere out of Paris, to some place where I can breathe the fresh air freely. I shall then recover that appearance which you think I must have to interest in my favor those who will see me. And if I can enjoy a quiet sleep throughout the next night, I feel I shall be happy again. I am grateful to you for your confidence in me. We will go out as soon as I am dressed. Your brother will return in the meantime." "Oh, never mind my brother. His presence is, on the contrary, of great importance. Recollect, my dear Vision, you must make Narbonne ashamed of his own conduct. You must consider that if he should happen to hear that, on the very day he abandoned you, you went into the country alone with me, he would triumph, and would certainly say that he has only treated you as you deserved. But if you go with your brother and me your countryman, you give no occasion for slander. I blush not to have made that remark myself. We will wait for my brother's return." He was not long in coming back, and having sent for a coach we were on the point of going, when Baletti called on me. I introduced him to the young lady and invited him to join our party. He accepted, and we started, as my only purpose was to amuse M. Deal. Vision, I told the coachman to drive us to the Gros Caillou, where we made an excellent impromptu dinner, the cheerfulness of the guests making up for the deficiencies of the servants. Vision, feeling his head rather heavy, went out for a walk after dinner, and I remained alone with his sister and my friend Baletti. I observed with pleasure that Baletti thought her an agreeable girl, and it gave me the idea of asking him to teach her dancing. I informed him of her position, of the reason which had brought her to Paris, of the little hope there was of her obtaining a pension from the king, and of the necessity there was for her to do something to earn a living. Baletti answered that he would be happy to do anything, and when he had examined the figure and the general conformation of the young girl, he said to her, "I will get Lanny to take you for the ballet at the opera." "Then," I said, "you must begin your lessons tomorrow. Deal. Vision stops at my hotel." The young girl, full of wonder at my plan, began to laugh heartily and said, "But can an opera dancer be extemporized like a minister of state? I can dance the minuet, and my ear is good enough to enable me to go through a quadrille. But with the exception of that, I cannot dance one step." "Most of the ballet girls," said Balletti, "know no more than you do." "And how much must I ask from Lanny? I do not think I can expect much." "Nothing. The ballet girls are not paid." "Then where is the advantage for me?" she said with a sigh. "How shall I live?" "Do not think of that. Such as you are, you will soon find 10 wealthy noblemen who will dispute amongst themselves for the honor of making up for the absence of salary. You have only to make a good choice, and I am certain that it will not be long before we see you covered with diamonds." "Now I understand you. You suppose some great lord will keep me." "Precisely, and that will be much better than a pension of 400 francs, which you would, perhaps, not obtain without making the same sacrifice." Very much surprised, she looked at me to ascertain whether I was serious or only jesting. Balletti having left us, I told her it was truly the best thing she could do, unless she preferred the sad position of waiting maid to some grand lady. I would not be the femme de chambre, even of the queen. And figurante at the opera. Much rather. You are smiling. Yes, for it is enough to make me laugh. I, the mistress of a rich nobleman, who will cover me with diamonds. Well, I mean to choose the oldest. Quite right, my dear, only do not make him jealous. I promise you to be faithful to him, but shall he find a situation for my brother? However, until I am at the opera, until I have met with my elderly lover, who will give me the means to support myself. I, my dear girl, my friend Balletti, and all my friends, without other interest than the pleasure of serving you, but with the hope that you will live quietly, and that we shall contribute to your happiness. Are you satisfied? Quite so. I have promised myself to be guided entirely by your advice, and I entreat you to remain always my best friend. We returned to Paris at night. I left Deal. Vision at the hotel, and accompanied Balletti to his mother S. At supper time, my friend begged Sylvia to speak to Lanny in favor of our protégé. Sylvia said that it was a much better plan than to solicit a miserable pension, which perhaps would not be granted. Then we talked of a project which was then spoken of, namely to sell all the appointments of ballet girls and of chorus singers at the opera. There was even some idea of asking a high price for them, for it was argued that the higher the price, the more the girls would be esteemed. Such a project, in the midst of the scandalous habits and manners of the time, had a sort of apparent wisdom, for it would have ennobled in a way a class of women who, with very few exceptions, seemed to glory in being contemptible. There were, at that time at the opera, several figurantes, singers and dancers, ugly rather than plain, without any talent, who, in spite of it all, lived in great comfort. For it is admitted that at the opera a girl must needs renounce all modesty or starve. But if a girl, newly arrived there, is clever enough to remain virtuous only for 1 month, her fortune is certainly made, because then the noblemen enjoying a reputation of wisdom and virtue are the only ones who seek to get hold of her. Those men are delighted to hear their names mentioned in connection with the newly arrived beauty. They even go so far as to allow her a few frolics, provided she takes pride in what they give her, and provided her infidelities are not too public. Besides, it is the fashion never to go to sup with one's mistress without giving her notice of the intended visit, and everyone must admit that it is a very wise custom. I came back to the hotel towards 11 o'clock, and seeing that Deal, Vision's room was still open, I went in. She was in bed. "Let me get up," she said, "for I want to speak to you." "Do not disturb yourself. We can talk all the same, and I think you much prettier as you are." "I am very glad of it." "What have you got to tell me?" "Nothing, except to speak of the profession I am going to adopt. I am going to practice virtue in order to find a man who loves it only to destroy it." "Quite true, but almost everything is like that in this life. Man always refers everything to himself, and everyone is a tyrant in his own way. I am pleased to see you becoming a philosopher." "How can one become a philosopher?" By thinking. Must one think a long while? Throughout life. Then it is never over. Never, but one improves as much as possible, and obtains the sum of happiness which one is susceptible of enjoying. And how can that happiness be felt? By all the pleasure which the philosopher can procure when he is conscious of having obtained them by his own exertions, and especially by getting rid of the many prejudices which make of the majority of men a troop of grown-up children. What is pleasure? What is meant by prejudices? Pleasure is the actual enjoyment of our senses. It is a complete satisfaction given to all our natural and sensual appetites, and when our worn-out senses want repose, either to have breathing time or to recover strength, pleasure comes from the imagination, which finds enjoyment in thinking of the happiness afforded by rest. The philosopher is a person who refuses no pleasures which do not produce greater sorrows, and who knows how to create new ones. And you say that it is done by getting rid of prejudices. Then tell me what prejudices are, and what must be done to get rid of them. Your question, my dear girl, is not an easy one to answer, for moral philosophy does not know a more important one, or a more difficult one to decide. It is a lesson which lasts throughout life. I will tell you in a few words that we call prejudice every so-called duty for the existence of which we find no reason in nature. Then nature must be the philosopher's principal study. Indeed it is. The most learned of philosophers is the one who commits the fewest errors. What philosopher, in your opinion, has committed the smallest quantity of errors? Socrates. Yet he was in error sometimes. Yes, in metaphysics. Oh, never mind that, for I think he could very well manage without that study. You are mistaken. Morals are only the metaphysics of physics. Nature is everything, and I give you leave to consider as a madman whoever tells you that he has made a new discovery in metaphysics. But if I went on, my dear, I might appear rather obscure to you. Proceed slowly, think. Let your maxims be the consequence of just reasoning, and keep your happiness in view. In the end you must be happy. I prefer the lesson you have just taught me to the one which M. Balletti will give me tomorrow. For I have an idea that it will weary me, and now I am much interested. How do you know that you are interested? Because I wish you not to leave me. Truly, my dear Vision, never has a philosopher described sympathy better than you have just done. How happy I feel. How is it that I wish to prove it by kissing you? No doubt because, to be happy, the soul must agree with the senses. Indeed, my divine Vision, your intelligence is charming. It is your work, dear friend, and I am so grateful to you that I share your desires. What is there to prevent us from satisfying such natural desires? Let us embrace one another tenderly. What a lesson in philosophy! It seemed to us such a sweet one, our happiness was so complete, that at daybreak we were still kissing one another, and it was only when we parted in the morning that we discovered that the door of the room had remained open all night. Balletti gave her a few lessons, and she was received at the opera, but she did not remain there more than 2 or 3 months, regulating her conduct carefully according to the precepts I had laid out for her. She never received Narbonne again, and at last accepted a nobleman who proved himself very different from all others, for the first thing he did was to make her give up the stage, although it was not a thing according to the fashion of those days. I do not recollect his name exactly. It was Count of Tresson or Treen. She behaved in a respectable way and remained with him until his death. No one speaks of her now, although she is living in very easy circumstances, but she is 56, and in Paris a woman of that age is no longer considered as being among the living. After she left the Hôtel de Bourgogne, I never spoke to her. Whenever I met her covered with jewels and diamonds, our souls saluted each other with joy, but her happiness was too precious for me to make any attempt against it. Her brother found a situation, but I lost sight of him. Chapter 9. The beautiful Omorphi, the deceitful painter, practice Kabbalism. For the Duchess de Chartres, leave Paris my stay in Dresden and my departure from that city. I went to St. Lawrence's Fair with my friend Padu, who, taking it into his head to sup with a Flemish actress known by the name of Morphy, invited me to go with him. I felt no inclination for the girl, but what can we refuse to a friend? I did as he wished. After we had supped with the actress, Padu fancied a night devoted to a more agreeable occupation, and as I did not want to leave him, I asked for a sofa on which I could sleep quietly during the night. Morphy had a sister, a slovenly girl of 13, who told me that if I would give her a crown, she would abandon her bed to me. I agreed to her proposal, and she took me to a small closet where I found a straw palliasse on 4 pieces of wood. "Do you call this a bed, my child?" "I have no other, sir." "Then I do not want it, and you shall not have the crown." "Did you intend undressing yourself?" "Of course." "What an idea, there are no sheets." "Do you sleep with your clothes on?" "Oh, no." "Well then, go to bed as usual, and you shall have the crown." "Why?" "I want to see you undressed." "But you won't do anything to me." "Not the slightest thing." She undressed, laid herself on her miserable straw bed, and covered herself with an old curtain. In that state, the impression made by her dirty tatters disappeared, and I only saw a perfect beauty. But I wanted to see her entirely. I tried to satisfy my wishes, she opposed some resistance, but a double crown of 6 francs made her obedient, and finding that her only fault was a complete absence of cleanliness, I began to wash her with my own hands. You will allow me, dear reader, to suppose that you possess a simple and natural knowledge, namely, that admiration under such circumstances is inseparable from another kind of approbation. Luckily, I found the young Morphy disposed to let me do all I pleased, except the only thing for which I did not care. She told me candidly that she would not allow me to do that one thing, because in her sister's estimation it was worth 25 louis. I answered that we would bargain on that capital point another time, but that we would not touch it for the present. Satisfied with what I said, all the rest was at my disposal, and I found in her a talent which had attained great perfection in spite of her precocity. The young Helene faithfully handed to her sister the 6 francs I had given her, and she told her the way in which she had earned them. Before I left the house, she told me that, as she was in want of money, she felt disposed to make some abatement on the price of 25 louis. I answered with a laugh that I would see her about it the next day. I related the whole affair to Padu, who accused me of exaggeration, and wishing to prove to him that I was a real connoisseur of female beauty, I insisted upon his seeing Helene as I had seen her. He agreed with me that the chisel of Praxiteles had never carved anything more perfect. As white as a lily, Helene possessed all the beauties which nature and the art of the painter can possibly combine. The loveliness of her features was so heavenly that it carried to the soul an indefinable sentiment of ecstasy, a delightful calm. She was fair, but her beautiful blue eyes equaled the finest black eyes in brilliance. I went to see her the next evening, and not agreeing about the price, I made a bargain with her sister to give her 12 francs every time I paid her a visit, and it was agreed that we would occupy her room until I should make up my mind to pay 600 francs. It was regular usury, but the Morphy came from a Greek race and was above prejudices. I had no idea of giving such a large sum, because I felt no wish to obtain what it would have procured me. What I obtained was all I cared for. The elder sister thought I was duped, for in 2 months I had paid 300 francs without having done anything, and she attributed my reserve to avarice. Avarice, indeed. I took a fancy to possess a painting of that beautiful body, and a German artist painted it for me splendidly for 6 louis. The position in which he painted it was delightful. She was lying on her stomach, her arms and her bosom leaning on a pillow, and holding her head sideways as if she were partly on the back. The clever and tasteful artist had painted her nether parts with so much skill and truth that no one could have wished for anything more beautiful. I was delighted with that portrait. It was a speaking likeness, and I wrote under it, "O Morphy," not a Homeric word, but a Greek one after all, and meaning beautiful. But who can anticipate the wonderful and secret decrees of destiny? My friend Padu wished to have a copy of that portrait. One cannot refuse such a slight service to a friend, and I gave an order for it to the same painter. But the artist, having been summoned to Versailles, showed that delightful painting with several others, and M. de Saint-Quentin found it so beautiful that he lost no time in showing it the king. His Most Christian Majesty, a great connoisseur in that line, wished to ascertain with his own eyes if the artist had made a faithful copy. And in case the original should prove as beautiful as the copy, the son of St. Louis knew very well what to do with it. M. de Saint-Quentin, the king's trusty friend, had the charge of that important affair. It was his province. He inquired from the painter whether the original could be brought to Versailles, and the artist, not supposing there would be any difficulty, promised to attend to it. He therefore called on me to communicate the proposal. I thought it was delightful, and I immediately told the sister, who jumped for joy. She set to work cleaning, washing, and clothing the young beauty, and 2 or 3 days after they went to Versailles with the painter to see what could be done. M. de Saint-Quentin's valet, having received his instructions from his master, took the 2 females to a pavilion in the park, and the painter went to the hotel to await the result of his negotiation. Half an hour afterwards, the king entered the pavilion alone, asked the young Omorphi if she was a Greek woman, took the portrait out of his pocket, and after a careful examination exclaimed, "I have never seen a better likeness." His Majesty then sat down, took the young girl on his knees, bestowed a few caresses on her, and having ascertained with his royal hand that the fruit had not yet been plucked, he gave her a kiss. Omorphi was looking attentively at her master, and smiled. "What are you laughing at?" said the king. "I laugh because you, and a crown of 6 francs, are as like as 2 peas." That naivete made the king laugh heartily, and he asked her whether she would like to remain in Versailles. "That depends upon my sister," answered the child. But the sister hastened to tell the king that she could not aspire to a greater honor. The king locked them up again in the pavilion and went away, but in less than a quarter of an hour Saint Quentin came to fetch them, placed the young girl in an apartment under the care of a female attendant, and with the sister, he went to meet at the hotel the German artist to whom he gave 50 louis for the portrait, and nothing to Morphy. He only took her address, promising her that she would soon hear from him. The next day she received 1,000 louis. The worthy German gave me 25 louis for my portrait, with a promise to make a careful copy of the one I had given to Padu, and he offered to paint for me gratuitously the likeness of every girl of whom I might wish to keep a portrait. I enjoyed heartily the pleasure of the good Fleming when she found herself in possession of the 1,000 gold pieces which she had received. Seeing herself rich, and considering me as the author of her fortune, she did not know how to show me her gratitude. The young and lovely Omorphefor, the king always called her by that name, pleased the sovereign by her simplicity, and her pretty ways more even than by her rare beauty, the most perfect, the most regular, I recollect to have ever seen. He placed her in one of the apartments of his park duck serfs, the voluptuous monarch's harem, in which no one could get admittance except the ladies presented at the court. At the end of 1 year she gave birth to a son who went, like so many others, God knows where. For as long as Queen Mary lived, no one ever knew what became of the natural children of Louis Roman 15. Omorphi fell into disgrace at the end of 3 years, but the king, as he sent her away, ordered her to receive a sum of 400,000 francs, which she brought as a dowry to an officer from Brittany. In 1783, happening to be in Fontainebleau, I made the acquaintance of a charming young man of 25, the offspring of that marriage and the living portrait of his mother, of the history of whom he had not the slightest knowledge, and I thought it my duty not to enlighten him. I wrote my name on his tablets, and I begged him to present my compliments to his mother. A wicked trick of Madame de Valentinois, sister-in-law of the Prince of Monaco, was the cause of Omorphi's disgrace. That lady, who was well known in Paris, told her one day that, if she wished to make the king very merry, she had only to ask him how he treated his old wife. Too simple to guess the snare thus laid out for her, Omorphi actually asked that impertinent question, but Louis Roman 15 gave her a look of fury and exclaimed, "Miserable wretch, who taught you to address me that question?" The poor Omorphi, almost dead with fright, threw herself on her knees and confessed the truth. The king left her and never would see her again. The Countess de Valentinois was exiled for 2 years from the court. Louis Roman 15, who knew how wrongly he was behaving towards his wife as a husband, would not deserve any reproach at her hands as a king, and woe to anyone who forgot the respect due to the queen. The French are undoubtedly the most witty people in Europe, and perhaps in the whole world, but Paris is, all the same, the city for impostors and quacks to make a fortune. When their knavery is found out, people turn it into a joke and laugh, but in the midst of the merriment another mountebank makes his appearance, who does something more wonderful than those who preceded him, and he makes his fortune, whilst the scoffing of the people is in abeyance. It is the unquestionable effects of the power which fashion has over that amiable, clever, and lively nation. If anything is astonishing, no matter how extravagant it may be, the crowd is sure to welcome it greedily, for anyone would be afraid of being taken for a fool if he should exclaim, "It is impossible." Physicians are, perhaps, the only men in France who know that an infinite gulf yawns between the will and the deed, whilst in Italy it is an axiom known to everybody. But I do not mean to say that the Italians are superior to the French. A certain painter met with great success for some time by announcing a thing which was an impossibility, namely, by pretending that he could take a portrait of a person without seeing the individual and only from the description given. But he wanted the description to be thoroughly accurate. The result of it was that the portrait did greater honor to the person who gave the description than to the painter himself. But at the same time, the informer found himself under the obligation of finding the likeness very good. Otherwise, the artist alleged the most legitimate excuse, and said that if the likeness was not perfect, the fault was to be ascribed to the person who had given an imperfect description. One evening I was taking supper at Sylvia's when one of the guests spoke of that wonderful new artist, without laughing, and with every appearance of believing the whole affair. "That painter," added he, "has already painted more than 100 portraits, and they are all perfect likenesses." Everybody was of the same opinion. It was splendid. I was the only one who, laughing heartily, took the liberty of saying it was absurd and impossible. The gentleman who had brought the wonderful news, feeling angry, proposed a wager of 100 louis. I laughed all the more because his offer could not be accepted unless I exposed myself to being made a dupe. "But the portraits are all admirable likenesses." "I do not believe it, or if they are, then there must be cheating somewhere." But the gentleman, being bent upon convincing Sylvia and me, for she had taken my part, proposed to make us dine with the artist, and we accepted. The next day we called upon the painter, where we saw a quantity of portraits, all of which the artist claimed to be speaking likenesses. As we did not know the persons whom they represented, we could not deny his claim. "Sir," said Sylvia to the artist, "could you paint the likeness of my daughter without seeing her?" "Yes, madam, if you are certain of giving me an exact description of the expression of her features." We exchanged a glance, and no more was said about it. The painter told us that supper was his favorite meal, and that he would be delighted if we would often give him the pleasure of our company. Like all quacks, he possessed an immense quantity of letters and testimonials from Bordeaux, Toulouse, Lyon, Rouen, etc., which paid the highest compliments to the perfection of his portraits, or gave descriptions for new pictures ordered from him. His portraits, by the way, had to be paid for in advance. 2 or 3 days afterwards, I met his pretty niece, who obligingly upbraided me for not having yet availed myself of her uncle's invitation to supper. The niece was a dainty morsel worthy of a king, and her reproaches being very flattering to my vanity, I promised I would come the next day. In less than a week it turned out a serious engagement. I fell in love with the interesting niece, who, being full of wit and well disposed to enjoy herself, had no love for me, and granted me no favor. I hoped, and feeling that I was caught, I felt it was the only thing I could do. One day that I was alone in my room, drinking my coffee and thinking of her, the door was suddenly opened without anyone being announced, and a young man came in. I did not recollect him, but without giving me time to ask any questions, he said to me, "Sir, I have had the honor of meeting you at the supper table of M. Samson, the painter." "Ah, yes, I beg you to excuse me, sir, I did not at first recollect you." "It is natural, for your eyes are always on M. Deal, Samson." "Very likely, but you must admit that she is a charming creature." "I have no difficulty whatever in agreeing with you. To my misery, I know it but too well." "You are in love with her?" "Alas, yes, and I say again, to my misery." "To your misery, but why do not you gain her love?" "That is the very thing I have been striving for since last year, and I was beginning to have some hope when your arrival has reduced me to despair." "I have reduced you to despair?" "Yes, sir." "I am very sorry, but I cannot help it." "You could easily help it, and, if you would allow me, I could suggest to you the way in which you could greatly oblige me." "Speak candidly." "You might never put your foot in the house again." "That is a rather singular proposal, but I agree that it is truly the only thing I can do if I have a real wish to oblige you. Do you think, however, that in that case you would succeed in gaining her affection? Then it will be my business to succeed. Do not go there again, and I will take care of the rest. I might render you that very great service, but you must confess that you must have a singular opinion of me to suppose that I am a man to do such a thing. Yes, sir, I admit that it may appear singular, but I take you for a man of great sense and sound intellect, and after considering the subject deeply, I have thought that you would put yourself in my place, that you would not wish to make me miserable, or to expose your own life for a young girl who can have inspired you with but a passing fancy, whilst my only wish is to secure the happiness or the misery of my life, whichever it may prove, by uniting her existence with mine. But suppose that I should intend, like you, to ask her in marriage. Then we should both be worthy of pity, and one of us would have ceased to exist before the other obtained her, for as long as I shall live Deal, Samson shall not be the wife of another. This young man, well-made, pale, grave, as cold as a piece of marble, madly in love, who, in his reason mixed with utter despair, came to speak to me in such a manner with the most surprising calm, made me pause and consider. Undoubtedly, I was not afraid, but although in love with Deal, Samson, I did not feel my passion sufficiently strong to cut the throat of a man for the sake of her beautiful eyes, or to lose my own life to defend my budding affection. Without answering the young man, I began to pace up and down my room, and for a quarter of an hour I weighed the following question, which I put to myself. Which decision will appear more manly in the eyes of my rival, and will win my own esteem to the deeper degree? Namely, to accept coolly his offer to cut one another's throats, or to allay his anxiety by withdrawing from the field with dignity. Pride whispered, fight. Reason said, compel thy rival to acknowledge thee a wiser man than he is. What would you think of me, sir, I said to him, with an air of decision, if I consented to give up my visits to Deal? Samson, I would think that you had pity on a miserable man, and I say that in that case you will ever find me ready to shed the last drop of my blood to prove my deep gratitude. Who are you? My name is Garnier. I am the only son of M. Garnier, wine merchant in the Rue de Seine. Well, M. Garnier, I will never again call on Deal. Samson, let us be friends. Until death, farewell, sir. Adieu, be happy. Padu came in 5 minutes after Garnier had left me. I related the adventure to him, and he thought I was a hero. I would have acted as you have done, he observed, but I would not have acted like Garnier. It was about that time that the Count de Melfort, colonel of the Orleans regiment, entreated me through Camille, Coraline's sister, to answer 2 questions by means of my cabalism. I gave 2 answers very vague, yet meaning a great deal. I put them under a sealed envelope and gave them to Camille, who asked me the next day to accompany her to a place which she said she could not name to me. I followed her. She took me to the Palais Royal, and then, through a narrow staircase, to the apartments of the Duchess de Chartres. I waited about a quarter of an hour, at the end of which time the Duchess came in and loaded Camille with caresses for having brought me. Then addressing herself to me, she told me, with dignity yet very graciously, the difficulty she experienced in understanding the answers I had sent and which she was holding in her hand. At first, I expressed some perplexity at the questions having emanated from Her Royal Highness, and I told her afterwards that I understood cabalism, but that I could not interpret the meaning of the answers obtained through it, and that Her Highness must ask new questions likely to render the answers easier to be understood. She wrote down all she could not make out and all she wanted to know. Madam, you must be kind enough to divide the questions, for the cabalistic oracle never answers 2 questions at the same time. Well then, prepare the questions yourself. Your Highness will excuse me, but every word must be written with your own hand. Recollect, madam, that you will address yourself to a superior intelligence knowing all your secrets. She began to write and asked 7 or 8 questions. She read them over carefully and said, with a face beaming with noble confidence, Sir, I wish to be certain that no one shall ever know what I have just written. Your Highness may rely on my honor. I read attentively, and I saw that her wish for secrecy was reasonable, and that if I put the questions in my pocket, I should run the risk of losing them and implicating myself. "I only require 3 hours to complete my task," I said to the Duchess, "and I wish your Highness to feel no anxiety. If you have any other engagement, you can leave me here alone, provided I am not disturbed by anybody. When it is completed, I will put it all in a sealed envelope. I only want your Highness to tell me to whom I must deliver the parcel. Either to me or to Madame de Polignac, if you know her." "Yes, madam, I have the honor to know her." The Duchess handed me a small tinderbox to enable me to light a wax candle, and she went away with Camille. I remained alone, locked up in the room, and at the end of 3 hours, just as I had completed my task, Madame de Polignac came for the parcel, and I left the palace. The Duchess de Chartres, daughter of the Prince of Conti, was 26 years of age. She was endowed with that particular sort of wit which renders a woman adorable. She was lively, above the prejudices of rank, cheerful, full of jest, a lover of pleasure which she preferred to a long life. Short and sweet were the words she had constantly on her lips. She was pretty, but she stood badly, and used to laugh at Marcel, the teacher of graceful deportment, who wanted to correct her awkward bearing. She kept her head bent forward and her feet turned inside when dancing, yet she was a charming dancer. Unfortunately, her face was covered with pimples, which injured her beauty very greatly. Her physicians thought that they were caused by a disease of the liver, but they came from impurity of the blood, which at last killed her, and from which she suffered throughout her life. The questions she had asked from my oracle related to affairs connected with her heart, and she wished likewise to know how she could get rid of the blotches which disfigured her. My answers were rather obscure in such matters, as I was not specially acquainted with, but they were very clear concerning her disease, and my oracle became precious and necessary to her Highness. The next day, after dinner, Camille wrote me a note, as I expected, requesting me to give up all other engagements in order to present myself at 5 o'clock at the Palais Royal, in the same room in which the Duchess had already received me the day before. I was punctual. An elderly valet de chambre, who was waiting for me, immediately went to give notice of my arrival, and 5 minutes after the charming princess made her appearance. After addressing me in a very complimentary manner, she drew all my answers from her pocket and inquired whether I had any pressing engagements. "Your Highness may be certain that I shall never have any more important business than to attend to your wishes." "Very well, I do not intend to go out, and we can work." She then showed me all the questions which she had already prepared on different subjects, and particularly those relating to the cure of her pimples. One circumstance had contributed to render my oracle precious to her, because nobody could possibly know it, and I had guessed it. Had I not done so, I dare say it would have been all the same. I had labored myself under the same disease, and I was enough of a physician to be aware that to attempt the cure of a cutaneous disease by active remedies might kill the patient. I had already answered that she could not get rid of the pimples on her face in less than a week, but that a year of diet would be necessary to effect a radical cure. We spent 3 hours in ascertaining what she was to do, and, believing implicitly in the power and in the science of the oracle, she undertook to follow faithfully everything ordered. Within 1 week, all the ugly pimples had entirely disappeared. I took care to purge her slightly. I prescribed every day what she was to eat, and forbade the use of all cosmetics. I only advised her to wash herself morning and evening with Plantain water. The modest oracle told the princess to make use of the same water for her ablutions of every part of her body, where she desired to obtain the same result, and she obeyed the prescription religiously. I went to the opera on purpose on the day when the Duchess showed herself there with a smooth and rosy skin. After the opera, she took a walk in the great alley of the Palais Royal, followed by the ladies of her suite and flattered by everybody. She saw me and honored me with a smile. I was truly happy. Camille, Madame de Polignac, and M. de Melfort were the only persons who knew that I was the oracle of the Duchess, and I enjoyed my success. But the next day, a few pimples reappeared on her beautiful complexion, and I received an order to repair at once to the Palais Royal. The valet, who did not know me, showed me into a delightful boudoir near a closet in which there was a bath. The Duchess came in. She looked sad, for she had several small pimples on the forehead and the chin. She held in her hand a question for the oracle, and as it was only a short one, I thought it would give her the pleasure of finding the answer by herself. The numbers translated by the princess reproached her with having transgressed the regimen prescribed. She confessed to having drunk some liquors and eaten some ham. But she was astounded at having found that answer herself, and she could not understand how such an answer could result from an agglomeration of numbers. At that moment, one of her women came in to whisper a few words to her. She told her to wait outside, and turning towards me, she said, "Have you any objection to seeing one of your friends, who is as delicate as discreet?" With these words, she hastily concealed in her pocket all the papers which did not relate to her disease. Then she called out. A man entered the room, whom I took for a stable boy. It was M. de Melfort. "See," said the princess to him, "M. Casanova has taught me the cabalistic science." And she showed him the answer she had obtained herself. The count could not believe it. "Well," said the duchess to me, "we must convince him. What shall I ask?" "Anything your highness chooses." She considered for one instant, and, drawing from her pocket a small ivory box, she wrote, "Tell me why this pomatum has no longer any effect." She formed the pyramid, the columns, and the key, as I had taught her, and as she was ready to get the answer, I told her how to make the additions and subtractions which seem to come from the numbers, but which in reality are only arbitrary. Then I told her to interpret the numbers in letters, and I left the room under some pretext. I came back when I thought that she had completed her translation, and I found her wrapped in amazement. "Ah, sir," she exclaimed, "what an answer! Perhaps it is not the right one, but that will sometimes happen, madam." "Not the right one, sir? It is divine. Here it is. That pomatum has no effect upon the skin of a woman who has been a mother." "I do not see anything extraordinary in that answer, madam." "Very likely, sir, but it is because you do not know that the pomatum in question was given to me 5 years ago by the Abbé de Brosses. It cured me at that time, but it was 10 months before the birth of the Duc de Montpensier. I would give anything in the world to be thoroughly acquainted with that sublime cabalistic science." "What," said the count, "is it the pomatum the history of which I know?" "Precisely." "It is astonishing." "I wish to ask one more question concerning a woman, the name of whom I would rather not give." "Say the woman whom I have in my thoughts." She then asked this question, "What disease is that woman suffering from?" She made the calculation, and the answer which I made her bring forth was this: "She wants to deceive her husband." This time the duchess fairly screamed with astonishment. It was getting very late, and I was preparing to take leave, when M. de Melfort, who was speaking to her highness, told me that we might go together. When we were out, he told me that the cabalistic answer concerning the pomatum was truly wonderful. This was the history of it. The duchess, pretty as you see her now, had her face so fearfully covered with pimples that the duke, thoroughly disgusted, had not the courage to come near her to enjoy his rights as a husband, and the poor princess was pining with useless longing to become a mother. The Abbé de Brosses cured her with that pomatum, and her beautiful face having entirely recovered its original bloom, she made her appearance at the Theatre Francais in the Queen's box. The Duc de Chartres, not knowing that his wife had gone to the theatre, where she went but very seldom, was in the king's box. He did not recognize the duchess, but thinking her very handsome, he inquired who she was, and when he was told, he would not believe it. He left the royal box, went to his wife, complimented her, and announced his visit for the very same night. The result of that visit was, 9 months afterwards, the birth of the Duke of Montpensier, who is now 5 years old and enjoys excellent health. During the whole of her pregnancy, the duchess kept her face smooth and blooming, but immediately after her delivery the pimples reappeared, and the pomatum remained without any effect. As he concluded his explanation, the count offered me a tortoise-shell box with a very good likeness of Her Royal Highness, and said, "The duchess begs your acceptance of this portrait, and, in case you would like to have it set, she wishes you to make use of this for that purpose." It was a purse of 100 louis. I accepted both, and entreated the count to offer the expressions of my profound gratitude to Her Highness. I never had the portrait mounted, for I was then in want of money for some other purpose. After that, the duchess did me the honor of sending for me several times, but her cure remained altogether out of the question. She could not make up her mind to follow a regular diet. She would sometimes keep me at work for 5 or 6 hours, now in one corner, now in another, going in and out herself all the time, and having either dinner or supper brought to me by the old valet, who never uttered a word. Her questions to the oracle alluded only to secret affairs which she was curious to know, and she often found truths with which I was not myself acquainted, through the answers. She wished me to teach her the Kabbalistic science, but she never pressed her wish upon me. She, however, commissioned M. de Melfort to tell me that, if I would teach her, she would get me an appointment with an income of 25,000 francs. Alas, it was impossible. I was madly in love with her, but I would not for the world have allowed her to guess my feelings. My pride was the corrective of my love. I was afraid of her haughtiness humiliating me, and perhaps I was wrong. All I know is that I even now repent of having listened to a foolish pride. It is true that I enjoyed certain privileges which she might have refused me if she had known my love. One day she wished my oracle to tell her whether it was possible to cure a cancer which Madame de la Popelinière had in the breast. I took it in my head to answer that the lady alluded to had no cancer, and was enjoying excellent health. "How is that?" said the Duchess. "Everyone in Paris believes her to be suffering from a cancer, and she has consultation upon consultation. Yet I have faith in the oracle." Soon afterwards, seeing the Duc de Richelieu at the court, she told him she was certain that Madame de la Popelinière was not ill. The Marshal, who knew the secret, told her that she was mistaken, but she proposed a wager of 100,000 francs. I trembled when the Duchess related the conversation to me. "Has he accepted your wages?" I inquired anxiously. "No, he seemed surprised. You are aware that he ought to know the truth." 3 or 4 days after that conversation, the Duchess told me triumphantly that M. de Richelieu had confessed to her that the cancer was only a ruse to excite the pity of her husband, with whom Madame de la Popelinière wanted to live again on good terms. She added that the Marshal had expressed his willingness to pay 1,000 louis to know how she had discovered the truth. "If you wish to earn that sum," said the Duchess to me, "I will tell him all about it." But I was afraid of a snare. I knew the temper of the Marshal, and the story of the hole in the wall through which he introduced himself into that lady's apartment was the talk of all Paris. M. de la Popelinière himself had made the adventure more public by refusing to live with his wife, to whom he paid an income of 12,000 francs. The Duchess de Chartres had written some charming poetry on that amusing affair, but out of her own coterie no one knew it except the king, who was fond of the princess, although she was in the habit of scoffing at him. One day, for instance, she asked him whether it was true that the King of Prussia was expected in Paris. Louis Roman 15. Having answered that it was an idle rumor. "I am very sorry," she said, "for I am longing to see a king." My brother had completed several pictures, and having decided on presenting one to M. de Marigny, we repaired one morning to the apartment of that nobleman, who lived in the Louvre, where all the artists were in the habit of paying their court to him. We were shewn into a hall adjoining his private apartment, and having arrived early, we waited for M. de Marigny. My brother's picture was exposed there. It was a battle piece in the style of Bourguignon. The first person who passed through the room stopped before the picture, examined it attentively, and moved on, evidently thinking that it was a poor painting. A moment afterwards 2 more persons came in, looked at the picture, smiled, and said, "That's the work of a beginner." I glanced at my brother, who was seated near me. He was in a fever. In less than a quarter of an hour, the room was full of people, and the unfortunate picture was the butt of everybody's laughter. My poor brother felt almost dying, and thanked his stars that no one knew him personally. The state of his mind was such that I heartily pitied him. I rose with the intention of going to some other room, and to console him I told him that M. de Marigny would soon come, and that his approbation of the picture would avenge him for the insults of the crowd. Fortunately, this was not my brother's opinion. We left the room hurriedly, took a coach, went home, and sent our servant to fetch back the painting. As soon as it had been brought back, my brother made a battle of it in real earnest, for he cut it up with a sword into 20 pieces. He made up his mind to settle his affairs in Paris immediately, and to go somewhere else to study an art which he loved to idolatry. We resolved on going to Dresden together. 2 or 3 days before leaving the delightful city of Paris, I dined alone at the house of the gatekeeper of the Tuileries. His name was Conde. After dinner his wife, a rather pretty woman, presented me the bill, on which every item was reckoned at double its value. I pointed it out to her, but she answered very curtly that she could not abate 1 sou. I paid, and as the bill was receipted with the words Femme Condi, I took the pen and to the word Condi, I added Labber, and I went away leaving the bill on the table. I was taking a walk in the Tuileries, not thinking any more of my female extortioner, when a small man, with his hat cocked on one side of his head and a large nosegay in his buttonhole, and sporting a long sword, swaggered up to me and informed me, without any further explanation, that he had a fancy to cut my throat. "But my small specimen of humanity," I said, "you would require to jump on a chair to reach my throat. I will cut your ears." "Sacre bleu, monsieur." "No vulgar passion, my dear sir, follow me, you shall soon be satisfied." I walked rapidly towards the Porte de l'Etoile, where, seeing that the place was deserted, I abruptly asked the fellow what he wanted, and why he had attacked me. "I am the Chevalier de Talvis," he answered. "You have insulted an honest woman who is under my protection. Unsheath." With these words he drew his long sword. I unsheathed mine. After a minute or two, I lunged rapidly and wounded him in the breast. He jumped backward, exclaiming that I had wounded him treacherously. "You lie, you rascally mannikin. Acknowledge it, or I thrust my sword through your miserable body." "You will not do it, for I am wounded. But I insist upon having my revenge, and we will leave the decision of this to competent judges." "Miserable wrangler, wretched fighter, if you are not satisfied, I will cut off your ears." I left him there, satisfied that I had acted according to the laws of the duello, for he had drawn his sword before me, and if he had not been skillful enough to cover himself in good time, it was not, of course, my business to teach him. Towards the middle of August, I left Paris with my brother. I had made a stay of 2 years in that city, the best in the world. I had enjoyed myself greatly, and had met with no unpleasantness except that I had been now and then short of money. We went through Metz, Mayence, and Frankfurt, and arrived in Dresden at the end of the same month. My mother offered us the most affectionate welcome, and was delighted to see us again. My brother remained 4 years in that pleasant city, constantly engaged in the study of his art, and copying all the fine paintings of battles by the great masters in the celebrated Electoral Gallery. He went back to Paris only when he felt certain that he could set criticism at defiance. I shall say hereafter how it was that we both reached that city about the same time. But before that period, dear reader, you will see what good and adverse fortune did for or against me. My life in Dresden until the end of the Carnival in 1753 does not offer any extraordinary adventure. To please the actors, and especially my mother, I wrote a kind of melodrama, in which I brought out 2 harlequins. It was a parody of the Friars Anemis by Racine. The king was highly amused at the comic fancies which filled my play, and he made me a beautiful present. The king was grand and generous, and these qualities found a ready echo in the breast of the famous Count de Brule. I left Dresden soon after that, bidding adieu to my mother, to my brother Francois, and to my sister, then the wife of Pierre Auguste, chief player of the harpsichord at the court, who died 2 years ago, leaving his widow and family in comfortable circumstances. My stay in Dresden was marked by an amorous souvenir of which I got rid, as in previous similar circumstances, by a diet of 6 weeks. I have often remarked that the greatest part of my life was spent in trying to make myself ill, and when I had succeeded, in trying to recover my health. I have met with equal success in both things, and now that I enjoy excellent health in that line, I am very sorry to be physically unable to make myself ill again. But age, that cruel and unavoidable disease, compels me to be in good health in spite of myself. The illness I allude to, which the Italians call malfranchise, although we might claim the honor of its first importation, does not shorten life, but it leaves indelible marks on the face. Those scars, less honorable perhaps than those which are won in the service of Mars, being obtained through pleasure, ought not to leave any regret behind. In Dresden, I had frequent opportunities of seeing the king, who was very fond of the Count de Brule, his minister, because that favorite possessed the double secret of showing himself more extravagant even than his master, and of indulging all his whims. Never was a monarch a greater enemy to economy. He laughed heartily when he was plundered, and he spent a great deal in order to have occasion to laugh often. As he had not sufficient wit to amuse himself with the follies of other kings, and with the absurdities of humankind, he kept 4 buffoons, who are called fools in Germany, although these degraded beings are generally more witty than their masters. The province of those jesters is to make their owner laugh by all sorts of jokes, which are usually nothing but disgusting tricks, or low, impertinent jests. Yet these professional buffoons sometimes captivate the mind of their master to such an extent that they obtain from him very important favors in behalf of the persons they protect, and the consequence is that they are often courted by the highest families. Where is the man who will not debase himself if he be in want? Does not Agamemnon say, in Homer, that in such a case man must necessarily be guilty of meanness? And Agamemnon and Homer lived long before our time. It evidently proves that men are at all times moved by the same motive, namely, self-interest. It is wrong to say that the Count de Brule was the ruin of Saxony, for he was only the faithful minister of his royal master's inclinations. His children are poor and justify their father's conduct. The court at Dresden was at that time the most brilliant in Europe. The fine arts flourished, but there was no gallantry, for King Augustus had no inclination for the fair sex, and the Saxons were not of a nature to be thus inclined unless the example was set by their sovereign. At my arrival in Prague, where I did not intend to stop, I delivered a letter I had for Locatelli, manager of the opera, and went to pay a visit to Madame Morley, an old acquaintance for whom I had great affection, and for 2 or 3 days she supplied all the wants of my heart. As I was on the point of leaving Prague, I met in the street my friend Fabris, who had become a colonel, and he insisted upon my dining with him. After embracing him, I represented to him, but in vain, that I had made all my arrangements to go away immediately. "You will go this evening," he said, "with a friend of mine, and you will catch the coach." I had to give way, and I was delighted to have done so, for the remainder of the day passed in the most agreeable manner. Fabris was longing for war, and his wishes were gratified 2 years afterwards. He covered himself with glory. I must say one word about Locatelli, who was an original character well worthy to be known. He took his meals every day at a table laid out for 30 persons, and the guests were his actors, actresses, dancers of both sexes, and a few friends. He did the honors of his well-supplied board nobly, and his real passion was good living. I shall have occasion to mention him again at the time of my journey to St. Petersburg, where I met him, and where he died only lately at the age of 90. Episode 7, Venice. Chapter 10. My stay in Vienna. Joseph, Roman Tumai, departure for Venice. Arrived, for the first time, in the capital of Austria, at the age of 28, well provided with clothes, but rather short of money, a circumstance which made it necessary for me to curtail my expenses until the arrival of the proceeds of a letter of exchange, which I had drawn upon M. de Bragadin. The only letter of recommendation I had was from the poet Migliavecca, of Dresden, addressed to the illustrious Abbé Metastasio, whom I wished ardently to know. I delivered the letter the day after my arrival, and in 1 hour of conversation, I found him more learned than I should have supposed from his works. Besides, Metastasio was so modest that at first I did not think that modesty natural, but it was not long before I discovered that it was genuine, for when he recited something of his own composition, he was the first to call the attention of his hearers to the important parts or to the fine passages with as much simplicity as he would remark the weak ones. I spoke to him of his tutor Gravina, and as we were on that subject, he recited to me 5 or 6 stanzas which he had written on his death, and which had not been printed. Moved by the remembrance of his friend, and by the sad beauty of his own poetry, his eyes were filled with tears, and when he had done reciting the stanzas he said, in a tone of touching simplicity, "Dite me il vero, si più er meglio." I answered that he alone had the right to believe it impossible. I then asked him whether he had to work a great deal to compose his beautiful poetry. He showed me 4 or 5 pages which he had covered with erasures and words crossed and scratched out only because he had wished to bring 14 lines to perfection, and he assured me that he had never been able to compose more than that number in 1 day. He confirmed my knowledge of a truth which I had found out before, namely, that the very lines which most readers believe to have flowed easily from the poet's pen are generally those which he has had the greatest difficulty in composing. "Which of your operas," I inquired, "do you like best?" Attilio Rigolo, ma questo non vuol dirci, je il meglier. All your works have been translated in Paris into French prose, but the publisher was ruined, for it is not possible to read them, and it proves the elevation and the power of your poetry. Several years ago, another foolish publisher ruined himself by a translation into French prose of the splendid poetry of Ariosto. I laugh at those who maintain that poetry can be translated into prose. I am of your opinion. And you are right. He told me that he had never written an arietta without composing the music of it himself, but that as a general rule, he never showed his music to anyone. The French, he added, entertain the very strange belief that it is possible to adapt poetry to music already composed. And he made on that subject this very philosophical remark. You might just as well say to a sculptor, "Here is a piece of marble, make a Venus, and let her expression be shewn before the features are chiseled." I went to the Imperial Library and was much surprised to meet de la Haye in the company of two Poles and a young Venetian whom his father had entrusted to him to complete his education. I believed him to be in Poland, and as the meeting recalled interesting recollections, I was pleased to see him. I embraced him repeatedly with real pleasure. He told me that he was in Vienna on business, and that he would go to Venice during the summer. We paid one another several visits, and hearing that I was rather short of money, he lent me 50 ducats, which I returned a short time after. He told me that Beauvoir was already lieutenant colonel in the Venetian army, and the news afforded me great pleasure. He had been fortunate enough to be appointed adjutant general by M. Morosini, who, after his return from his embassy in France, had made him commissary of the borders. I was delighted to hear of the happiness and success of two men who certainly could not help acknowledging me as the original cause of their good fortune. In Vienna, I acquired the certainty of de la Haye being a Jesuit, but he would not let anyone allude to the subject. Not knowing where to go and longing for some recreation, I went to the rehearsal of the opera which was to be performed after Easter, and met Baden, the first dancer, who had married the handsome Geoffrey, whom I had seen in Turin. I likewise met in the same place Campioni, the husband of the beautiful Ancilla. He told me that he had been compelled to apply for a divorce because she dishonored him too publicly. Campioni was at the same time a great dancer and a great gambler. I took up my lodgings with him. In Vienna, everything is beautiful. Money was then very plentiful, and luxury very great, but the severity of the empress made the worship of Venus difficult, particularly for strangers. A legion of vile spies, who were decorated with the fine title of commissaries of chastity, were the merciless tormentors of all the girls. The empress did not practice the sublime virtue of tolerance for what is called illegitimate love, and in her excessive devotion, she thought that her persecutions of the most natural inclinations in man and woman were very agreeable to God. Holding in her imperial hands the register of cardinal sins, she fancied that she could be indulgent for 6 of them, and keep all her severity for the 7th, lewdness, which in her estimation could not be forgiven. One can ignore pride, she would say, for dignity wears the same garb. Avarice is fearful, it is true, but one might be mistaken about it because it is often very like economy. As for anger, it is a murderous disease in its excess, but murder is punishable with death. Gluttony is sometimes nothing but epicurism, and religion does not forbid that sin, for in good company it is held a valuable quality. Besides, it blends itself with appetite, and so much the worse for those who die of indigestion. Envy is a low passion which no one ever avows. To punish it in any other way than by its own corroding venom, I would have to torture everybody at court, and weariness is the punishment of sloth. But lust is a different thing altogether. My chaste soul could not forgive such a sin, and I declare open war against it. My subjects are at liberty to think women handsome as much as they please. Women may do all in their power to appear beautiful. People may entertain each other as they like, because I cannot forbid conversation. But they shall not gratify desires on which the preservation of the human race depends, unless it is in the holy state of legal marriage. Therefore, all the miserable creatures who live by the barter of their caresses and of the charms given to them by nature shall be sent to Temeswar. I am aware that in Rome people are very indulgent on that point, and that, in order to prevent another greater crime, which is not prevented, Every cardinal has one or more mistresses, but in Rome the climate requires certain concessions which are not necessary here, where the bottle and the pipe replace all pleasures. She might have added, and the table, for the Austrians are known to be terrible eaters. I will have no indulgence either for domestic disorders, for the moment I hear that a wife is unfaithful to her husband, I will have her locked up, in spite of all, in spite of the generally received opinion that the husband is the real judge and master of his wife. That privilege cannot be granted in my kingdom, where husbands are by far too indifferent on that subject. Fanatic husbands may complain as much as they please that I dishonor them by punishing their wives. They are dishonored already by the fact of the woman's infidelity. But, madam, dishonor rises in reality only from the fact of infidelity being made public. Besides, you might be deceived, although you are empress. I know that, but that is no business of yours, and I do not grant you the right of contradicting me. Such is the way in which Maria Theresa would have argued, and notwithstanding the principle of virtue from which her argument had originated, it had ultimately given birth to all the infamous deeds which her executioners, the commissaries of chastity, committed with impunity under her name. At every hour of the day, in all the streets of Vienna, they carried off and took to prison the poor girls who happened to live alone, and very often went out only to earn an honest living. I should like to know how it was possible to know that a girl was going to some man to get from him consolations for her miserable position, or that she was in search of someone disposed to offer her those consolations. Indeed, it was difficult. A spy would follow them at a distance. The police department kept a crowd of those spies, and as the scoundrels wore no particular uniform, it was impossible to know them. As a natural consequence, there was a general distrust of all strangers. If a girl entered a house, the spy who had followed her waited for her, stopped her as she came out, and subjected her to an interrogatory. If the poor creature looked uneasy, if she hesitated in answering in such a way as to satisfy the spy, the fellow would take her to prison, in all cases beginning by plundering her of whatever money or jewelry she carried about her person, and the restitution of which could never be obtained. Vienna was, in that respect, a true den of privileged thieves. It happened to me one day in Leopoldstadt that in the midst of some tumult, a girl slipped in my hand a gold watch to secure it from the clutches of a police spy who was pressing upon her to take her up. I did not know the poor girl, whom I was fortunate enough to see again 1 month afterwards. She was pretty, and she had been compelled to more than one sacrifice in order to obtain her liberty. I was glad to be able to hand her watch back to her, and although she was well worthy of a man's attention, I did not ask her for anything to reward my faithfulness. The only way in which girls could walk unmolested in the streets was to go about with their head bent down with beads in hand. For in that case, the disgusting brood of spies dared not arrest them, because they might be on their way to church, and Maria Theresa would certainly have sent to the gallows the spy guilty of such a mistake. Those low villains rendered a stay in Vienna very unpleasant to foreigners, and it was a matter of the greatest difficulty to gratify the slightest natural want without running the risk of being annoyed. One day, as I was standing close to the wall in a narrow street, I was much astonished at hearing myself rudely addressed by a scoundrel with a round wig, who told me that, if I did not go somewhere else to finish what I had begun, he would have me arrested. And why, if you please? Because, on your left, there is a woman who can see you. I lifted up my head, and I saw on the 4th story a woman who, with the telescope she had applied to her eye, could have told whether I was a Jew or a Christian. I obeyed, laughing heartily, and related the adventure everywhere, but no one was astonished, because the same thing happened over and over again every day. In order to study the manners and habits of the people, I took my meals in all sorts of places. One day, having gone with Campioni to dine at the Crawfish, I found, to my great surprise, sitting at the table d'hôte, that Pepe il Cadetto, whose acquaintance I had made at the time of my arrest in the Spanish army, and whom I had met afterwards in Venice and in Lyon under the name of Don Joseph Marcotti. Campioni, who had been his partner in Lyon, embraced him, talked with him in private, and informed me that the man had resumed his real name and that he was now called Count Afflicio. He told me that after dinner there would be a faro bank in which I would have an interest, and he therefore requested me not to play. I accepted the offer. Afflicio won. A captain of the name of Beccaxia threw the cards at his face, a trifle to which the self-styled count was accustomed, and which did not elicit any remark from him. When the game was over, we repaired to the coffee room, where an officer of gentlemanly appearance, staring at me, began to smile, but not in an offensive manner. "Sir," I asked him politely, "may I ask why you are laughing?" "It makes me laugh to see that you do not recognize me. I have some idea that I have seen you somewhere, but I could not say where or when I had that honor. 9 years ago, by the orders of the Prince de Lobkowitz, I escorted you to the gate of Rimini. You are Baron Weiss." "Precisely." We embraced one another. He offered me his friendly services, promising to procure me all the pleasure he could in Vienna. I accepted gratefully, and the same evening he presented me to a countess, at whose house I made the acquaintance of the Abbé Testagrossa, who was called Grossteet by everybody. He was minister of the Duke of Modum, and great at court because he had negotiated the marriage of the Archduke with Beatrice d'Este. I also became acquainted there with the Count of Roquendorf and Count Saratin, and with several noble young ladies who are called in Germany Frauleins, and with a baroness who had led a pretty wild life, but who could yet captivate a man. We had supper, and I was created baron. It was in vain that I observed that I had no title whatever. "You must be something," I was told, "and you cannot be less than baron. You must confess yourself to be at least that, if you wish to be received anywhere in Vienna." "Well, I will be a baron, since it is of no importance." The baroness was not long before she gave me to understand that she felt kindly disposed towards me, and that she would receive my attentions with pleasure. I paid her a visit the very next day. "If you are fond of cards," she said, "come in the evening." At her house I made the acquaintance of several gamblers, and of 3 or 4 Frauleins who, without any dread of the commissaries of chastity, were devoted to the worship of Venus, and were so kindly disposed that they were not afraid of lowering their nobility by accepting some reward for their kindness a circumstance, which proved to me that the commissaries were in the habit of troubling only the girls who did not frequent good houses. The baroness invited me to introduce all my friends, so I brought to her house Weiss, Campioni, and Afflicio. The last one played, held the bank, won, and Tremontini, with whom I had become acquainted, presented him to his wife, who was called Madame Tassi. It was through her that Afflicio made the useful acquaintance of the Prince of Saxe-Hildburghausen. This introduction was the origin of the great fortune made by that contrabrand count, because Tremontini, who had become his partner in all important gambling transactions, contrived to obtain for him from the prince the rank of captain in the service of their imperial and royal majesties, and in less than 3 weeks Afflicio wore the uniform and the insignia of his grade. When I left Vienna, he possessed 100,000 florins. Their majesties were fond of gambling, but not of punting. The emperor had a creature of his own to hold the bank. He was a kind, magnificent, but not extravagant prince. I saw him in his grand imperial costume, and I was surprised to see him dressed in the Spanish fashion. I almost fancied I had before my eyes Charles V of Spain, who had established that etiquette which was still in existence, although after him no emperor had been a Spaniard, and although Francis I had nothing in common with that nation. In Poland, some years afterwards, I saw the same caprice at the coronation of Stanislas Augustus Poniatowski, and the old Palatine noblemen almost broke their hearts at the sight of that costume. But they had to show as good a countenance as they could, for under Russian despotism, the only privilege they enjoyed was that of resignation. The Emperor Francis I was handsome, and would have looked so under the hood of a monk as well as under an imperial crown. He had every possible consideration for his wife, and allowed her to get the state into debt, because he possessed the art of becoming himself the creditor of the state. He favored commerce because it filled his coffers. He was rather addicted to gallantry, and the empress, who always called him master, feigned not to notice it, because she did not want the world to know that her charms could no longer captivate her royal spouse, and the more so that the beauty of her numerous family was generally admired. All the archduchesses, except the eldest, seemed to me very handsome. But amongst the sons I had the opportunity of seeing only the eldest, and I thought the expression of his face bad and unpleasant, in spite of the contrary opinion of Abbé Grossteet, who prided himself upon being a good physiognomist. "What do you see," he asked me one day, "on the countenance of that prince?" Self-conceit and suicide. It was a prophecy for Joseph Roman II. Positively killed himself, although not willfully, and it was his self-conceit which prevented him from knowing it. He was not wanting in learning, but the knowledge which he believed himself to possess destroyed the learning which he had in reality. He delighted in speaking to those who did not know how to answer him, whether because they were amazed at his arguments or because they pretended to be so. But he called pedants and avoided all persons who by true reasoning pulled down the weak scaffolding of his arguments. 7 years ago I happened to meet him at Luxembourg, and he spoke to me with just contempt of a man who had exchanged immense sums of money and a great deal of debasing meanness against some miserable parchments, and he added, "I despise men who purchase nobility. Your Majesty is right, but what are we to think of those who sell it?" After that question, he turned his back upon me, and henceforth he thought me unworthy of being spoken to. The great passion of that king was to see those who listened to him laugh, whether with sincerity or with affectation, when he related something. He could narrate well and amplify in a very amusing manner all the particulars of an anecdote. But he called anyone who did not laugh at his jests a fool, and that was always the person who understood him best. He gave the preference to the opinion of Brambilla, who encouraged his suicide, over that of the physicians who were directing him according to reason. Nevertheless, no one ever denied his claim to great courage, but he had no idea whatever of the art of government, for he had not the slightest knowledge of the human heart, and he could neither dissemble nor keep a secret. He had so little control over his own countenance that he could not even conceal the pleasure he felt in punishing, and when he saw anyone whose features did not please him, he could not help making a wry face which disfigured him greatly. Joseph Roman II sank under a truly cruel disease, which left him until the last moment the faculty of arguing upon everything, at the same time that he knew his death to be certain. This prince must have felt the misery of repenting everything he had done, and of seeing the impossibility of undoing it, partly because it was irreparable, partly because if he had undone through reason what he had done through senselessness, he would have thought himself dishonored, for he must have clung to the last to the belief of the infallibility attached to his high birth, in spite of the state of languor of his soul, which ought to have proved to him the weakness and the fallibility of his nature. He had the greatest esteem for his brother, who has now succeeded him, but he had not the courage to follow the advice which that brother gave him. An impulse worthy of a great soul made him bestow a large reward upon the physician, a man of intelligence, who pronounced his sentence of death. But a completely opposite weakness had prompted him, a few months before, to load with benefits the doctors and the quack who made him believe that they had cured him. He must likewise have felt the misery of knowing that he would not be regretted after his death, a grievous thought, especially for a sovereign. His niece, whom he loved dearly, died before him, and if he had had the affection of those who surrounded him, they would have spared him that fearful information, for it was evident that his end was near at hand, and no one could dread his anger for having kept that event from him. Although very much pleased with Vienna, and with the pleasures I enjoyed with the beautiful Frauleins, whose acquaintance I had made at the house of the Baroness, I was thinking of leaving that agreeable city, when Baron Vyse, meeting me at Count de Ratzo's wedding, invited me to join a picnic at Schönbrunn. I went, and I failed to observe the laws of temperance. The consequence was that I returned to Vienna with such a severe indigestion that in 24 hours I was at the point of death. I made use of the last particle of intelligence left in me by the disease to save my own life. Campioni, Rockwendorf, and Saratin were by my bedside. M. Saratin, who felt great friendship for me, had brought a physician, although I had almost positively declared that I would not see one. That disciple of Sangrado, thinking that he could allow full sway to the despotism of science, had sent for a surgeon, and they were going to bleed me against my will. I was half dead. I do not know by what strange inspiration I opened my eyes, and I saw a man, standing lancet in hand and preparing to open the vein. "No, no," I said. And I languidly withdrew my arm, but the tormentor, wishing, as the physician expressed it, to restore me to life in spite of myself, got hold of my arm again. I suddenly felt my strength returning. I put my hand forward, seized one of my pistols, fired, and the ball cut off one of the locks of his hair. That was enough. Everybody ran away, with the exception of my servant, who did not abandon me, and gave me as much water as I wanted to drink. On the fourth day, I had recovered my usual good health. That adventure amused all the idlers of Vienna for several days, and Abbé Grosstedt assured me that if I had killed the poor surgeon, it would not have gone any further, because all the witnesses present in my room at the time would have declared that he wanted to use violence to bleed me, which made it a case of legitimate self-defense. I was likewise told by several persons that all the physicians in Vienna were of opinion that if I had been bled, I should have been a dead man. But if drinking water had not saved me, those gentlemen would certainly not have expressed the same opinion. I felt, however, that I had to be careful and not to fall ill in the capital of Austria, for it was likely that I should not have found a physician without difficulty. At the opera, a great many persons wished after that to make my acquaintance, and I was looked upon as a man who had fought, pistol in hand, against death. A miniature painter named Morel, who was subject to indigestions and who was at last killed by one, had taught me his system, which was that, to cure those attacks, all that was necessary was to drink plenty of water and to be patient. He died because he was bled once when he could not oppose any resistance. My indigestion reminded me of a witty saying of a man who was not much in the habit of uttering many of them. I mean M. de Maisonrouge, who was taken home one day almost dying from a severe attack of indigestion. His carriage having been stopped opposite the Quinzvinks by some obstruction, a poor man came up and begged alms, saying, "Sir, I am starving." What are you complaining of?" answered Maisonrouge, sighing deeply. "I wish I was in your place, you rogue." At that time, I made the acquaintance of a Milanese dancer, who had wit, excellent manners, a literary education, and what is more, great beauty. She received very good society, and did the honors of her drawing-room marvelously well. I became acquainted at her house with Count Christopher Erdodi, an amiable, wealthy, and generous man, and with a certain Prince Kinsky who had all the grace of a harlequin. That girl inspired me with love, but it was in vain, for she was herself enamored of a dancer from Florence called Argilini. I courted her, but she only laughed at me, for an actress, if in love with someone, is a fortress which cannot be taken, unless you build a bridge of gold, and I was not rich. Yet I did not despair, and kept on burning my incense at her feet. She liked my society because she used to show me the letters she wrote, and I was very careful to admire her style. She had her own portrait in miniature, which was an excellent likeness. The day before my departure, vexed at having lost my time and my amorous compliments, I made up my mind to steal that portrait as slight compensation for not having won the original. As I was taking leave of her, I saw the portrait within my reach, seized it, and left Vienna for Pressburg, where Baron Weiss had invited me to accompany him and several lovely frauleins on a party of pleasure. When we got out of the carriages, the first person I tumbled upon was the Chevalier de Talvis, the protector of Madame Candelabre, whom I had treated so well in Paris. The moment he saw me, he came up and told me that I owed him his revenge. "I promised to give it to you, but I never leave one pleasure for another," I answered. "We shall see one another again." "That is enough. Will you do me the honor to introduce me to these ladies?" "Very willingly, but not in the street." We went inside of the hotel and he followed us. Thinking that the man, who after all was as brave as a French chevalier, might amuse us, I presented him to my friends. He had been staying at the same hotel for a couple of days, and he was in mourning. He asked us if we intended to go to the Prince Bishop's ball. It was the first news we had of it. Weiss answered affirmatively. "One can attend it," said Talvis, "without being presented, and that is why we intend to go, for I am not known to anybody here." He left us, and the landlord, having come in to receive our orders, gave us some particulars respecting the ball. Our lovely frauleins expressing a wish to attend it, we made up our minds to gratify them. We were not known to anyone, and were rambling through the apartments, when we arrived before a large table at which the Prince Bishop was holding a faro bank. The pile of gold that the noble prelate had before him could not have been less than 13 or 14,000 florins. The Chevalier de Talvis was standing between two ladies to whom he was whispering sweet words, while the prelate was shuffling the cards. The prince, looking at the Chevalier, took it into his head to ask him, in a most engaging manner, to risk a card. "Willingly, my lord," said Talvis, "the whole of the bank upon this card." "Very well," answered the prelate, to show that he was not afraid. He dealt Talvis one, and my lucky Frenchman, with the greatest coolness, filled his pockets with the prince's gold. The bishop, astonished, and seeing but rather late how foolish he had been, said to the chevalier, "Sir, if you had lost, how would you have managed to pay me?" "My lord, that is my business." "You are more lucky than wise." "Most likely, my lord, but that is my business." Seeing that the chevalier was on the point of leaving, I followed him, and at the bottom of the stairs, after congratulating him, I asked him to lend me 100 sovereigns. He gave them to me at once, assuring me that he was delighted to have it in his power to oblige me. "I will give you my bill." Nothing of the sort. I put the gold into my pocket, caring very little for the crowd of masked persons whom curiosity had brought around the lucky winner, and who had witnessed the transaction. Talvis went away, and I returned to the ballroom. Roquendorf and Seriton, who were amongst the guests, having heard that the chevalier had handed me some gold, asked me who he was. I gave them an answer half true and half false, and I told them that the gold I had just received was the payment of a sum I had lent him in Paris. Of course they could not help believing me, or at least pretending to do so. When we returned to the inn, the landlord informed us that the chevalier had left the city on horseback, as fast as he could gallop, and that a small traveling bag was all his luggage. We sat down to supper, and in order to make our meal more cheerful, I told Vyse and our charming Frauleins the manner in which I had known Talvis, and how I had contrived to have my share of what he had won. On our arrival in Vienna, the adventure was already known. People admired the Frenchman and laughed at the bishop. I was not spared by public rumor, but I took no notice of it, for I did not think it necessary to defend myself. No one knew the Chevalier de Talvis, and the French ambassador was not even acquainted with his name. I do not know whether he was ever heard of again. I left Vienna in a postchaise, after I had said farewell to my friends, ladies, and gentlemen, and on the 4th day I slept in Trieste. The next day I sailed for Venice, which I reached in the afternoon, 2 days before Ascension Day. After an absence of 3 years I had the happiness of embracing my beloved protector, M. de Bragadin, and his 2 inseparable friends, who were delighted to see me in good health and well equipped. Chapter 11. I return the portrait I had stolen in Vienna. I proceed to Paduan adventure on my way back, and its consequences I meet Therese, immure again my acquaintance with Mademoiselle C. I found myself again in my native country with that feeling of delight which is experienced by all true-hearted men when they see again the place in which they have received the first lasting impressions. I had acquired some experience. I knew the laws of honor and politeness. In one word, I felt myself superior to most of my equals, and I longed to resume my old habits and pursuits, but I intended to adopt a more regular and more reserved line of conduct. I saw with great pleasure, as I entered my study, the perfect statu quo which had been preserved there. My papers, covered with a thick layer of dust, testified well enough that no strange hand had ever meddled with them. 2 days after my arrival, as I was getting ready to accompany the Bucentauro, on which the Doge was going, as usual, to wed the Adriatic, the widow of so many husbands, and yet as young as on the first day of her creation, a gondolier brought me a letter. It was from M. Giovanni Grimani, a young nobleman who, well aware that he had no right to command me, begged me in the most polite manner to call at his house to receive a letter which had been entrusted to him for delivery in my own hands. I went to him immediately, and after the usual compliments, he handed me a letter with a flying seal, which he had received the day before. Here are the contents. Sir, having made a useless search for my portrait after you left, and not being in the habit of receiving thieves in my apartment, I feel satisfied that it must be in your possession. I request you to deliver it to the person who will hand you this letter. Fagliazzi. Happening to have the portrait with me, I took it out of my pocket and gave it at once to M. Grimani, who received it with a mixture of satisfaction and surprise, for he had evidently thought that the commission entrusted to him would be more difficult to fulfill, and he remarked, "Love has most likely made a thief of you, but I congratulate you, for your passion cannot be a very ardent one. How can you judge of that? From the readiness with which you give up this portrait. I would not have given it up so easily to anybody else. I thank you, and as a compensation I beg you to accept my friendship. I place it in my estimation infinitely above the portrait, and even above the original. May I ask you to forward my answer? I promise you to send it. Here is some paper, write your letter, you need not seal it. I wrote the following words. In getting rid of the portrait, Casanova experiences a satisfaction by far superior to that which he felt when, owing to a stupid fancy, he was foolish enough to put it in his pocket. Bad weather having compelled the authorities to postpone the wonderful wedding until the following Sunday, I accompanied M. de Bragadin, who was going to Padua. The amiable old man ran away from the noisy pleasures which no longer suited his age, and he was going to spend in peace the few days which the public rejoicings would have rendered unpleasant for him in Venice. On the following Saturday, after dinner, I bade him farewell and got into the postchaise to return to Venice. If I had left Padua 2 minutes sooner or later, the whole course of my life would have been altered, and my destiny, if destiny is truly shaped by fatal combinations, would have been very different. But the reader can judge for himself. Having, therefore, left Padua at the very instant marked by fatality, I met at Oriego a cabriolet, drawn at full speed by 2 post-horses, containing a very pretty woman and a man wearing a German uniform. Within a few yards from me, the vehicle was suddenly upset on the side of the river, and the woman, falling over the officer, was in great danger of rolling into the Brenta. I jumped out of my chaise without even stopping my postilion, and rushing to the assistance of the lady I remedied with a chaste hand the disorder caused to her toilet by her fall. Her companion, who had picked himself up without any injury, hastened towards us, and there was the lovely creature sitting on the ground thoroughly amazed, and less confused from her fall than from the indiscretion of her petticoats, which had exposed in all their nakedness certain parts which an honest woman never shows to a stranger. In the warmth of her thanks, which lasted until her postilion and mine had righted the cabriolet, she often called me her savior, her guardian angel. The vehicle being all right, the lady continued her journey towards Padua, and I resumed mine towards Venice, which I reached just in time to dress for the opera. The next day I masked myself early to accompany the Bucentauro, which, favored by fine weather, was to be taken to the Lido for the great and ridiculous ceremony. The whole affair is under the responsibility of the admiral of the arsenal, who answers for the weather remaining fine under penalty of his head, for the slightest contrary wind might capsize the ship and drown the Doge, with all the most serene noblemen, the ambassadors, and the Pope's nuncio, who is the sponsor of that burlesque wedding which the Venetians respect even to superstition. To crown the misfortune of such an accident, it would make the whole of Europe laugh, and people would not fail to say that the Doge of Venice had gone at last to consummate his marriage. I had removed my mask, and was drinking some coffee under the Procurates of St. Mark's Square, when a fine-looking female mask struck me gallantly on the shoulder with her fan. As I did not know who she was, I did not take much notice of it, and after I had finished my coffee, I put on my mask and walked towards the Spiaggia del Sepolcro, where M. de Bragadin's gondola was waiting for me. As I was getting near the Pont del Paglia, I saw the same masked woman attentively looking at some wonderful monster shewn for a few pence. I went up to her and asked her why she had struck me with her fan. To punish you for not knowing me again, after having saved my life. I guessed that she was the person I had rescued the day before on the banks of the Brenta, and after paying her some compliments I inquired whether she intended to follow the Bucentauro. I should like it, she said, if I had a safe gondola. I offered her mine, which was one of the largest, and after consulting a masked person who accompanied her, she accepted. Before stepping in I invited them to take off their masks, but they told me that they wished to remain unknown. I then begged them to tell me if they belonged to the suite of some ambassador, because in that case I should be compelled, much to my regret, to withdraw my invitation, but they assured me that they were both Venetians. The gondola belonging to a patrician, I might have committed myself with the state inquisitors, a thing which I wished particularly to avoid. We were following the Bucentauro, and seated near the lady I allowed myself a few slight liberties, but she foiled my intentions by changing her seat. After the ceremony, we returned to Venice, and the officer who accompanied the lady told me that I would oblige them by dining in their company at the Savage. I accepted, for I felt somewhat curious about the woman. What I had seen of her at the time of her fall warranted my curiosity. The officer left me alone with her and went before us to order dinner. As soon as I was alone with her, emboldened by the mask, I told her that I was in love with her, that I had a box at the opera, which I placed entirely at her disposal, and that, if she would only give me the hope that I was not wasting my time and my attentions, I would remain her humble servant during the carnival. If you mean to be cruel, I added, pray say so candidly. I must ask you to tell me what sort of a woman you take me for. For a very charming one, whether a princess or a maid of low degree. Therefore, I hope that you will give me, this very day, some marks of your kindness, or I must part with you immediately after dinner. You will do as you please, but I trust that after dinner you will have changed your opinion and your language, for your way of speaking is not pleasant. It seems to me that, before venturing upon such an explanation, it is necessary to know one another. Do you not think so? Yes, I do, but I am afraid of being deceived. How very strange, and that fear makes you begin by what ought to be the end. I only beg today for one encouraging word. Give it to me, and I will at once be modest, obedient, and discreet. Pray calm yourself. We found the officer waiting for us before the door of the Savage, and went upstairs. The moment we were in the room, she took off her mask, and I thought her more beautiful than the day before. I wanted only to ascertain, for the sake of form and etiquette, whether the officer was her husband, her lover, a relative, or a protector, because, used as I was to gallant adventures, I wished to know the nature of the one in which I was embarking. We sat down to dinner, and the manners of the gentleman and of the lady made it necessary for me to be careful. It was to him that I offered my box, and it was accepted, but as I had none, I went out after dinner under pretense of some engagement, in order to get one at the opera buffa, where Petrosai and Lasqui were then the shining stars. After the opera, I gave them a good supper at an inn, and I took them to their house in my gondola. Thanks to the darkness of the night, I obtained from the pretty woman all the favors which can be granted by the side of a third person who has to be treated with caution. As we parted company, the officer said, "You shall hear from me tomorrow." "Where and how?" "Never mind that." The next morning the servant announced an officer. It was my man. After we had exchanged the usual compliments, after I had thanked him for the honor he had done me the day before, I asked him to tell me his name. He answered me in the following manner, speaking with great fluency, but without looking at me. "My name is P.C. My father is rich and enjoys great consideration at the exchange, but we are not on friendly terms at present. I reside in St. Mark's Square. The lady you saw with me was a M. Deal. Oh, she is the wife of the broker C, and her sister married the patrician P.M., but Madame C is at variance with her husband on my account, as she is the cause of my quarrel with my father. I wear this uniform in virtue of a captaincy in the Austrian service, but I have never served in reality. I have the contract for the supply of oxen to the city of Venice, and I get the cattle from Styria and Hungary. This contract gives me a net profit of 10,000 florins a year, but an unforeseen embarrassment, which I must remedy, a fraudulent bankruptcy, and some extraordinary expenditure, place me for the present in monetary difficulties. 4 years ago I heard a great deal about you, and wished very much to make your acquaintance. I firmly believe that it was through the interference of heaven that we became acquainted the day before yesterday. I have no hesitation in claiming from you an important service which will unite us by the ties of the warmest friendship. Come to my assistance without running any risk yourself. Back these 3 bills of exchange. You need not be afraid of having to pay them, for I will leave in your hands these 3 other bills which fall due before the first. Besides, I will give you a mortgage upon the proceeds of my contract during the whole year, so that, should I fail to take up these bills, you could seize my cattle in Trieste, which is the only road through which they can come. Astonished at his speech, and at his proposal, which seemed to me a lure and made me fear a world of trouble which I always abhorred, struck by the strange idea of that man who, thinking that I would easily fall into the snare, gave me the preference over so many other persons whom he certainly knew better than me, I did not hesitate to tell him that I would never accept his offer. He then had recourse to all his eloquence to persuade me, but I embarrassed him greatly by telling him how surprised I was at his giving me the preference over all his other acquaintances, when I had had the honor to know him only for 2 days. "Sir," he said, with barefaced impudence, "having recognized in you a man of great intelligence, I felt certain that you would at once see the advantages of my offer, and that you would not raise any objection. You must see your mistake by this time, and most likely you will take me for a fool now you see that I should believe myself a dupe if I accepted." He left me with an apology for having troubled me, and saying that he hoped to see me in the evening at St. Mark's Square, where he would be with Madame C. He gave me his address, telling me that he had retained possession of his apartment unknown to his father. This was as much as to say that he expected me to return his visit, but if I had been prudent I should not have done so. Disgusted at the manner in which that man had attempted to get hold of me, I no longer felt any inclination to try my fortune with his mistress, for it seemed evident that they were conspiring together to make a dupe of me, and as I had no wish to afford them that gratification I avoided them in the evening. It would have been wise to keep to that line of conduct. But the next day, obeying my evil genius, and thinking that a polite call could not have any consequences, I called upon him. A servant having taken me to his room, he gave me the most friendly welcome, and reproached me in a friendly manner for not having shewn myself the evening before. After that, he spoke again of his affairs, and made me look at a heap of papers and documents. I found it very wearisome. "If you make up your mind to sign the 3 bills of exchange," he said, "I will take you as a partner in my contract." By this extraordinary mark of friendship, he was offering me at least, he said, so an income of 5,000 florins a year, but my only answer was to beg that the matter should never be mentioned again. I was going to take leave of him, when he said that he wished to introduce me to his mother and sister. He left the room and came back with them. The mother was a respectable, simple-looking woman, but the daughter was a perfect beauty. She literally dazzled me. After a few minutes, the overtrustful mother begged leave to retire, and her daughter remained. In less than half an hour I was captivated. Her perfection delighted me. Her lively wit, her artless reasoning, her candor, her ingenuousness, her natural and noble feelings, her cheerful and innocent quickness, that harmony which arises from beauty, wit, and innocence, and which had always the most powerful influence over me, everything, in fact, conspired to make me the slave of the most perfect woman that the wildest dreams could imagine. M. Deal, C.C. never went out without her mother, who, although very pious, was full of kind indulgence. She read no books, but her father's a serious man who had no novels in his library, and she was longing to read some tales of romance. She had likewise a great wish to know Venice, and as no one visited the family, she had never been told that she was truly a prodigy of beauty. Her brother was writing while I conversed with her, or rather answered all the questions which she addressed to me, and which I could only satisfy by developing the ideas that she already had, and that she was herself amazed to find in her own mind, for her soul had until then been unconscious of its own powers. Yet I did not tell her that she was lovely, and that she interested me in the highest degree, because I had so often said the same to other women, and without truth, that I was afraid of raising her suspicions. I left the house with a sensation of dreamy sadness. Feeling deeply moved by the rare qualities I had discovered in that charming girl, I promised myself not to see her again, for I hardly thought myself the man to sacrifice my liberty entirely and to ask her in marriage, although I certainly believed her endowed with all the qualities necessary to minister to my happiness. I had not seen Madame Manzoni since my return to Venice, and I went to pay her a visit. I found the worthy woman the same as she had always been towards me, and she gave me the most affectionate welcome. She told me that Thérèse Emer, that pretty girl who had caused M. de Malapiro to strike me 13 years before, had just returned from Bayreuth, where the Margrave had made her fortune. As she lived in the house opposite, Madame Manzoni, who wanted to enjoy her surprise, sent her word to come over. She came almost immediately, holding by the hand a little boy of 8 years, a lovely child, and the only one she had given to her husband, who was a dancer in Bayreuth. Our surprise at seeing one another again was equal to the pleasure we experienced in recollecting what had occurred in our young days. It is true that we had but trifles to recollect. I congratulated her upon her good fortune, and judging of my position from external appearances, she thought it right to congratulate me, but her fortune would have been established on a firmer basis than mine if she had followed a prudent line of conduct. She unfortunately indulged in numerous caprices with which my readers will become acquainted. She was an excellent musician, but her fortune was not altogether owing to her talent. Her charms had done more for her than anything else. She told me her adventures, very likely with some restrictions, and we parted after a conversation of 2 hours. She invited me to breakfast for the following day. She told me that the Margrave had her narrowly watched, but being an old acquaintance, I was not likely to give rise to any suspicion. That is the aphorism of all women addicted to gallantry. She added that I could, if I liked, see her that same evening in her box, and that M. Papafava, who was her godfather, would be glad to see me. I called at her house early the next morning, and I found her in bed with her son, who, thanks to the principles in which he had been educated, got up and left the room as soon as he saw me seated near his mother's bed. I spent 3 hours with her, and I recollect that the last was delightful. The reader will know the consequence of that pleasant hour later. I saw her a second time during the fortnight she passed in Venice, and when she left I promised to pay her a visit in Bayreuth, but I never kept my promise. I had at that time to attend to the affairs of my posthumous brother, who had, as he said, a call from heaven to the priesthood, but he wanted a patrimony. Although he was ignorant and devoid of any merit save a handsome face, he thought that an ecclesiastical career would ensure his happiness, and he depended a great deal upon his preaching, for which, according to the opinion of the women with whom he was acquainted, he had a decided talent. I took everything into my hands, and I succeeded in obtaining for him a patrimony from M. Grimani, who still owed us the value of the furniture in my father's house, of which he had never rendered any account. He transferred to him a life interest in a house in Venice, and 2 years afterwards my brother was ordained. But the patrimony was only fictitious, the house being already mortgaged. The Abbé Grimani was, however, a kind Jesuit, and those sainted servants of God think that all is well that ends well and profitably to themselves. I shall speak again of my unhappy brother whose destiny became involved with mine. 2 days had passed since I had paid my visit to PC, when I met him in the street. He told me that his sister was constantly speaking of me, that she quoted a great many things which I had told her, and that his mother was much pleased at her daughter having made my acquaintance. She would be a good match for you, he added, for she will have a dowry of 10,000 ducats. If you will call on me tomorrow, we will take coffee with my mother and sister. I had promised myself never again to enter his house, but I broke my word. It is easy enough for a man to forget his promises under such circumstances. I spent 3 hours in conversation with the charming girl, and when I left her I was deeply in love. As I went away, I told her that I envied the destiny of the man who would have her for his wife, and my compliment, the first she had ever received, made her blush. After I had left her I began to examine the nature of my feelings towards her, and they frightened me, for I could neither behave towards M.D.L.C.C. as an honest man nor as a libertine. I could not hope to obtain her hand, and I almost fancied I would stab anyone who advised me to seduce her. I felt that I wanted some diversion. I went to the gaming table. Playing is sometimes an excellent lenitive to calm the mind and to smother the ardent fire of love. I played with wonderful luck, and I was going home with plenty of gold, when in a solitary narrow street I met a man bent down less by age than by the heavy weight of misery. As I came near him, I recognized Count Bonaparte, the sight of whom moved me with pity. He recognized me likewise. We talked for some time, and at last he told me the state of abject poverty to which he was reduced, and the great difficulty he had to keep his numerous family. "I do not blush," he added, "in begging from you 1 sequin which will keep us alive for 5 or 6 days. I immediately gave him 10, trying to prevent him from lowering himself in his anxiety to express his gratitude, but I could not prevent him from shedding tears. As we parted, he told me that what made him most miserable was to see the position of his daughter, who had become a great beauty, and would rather die than make a sacrifice of her virtue. I can neither support her in those feelings, he said with a sigh, nor reward her for them. Thinking that I understood the wishes with which misery had inspired him, I took his address and promised to pay him a visit. I was curious to see what had become of a virtue of which I did not entertain a very high opinion. I called the next day. I found a house almost bare of furniture, and the daughter alone, a circumstance which did not astonish me. The young countess had seen me arrive and received me on the stairs in the most amiable manner. She was pretty well dressed, and I thought her handsome, agreeable, and lively, as she had been when I made her acquaintance in Fort Saint Andre. Her father having announced my visit, she was in high spirits, and she kissed me with as much tenderness as if I had been a beloved lover. She took me to her own room, and after she had informed me that her mother was ill in bed and unable to see me, she gave way again to the transport of joy which, as she said, she felt in seeing me again. The ardor of our mutual kisses, given at first under the auspices of friendship, was not long in exciting our senses to such an extent that in less than a quarter of an hour I had nothing more to desire. When it was all over, it became us both, of course, to be, or at least to appear to be, surprised at what had taken place, and I could not honestly hesitate to assure the poor countess that it was only the first token of a constant and true love. She believed it, or she feigned to believe it, and perhaps I myself fancied it was true for the moment. When we had become calm again, she told me the fearful state to which they were reduced, her brothers walking barefooted in the streets, and her father having positively no bread to give them. "Then you have not any lover?" "What, a lover? Where could I find a man courageous enough to be my lover in such a house as this? Am I a woman to sell myself to the first comer for the sum of 30 sous? There is not a man in Venice who would think me worth more than that, seeing me in such a place as this. Besides, I was not born for prostitution." Such a conversation was not very cheerful. She was weeping, and the spectacle of her sadness, joined to the picture of misery which surrounded me, was not at all the thing to excite love. I left her with a promise to call again, and I put 12 sequins in her hand. She was surprised at the amount. She had never known herself so rich before. I have always regretted I did not give her twice as much. The next day, P.C. called on me and said cheerfully that his mother had given permission to her daughter to go to the opera with him, that the young girl was delighted because she had never been there before, and that, if I liked, I could wait for them at some place where they would meet me. "But does your sister know that you intend me to join you?" "She considers it a great pleasure." "Does your mother know it?" "No, but when she knows it she will not be angry, for she has a great esteem for you." "In that case, I will try to find a private box." "Very well, wait for us at such a place." The scoundrel did not speak of his letters of exchange again, and as he saw that I was no longer paying my attentions to his mistress, and that I was in love with his sister, he had formed the fine project of selling her to me. I pitied the mother and the daughter who had confidence in such a man, but I had not the courage to resist the temptation. I even went so far as to persuade myself that as I loved her, it was my duty to accept the offer, in order to save her from other snares, for if I had declined, her brother might have found some other man less scrupulous, and I could not bear the idea. I thought that in my company her innocence ran no risk. I took a box at the St. Samuel Opera, and I was waiting for them at the appointed place long before the time. They came at last, and the sight of my young friend delighted me. She was elegantly masked, and her brother wore his uniform. In order not to expose the lovely girl to being recognized on account of her brother, I made them get into my gondola. He insisted upon being landed near the house of his mistress, who was ill, he said, and he added that he would soon join us in our box. I was astonished that C.C. did not show any surprise or repugnance at remaining alone with me in the gondola. But I did not think the conduct of her brother extraordinary, for it was evident that it was all arranged beforehand in his mind. I told C.C. that we would remain in the gondola until the opening of the theater, and that as the heat was intense she would do well to take off her mask, which she did at once. The law I had laid upon myself to respect her, the noble confidence which was beaming on her countenance, and in her looks, her innocent joy, everything increased the ardor of my love. Not knowing what to say to her, for I could speak to her of nothing but love, and it was a delicate subject, I kept looking at her charming face, not daring to let my eyes rest upon 2 budding globes shaped by the Graces, for fear of giving the alarm to her modesty. "Speak to me," she said at last. "You only look at me without uttering a single word. You have sacrificed yourself for me, because my brother would have taken you with him to his ladylove, who, to judge from what he says, must be as beautiful as an angel. I have seen that lady. I suppose she is very witty. She may be so, but I have no opportunity of knowing, for I have never visited her, and I do not intend ever to call upon her. Do not therefore imagine, beautiful CC, that I have made the slightest sacrifice for your sake. I was afraid you had, because as you did not speak, I thought you were sad. If I do not speak to you, it is because I am too deeply moved by your angelic confidence in me. I am very glad it is so, but how could I not trust you? I feel much more free, much more confident with you than with my brother himself. My mother says it is impossible to be mistaken, and that you are certainly an honest man. Besides, you are not married. That is the first thing I asked my brother. Do you recollect telling me that you envied the fate of the man who would have me for his wife? Well, at that very moment, I was thinking that your wife would be the happiest woman in Venice. These words, uttered with the most candid artlessness, and with that tone of sincerity which comes from the heart, had upon me an effect which it would be difficult to describe. I suffered, because I could not imprint the most loving kiss upon the sweet lips which had just pronounced them, but at the same time it caused me the most delicious felicity to see that such an angel loved me. With such conformity of feelings, I said, we would, lovely C, be perfectly happy if we could be united forever. But I am old enough to be your father. You my father, you are joking. Do you know that I am 14? Do you know that I am 28? Well, where can you see a man of your age having a daughter of mine? If my father were like you, he would certainly never frighten me. I could not keep anything from him. The hour to go to the theater had come, we landed, and the performance engrossed all her attention. Her brother joined us only when it was nearly over. It had certainly been a part of his calculation. I took them to an inn for supper, and the pleasure I experienced in seeing the charming girl eat with a good appetite made me forget that I had had no dinner. I hardly spoke during the supper, for love made me sick, and I was in a state of excitement which could not last long. In order to excuse my silence, I feigned to be suffering from the toothache. After supper, PC told his sister that I was in love with her, and that I should certainly feel better if she would allow me to kiss her. The only answer of the innocent girl was to offer me her laughing lips, which seemed to call for kisses. I was burning, but my respect for that innocent and naive young creature was such that I only kissed her cheek, and even that in a manner very cold in appearance. "What a kiss!" exclaimed PC. "Come, come, a good lover's kiss." I did not move, the impudent fellow annoyed me, but his sister, turning her head aside sadly, said, "Do not press him, I am not so happy as to please him." That remark gave the alarm to my love. I could no longer master my feelings. "What?" I exclaimed warmly. "What? Beautiful C, you do not condescend to ascribe my reserve to the feeling which you have inspired me with. You suppose that you do not please me. If a kiss is all that is needed to prove the contrary to you, oh, receive it now with all the sentiment that is burning in my heart." Then folding her in my arms, and pressing her lovingly against my breast, I imprinted on her mouth the long and ardent kiss which I had so much wished to give her. But the nature of that kiss made the timid dove feel that she had fallen into the vulture's claws. She escaped from my arms, amazed at having discovered my love in such a manner. Her brother expressed his approval, while she replaced her mask over her face in order to conceal her confusion. I asked her whether she had any longer any doubts as to my love. "You have convinced me," she answered, "but because you have undeceived me, you must not punish me." I thought that this was a very delicate answer, dictated by true sentiment, but her brother was not pleased with it, and said it was foolish. We put on our masks, left the inn, and after I had escorted them to their house, I went home deeply in love, happy in my inmost soul, yet very sad. The reader will learn in the following chapters the progress of my love and the adventures in which I found myself engaged. Chapter 12. Progress of my intrigue with the beautiful CC. The next morning PC called on me with an air of triumph. He told me that his sister had confessed to her mother that we loved one another, and that if she was ever to be married, she would be unhappy with any other husband. "I adore your sister," I said to him, "but do you think that your father will be willing to give her to me?" "I think not, but he is old. In the meantime, love one another. My mother has given her permission to go to the opera this evening with us." Very well, my dear friend, we must go. I find myself under the necessity of claiming a slight service at your hands. Dispose of me. There is some excellent Cyprus wine to be sold very cheap, and I can obtain a cask of it against my bill at 6 months. I am certain of selling it again immediately with a good profit, but the merchant requires a guarantee, and he is disposed to accept yours if you will give it. Will you be kind enough to endorse my note of hand? With pleasure. I signed my name without hesitation, for where is the man in love who in such a case would have refused that service to a person who to revenge himself might have made him miserable? We made an appointment for the evening and parted highly pleased with each other. After I had dressed myself, I went out and bought a dozen pairs of gloves, as many pairs of silk stockings, and a pair of garters embroidered in gold and with gold clasps, promising myself much pleasure in offering that first present to my young friend. I need not say that I was exact in reaching the appointed place, but they were there already, waiting for me. Had I not suspected the intentions of PC, their coming so early would have been very flattering to my vanity. The moment I had joined them, PC told me that, having other engagements to fulfill, he would leave his sister with me and meet us at the theater in the evening. When he had gone, I told CC that we would sail in a gondola until the opening of the theater. No, she answered, let us rather go to the Zueca garden. With all my heart. I hired a gondola and we went to St. Blaise, where I knew a very pretty garden which, for one sequin, was placed at my disposal for the remainder of the day, with the express condition that no one else would be allowed admittance. We had not had any dinner, and after I had ordered a good meal, we went up to a room where we took off our disguises and masks, after which we went to the garden. My lovely CC had nothing on but a bodice made of light silk and a skirt of the same description, but she was charming in that simple costume. My amorous looks went through those light veils, and in my imagination I saw her entirely naked. I sighed with burning desires, with a mixture of discreet reserve and voluptuous love. The moment we had reached the long avenue, my young companion, as lively as a fawn, finding herself at liberty on the green sward, and enjoying that happy freedom for the first time in her life, began to run about and to give way to the spirit of cheerfulness which was natural to her. When she was compelled to stop for want of breath, she burst out laughing at seeing me gazing at her in a sort of ecstatic silence. She then challenged me to run a race. The game was very agreeable to me. I accepted, but I proposed to make it interesting by a wager. Whoever loses the race, I said, shall have to do whatever the winner asks. Agreed. We marked the winning post and made a fair start. I was certain to win, but I lost on purpose so as to see what she would ask me to do. At first she ran with all her might while I reserved my strength, and she was the first to reach the goal. As she was trying to recover her breath, she thought of sentencing me to a good penance. She hid herself behind a tree and told me, a minute afterwards, that I had to find her ring. She had concealed it about her, and that was putting me in possession of all her person. I thought it was a delightful forfeit, for I could easily see that she had chosen it with intentional mischief. But I felt that I ought not to take too much advantage of her, because her artless confidence required to be encouraged. We sat on the grass. I visited her pockets, the folds of her stays, of her petticoat. Then I looked in her shoes, and even at her garters which were fastened below the knees. Not finding anything, I kept on my search, and as the ring was about her, I was of course bound to discover it. My reader has most likely guessed that I had some suspicion of the charming hiding place in which the young beauty had concealed the ring, but before coming to it, I wanted to enjoy myself. The ring was at last found between the two most beautiful keepers that nature had ever rounded, but I felt such emotion as I drew it out that my hand was trembling. "What are you trembling for?" she asked. "Only for joy at having found the ring. You had concealed it so well. But you owe me a revenge, and this time you shall not beat me." "We shall see." We began a new race, and seeing that she was not running very fast, I thought I could easily distance her whenever I liked. I was mistaken. She had husbanded her strength, and when we had run about 2/3 of the race, she suddenly sprang forward at full speed, left me behind, and I saw that I had lost. I then thought of a trick, the effect of which never fails. I feigned a heavy fall, and I uttered a shriek of pain. The poor child stopped at once, ran back to me in great fright, and, pitying me, she assisted me to raise myself from the ground. The moment I was on my feet again, I laughed heartily, and taking a spring forward, I had reached the goal long before her. The charming runner, thoroughly amazed, said to me, "Then you did not hurt yourself?" "No, for I fell purposely." "Purposely? Oh, to deceive me. I would never have believed you capable of that. It is not fair to win by fraud, therefore I have not lost the race." "Oh yes, you have, for I reached the goal before you." "Trick for trick, confess that you tried to deceive me at the start." "But that is fair, and your trick is a very different thing." "Yet it has given me the victory, and vincasi per fortund o per ingano. Il vincer sempre fu laudabil cosa." I have often heard those words from my brother, but never from my father. Well, never mind, I have lost. Give your judgment now, I will obey. Wait a little, let me see. Ah, my sentence is that you shall exchange your garters for mine. Exchange our garters, but you have seen mine, they are ugly and worth nothing. Never mind. Twice every day I shall think of the person I love, and as nearly as possible at the same hours you will have to think of me. It is a very pretty idea, and I like it. Now I forgive you for having deceived me. Here are my ugly garters. Ah, my dear deceiver, how beautiful yours are. What a handsome present. How they will please my mother. They must be a present which you have just received, for they are quite new. No, they have not been given to me. I bought them for you, and I have been racking my brain to find how I could make you accept them. Love suggested to me the idea of making them the prize of the race. You may now imagine my sorrow when I saw that you would win. Vexation inspired me with a deceitful stratagem which arose from a feeling you had caused yourself, and which turned entirely to your honor, for you must admit that you would have shewn a very hard heart if you had not come to my assistance. And I feel certain that you would not have had recourse to that stratagem, if you could have guessed how deeply it would pain me. Do you then feel much interest in me? I would do anything in the world to convince you of it. I like my pretty garters exceedingly. I will never have another pair, and I promise you that my brother shall not steal them from me. Can you suppose him capable of such an action? Oh, certainly, especially if the fastenings are in gold. Yes, they are in gold, but let him believe that they are in gilt brass. Will you teach me how to fasten my beautiful garters? Of course I will. We went upstairs, and after our dinner, which we both enjoyed with a good appetite, she became more lively and I more excited by love, but at the same time more to be pitied in consequence of the restraint to which I had condemned myself. Very anxious to try her garters, she begged me to help her, and that request was made in good faith, without mischievous coquetry. An innocent young girl, who, in spite of her 15 years, has not loved yet, who has not frequented the society of other girls, does not know the violence of amorous desires or what is likely to excite them. She has no idea of the danger of a tete-a-tete. When a natural instinct makes her love for the first time, she believes the object of her love worthy of her confidence, and she thinks that to be loved herself she must show the most boundless trust. Seeing that her stockings were too short to fasten the garter above the knee, she told me that she would in future use longer ones, and I immediately offered her those that I had purchased. Full of gratitude, she sat on my knees, and in the effusion of her satisfaction, she bestowed upon me all the kisses that she would have given to her father if he had made her such a present. I returned her kisses, forcibly keeping down the violence of my feelings. I only told her that one of her kisses was worth a kingdom. My charming C.C. took off her shoes and stockings, and put on one of the pairs I had given her, which went halfway up her thigh. The more innocent I found her to be, the less I could make up my mind to possess myself of that ravishing prey. We returned to the garden, and after walking about until the evening, we went to the opera, taking care to keep on our masks, because, the theater being small, we might easily have been recognized, and my lovely friend was certain that her father would not allow her to come out again if he found out that she had gone to the opera. We were rather surprised not to see her brother. On our left we had the Marquis of Montiliger, the Spanish ambassador, with his acknowledged mistress, M. Deal, Bolus, and in the box on our right a man and a woman who had not taken off their masks. Those two persons kept their eyes constantly fixed upon us, but my young friend did not remark it as her back was turned towards them. During the ballet, C.C. having left the libretto of the opera on the ledge of the box, the man with the mask stretched forth his hand and took it. That proved to me that we were known to him, and I said so to my companion, who turned round and recognized her brother. The lady who was with him could be no other than Madame C. As PC knew the number of our box, he had taken the next one. He could not have done so without some intention, and I foresaw that he meant to make his sister have supper with that woman. I was much annoyed, but I could not prevent it without breaking off with him altogether, and I was in love. After the second ballet, he came into our box with his lady, and after the usual exchange of compliments, the acquaintance was made, and we had to accept supper at his casino. As soon as the two ladies had thrown off their masks, they embraced one another, and the mistress of PC overwhelmed my young friend with compliments and attentions. At table, she affected to treat her with extreme affability, and CC, not having any experience of the world, behaved towards her with the greatest respect. I could, however, see that C, in spite of all her art, could hardly hide the vexation she felt at the sight of the superior beauty which I had preferred to her own charms. PC, who was of an extravagant gaiety, launched forth in stupid jokes at which his mistress alone laughed. In my anger, I shrugged my shoulders, and his sister, not understanding his jests, took no notice of them. Altogether, our party carry was not formed of congenial spirits, and was rather a dull affair. As the dessert was placed on the table, PC, somewhat excited by the wine he had drunk, kissed his ladylove, and challenged me to follow his example with his sister. I told him that I loved CC truly, and that I would not take such liberties with her until I should have acquired a legal right to her favors. PC began to scoff at what I had said, but C stopped him. Grateful for that mark of propriety, I took out of my pocket the 12 pairs of gloves which I had bought in the morning, and after I had begged her acceptance of half a dozen pairs, I gave the other 6 to my young friend. PC rose from the table with a sneer, dragging along with him his mistress, who had likewise drunk rather freely, and he threw himself on a sofa with her. The scene taking a lewd turn, I placed myself in such a manner as to hide them from the view of my young friend, whom I led into the recess of a window. But I had not been able to prevent CC from seeing in a looking-glass the position of the two impudent wretches, and her face was suffused with blushes. I, however, spoke to her quietly of indifferent things, and recovering her composure, she answered me, speaking of her gloves, which she was folding on the pier table. After his brutal exploit, PC came impudently to me and embraced me. His dissolute companion, imitating his example, kissed my young friend, saying she was certain that she had seen nothing. CC answered modestly that she did not know what she could have seen, but the look she cast towards me made me understand all she felt. If the reader has any knowledge of the human heart, he must guess what my feelings were. How was it possible to endure such a scene going on in the presence of an innocent girl whom I adored, when I had to fight hard myself with my own burning desires so as not to abuse her innocence? I was on a bed of thorns. Anger and indignation, restrained by the reserve I was compelled to adopt for fear of losing the object of my ardent love, made me tremble all over. The inventors of hell would not have failed to place that suffering among its torments, if they had known it. The lustful PC had thought of giving me a great proof of his friendship by the disgusting action he had been guilty of, and he had reckoned as nothing the dishonor of his mistress, and the delicacy of his sister, whom he had thus exposed to prostitution. I do not know how I contrived not to strangle him. The next day, when he called on me, I overwhelmed him with the most bitter reproaches, and he tried to excuse himself by saying that he never would have acted in that manner if he had not felt satisfied that I had already treated his sister in the tete-a-tete in the same way that he treated his mistress before us. My love for CC became every instant more intense, and I had made up my mind to undertake everything necessary to save her from the fearful position in which her unworthy brother might throw her by selling her for his own profit to some man less scrupulous than I was. It seemed to me urgent. What a disgusting state of things! What an unheard-of species of seduction! What a strange way to gain my friendship! And I found myself under the dire necessity of dissembling with the man whom I despised most in the world. I had been told that he was deeply in debt, that he had been a bankrupt in Vienna, where he had a wife and a family of children, that in Venice he had compromised his father who had been obliged to turn him out of his house, and who, out of pity, pretended not to know that he had kept his room in it. He had seduced his wife, or rather his mistress, who had been driven away by her husband, and after he had squandered everything she possessed, and he found himself at the end of his wits, He had tried to turn her prostitution to advantage. His poor mother, who idolized him, had given him everything she had, even her own clothes, and I expected him to plague me again for some loan or security, but I was firmly resolved on refusing. I could not bear the idea of C.C. being the innocent cause of my ruin, and used as a tool by her brother to keep up his disgusting life. Moved by an irresistible feeling, by what is called perfect love, I called upon P.C. on the following day, and, after I had told him that I adored his sister with the most honorable intentions, I tried to make him realize how deeply he had grieved me by forgetting all respect, and that modesty which the most inveterate libertine ought never to insult if he has any pretension to be worthy of respectable society. Even if I had to give up, I added, the pleasure of seeing your angelic sister, I have taken the firm resolution of not keeping company with you. But I candidly warn you that I will do everything in my power to prevent her from going out with you, and from being the victim of some infamous bargain in your hands. He excused himself again by saying that he had drunk too much, and that he did not believe that my love for his sister was such as to despise the gratification of my senses. He begged my pardon, he embraced me with tears in his eyes, and I would, perhaps, have given way to my own emotion when his mother and sister entered the room. They offered me their heartfelt thanks for the handsome present I had given to the young lady. I told the mother that I loved her daughter, and that my fondest hope was to obtain her for my wife. In the hope of securing that happiness, madam, I added, I shall get a friend to speak to your husband as soon as I shall have secured a position giving me sufficient means to keep her comfortably and to assure her happiness. So saying, I kissed her hand, and I felt so deeply moved that the tears ran down my cheeks. Those tears were sympathetic, and the excellent woman was soon crying like me. She thanked me affectionately and left me with her daughter and her son, who looked as if he had been changed into a statue. There are a great many mothers of that kind in the world, and very often they are women who have led a virtuous life. They do not suppose that deceit can exist, because their own nature understands only what is upright and true, but they are almost always the victims of their good faith and of their trust in those who seem to them to be patterns of honesty. What I had told the mother surprised the daughter, but her astonishment was much greater when she heard of what I had said to her brother. After one moment of consideration, she told him that with any other man but me, she would have been ruined, and that, if she had been in the place of Madame C, she would never have forgiven him, because the way he had treated her was as debasing for her as for himself. P.C. was weeping, but the traitor could command tears whenever he pleased. It was Whit Sunday, and as the theaters were closed, he told me that, if I would be at the same place of appointment as before, the next day, he would leave his sister with me and go by himself with Madame C, whom he could not honorably leave alone. I will give you my key, he added, and you can bring back my sister here as soon as you have supper together wherever you like. And he handed me his key, which I had not the courage to refuse. After that, he left us. I went away myself a few minutes afterwards, having previously agreed with C.C. that we would go to the Zueca garden on the following day. I was punctual, and love exciting me to the highest degree, I foresaw what would happen on that day. I had engaged a box at the opera, and we went to our garden until the evening. As it was a holiday, there were several small parties of friends sitting at various tables, and being unwilling to mix with other people, we made up our minds to remain in the apartment which was given to us, and to go to the opera only towards the end of the performance. I therefore ordered a good supper. We had 7 hours to spend together, and my charming young friend remarked that the time would certainly not seem long to us. She threw off her disguise and sat on my knees, telling me that I had completed the conquest of her heart by my reserve towards her during the supper with her brother. But all our conversation was accompanied by kisses which, little by little, were becoming more and more ardent. Did you see, she said to me, what my brother did to Madame C when she placed herself astride on his knees? I only saw it in the looking-glass, but I could guess what it was. Were you not afraid of my treating you in the same manner? No, I can assure you. How could I possibly fear such a thing, knowing how much you love me? You would have humiliated me so deeply that I should no longer have loved you. We will wait until we are married, will we not, dear? You cannot realize the extent of the joy I felt when I heard you speak to my mother as you did. We will love each other forever. But will you explain to me, dearest, the meaning of the words embroidered upon my garters. Is there any motto upon them? I was not aware of it. Oh yes, it is in French, pray read it. Seated on my knees, she took off one of her garters while I was unclasping the other, and here are the 2 lines which I found embroidered on them, and which I ought to have read before offering them to her. En voyant chaque jour le bijou de ma belle, vous lui dires quammer vieux quil lui soit fidèle. Those verses, rather free I must confess, struck me as very comic. I burst out laughing, and my mirth increased when, to please her, I had to translate their meaning. As it was an idea entirely new to her, I found it necessary to enter into particulars which lighted an ardent fire in our veins. Now, she observed, I shall not dare to show my garters to anybody, and I am very sorry for it. As I was rather thoughtful, she added, Tell me what you are thinking of. I am thinking that those lucky garters have a privilege which perhaps I shall never enjoy. How I wish myself in their place. I may die of that wish, and die miserable. No, dearest, for I am in the same position as you, and I am certain to live. Besides, we can hasten our marriage. As far as I am concerned, I am ready to become your wife tomorrow if you wish it. We are both free, and my father cannot refuse his consent. You are right, for he would be bound to consent for the sake of his honor. But I wish to give him a mark of my respect by asking for your hand, and after that everything will soon be ready. It might be in a week or 10 days. So soon, you will see that my father will say that I am too young. Perhaps he is right. No, I am young, but not too young, and I am certain that I can be your wife. I was on burning coals, and I felt that it was impossible for me to resist any longer the ardent fire which was consuming me. Oh, my best beloved, I exclaimed, do you feel certain of my love? Do you think me capable of deceiving you? Are you sure that you will never repent being my wife? More than certain, darling, for you could not wish to make me unhappy. Well then, let our marriage take place now. Let God alone receive our mutual pledges. We cannot have a better witness, for he knows the purity of our intentions. Let us mutually engage our faith, let us unite our destinies and be happy. We will afterwards legalize our tender love with your father's consent and with the ceremonies of the church. In the meantime, be mine, entirely mine. Dispose of me, dearest. I promise to God, I promise to you that, from this very moment and forever, I will be your faithful wife. I will say the same to my father, to the priest who will bless our union in fact, to everybody. I take the same oath towards you, darling, and I can assure you that we are now truly married. Come to my arms. Oh, dearest, complete my felicity. Oh dear, am I indeed so near happiness? After kissing her tenderly, I went down to tell the mistress of the house not to disturb us, and not to bring up our dinner until we called for it. During my short absence, my charming C.C. had thrown herself dressed on the bed, but I told her that the god of love disapproved of unnecessary veils, and in less than a minute I made of her a new Eve, beautiful in her nakedness, as if she had just come out of the hands of the supreme artist. Her skin, as soft as satin, was dazzlingly white, and seemed still more so beside her splendid black hair which I had spread over her alabaster shoulders. Her slender figure, her prominent hips, her beautifully modeled bosom, her large eyes, from which flashed the sparkle of amorous desire, everything about her was strikingly beautiful, and presented to my hungry looks the perfection of the mother of love, adorned by all the charms which modesty throws over the attractions of a lovely woman. Beside myself, I almost feared lest my felicity should not prove real, or lest it should not be made perfect by complete enjoyment, when mischievous love contrived, in so serious a moment, to supply me with a reason for mirth. Is there by any chance a law to prevent the husband from undressing himself? Inquired beautiful C.C. No, darling angel, no, and even if there were such a barbarous law, I would not submit to it. In one instant, I had thrown off all my garments, and my mistress, in her turn, gave herself up to all the impulse of natural instinct and curiosity, for every part of my body was an entirely new thing to her. At last, as if she had had enough of the pleasure her eyes were enjoying, she pressed me against her bosom and exclaimed, "Oh, dearest, what a difference between you and my pillow." "Your pillow, darling, you are laughing, what do you mean?" "Oh, it is nothing but a childish fancy. I am afraid you will be angry." "Angry? How could I be angry with you, my love, in the happiest moment of my life? Well, for several days past, I could not go to sleep without holding my pillow in my arms. I caressed it, I called it my dear husband. I fancied it was you, and when a delightful enjoyment had left me without movement, I would go to sleep, and in the morning find my pillow still between my arms. My dear CC became my wife with the courage of a true heroine, for her intense love caused her to delight even in bodily pain. After 3 hours spent in delicious enjoyment, I got up and called for our supper. The repast was simple, but very good. We looked at one another without speaking, for how could we find words to express our feelings? We thought that our felicity was extreme, and we enjoyed it with the certainty that we could renew it at will. The hostess came up to inquire whether we wanted anything, and she asked if we were not going to the opera, which everybody said was so beautiful. Have you never been to the opera? Never, because it is too dear for people in our position. My daughter has such a wish to go that, God forgive me for saying it, she would give herself, I truly believe, to the man who would take her there once. That would be paying very dear for it, said my little wife, laughing. Dearest, we could make her happy at less cost, for that hurts very much. I was thinking of it, my love. Here is the key of the box, you can make them a present of it. Here is the key of a box at the St. Moses Theater, she said to the hostess. It costs 2 sequins, go instead of us, and tell your daughter to keep her rosebud for something better. To enable you to amuse yourself, my good woman, take these 2 sequins, I added. Let your daughter enjoy herself well. The good hostess, thoroughly amazed at the generosity of her guests, ran in a great hurry to her daughter, while we were delighted at having laid ourselves under the pleasant necessity of again going to bed. She came up with her daughter, a handsome, tempting blonde, who insisted upon kissing the hands of her benefactors. She is going this minute with her lover, said the mother. He is waiting for her, but I will not let her go alone with him, for he is not to be trusted. I am going with them. That is right, my good woman, but when you come back this evening, let the gondola wait for us. It will take us to Venice. What, do you mean to remain here until we return? Yes, for this is our wedding day. Today, God bless you. She then went to the bed, to put it to rights, and seeing the marks of my wife's virginity, she came to my dear CC, and in her joy, kissed her, and immediately began a sermon for the special benefit of her daughter, showing her those marks which, in her opinion, did infinite honor to the young bride. Respectable marks, she said, which in our days the god of Hymen sees but seldom on his altar. The daughter, casting down her beautiful blue eyes, answered that the same would certainly be seen on her wedding day. I am certain of it, said the mother, for I never lose sight of thee. Go and get some water in this basin and bring it here. This charming bride must be in need of it. The girl obeyed. The 2 women having left us, we went to bed, and 4 hours of ecstatic delights passed off with wonderful rapidity. Our last engagement would have lasted longer if my charming sweetheart had not taken a fancy to take my place and to reverse the position. Worn out with happiness and enjoyment, we were going to sleep, when the hostess came to tell us that the gondola was waiting for us. I immediately got up to open the door, in the hope that she would amuse us with her description of the opera, but she left that task to her daughter, who had come up with her, and she went down again to prepare some coffee for us. The young girl assisted my sweetheart to dress, but now and then she would wink at me in a manner which made me think that she had more experience than her mother imagined. Nothing could be more indiscreet than the eyes of my beloved mistress. They wore the irrefutable marks of her first exploits. It is true that she had just been fighting a battle which had positively made her a different being to what she was before the engagement. We took some hot coffee, and I told our hostess to get us a nice dinner for the next day. We then left in the gondola. The dawn of day was breaking when we landed at St. Sophia's Square, in order to set the curiosity of the gondoliers at fault, and we parted happy, delighted, and certain that we were thoroughly married. I went to bed, having made up my mind to compel M. de Bragadin, through the power of the oracle, to obtain legally for me the hand of my beloved C.C. I remained in bed until noon, and spent the rest of the day in playing with ill luck, as if Dame Fortune had wished to warn me that she did not approve of my love. Chapter 13. Continuation of my intrigues with CCM. De Bragadin asks the hand of that young person for me her father refuses, and sends her to a conventa, la hay I lose all my money at the faro table my partnership, with Kroos replenishes my purse various incidents. The happiness derived from my love had prevented me from attaching any importance to my losses, and being entirely engrossed with the thought of my sweetheart, my mind did not seem to care for whatever did not relate to her. I was thinking of her the next morning when her brother called on me with a beaming countenance and said, "I am certain that you have slept with my sister, and I am very glad of it. She does not confess as much, but her confession is not necessary. I will bring her to you today. You will oblige me, for I adore her, and I will get a friend of mine to ask her in marriage from your father in such a manner that he will not be able to refuse. I wish it may be so, but I doubt it. In the meantime, I find myself compelled to beg another service from your kindness. I can obtain, against a note of hand payable in 6 months, a ring of the value of 200 sequins, and I am certain to sell it again this very day for the same amount. That sum is very necessary to me just now, but the jeweler, who knows you, will not let me have it without your security. Will you oblige me in this instance? I know that you lost a great deal last night. If you want some money, I will give you 100 sequins, which you will return when the note of hand falls due." How could I refuse him? I knew very well that I would be duped, but I loved his sister so much. "I am ready," said I to him, "to sign the note of hand, but you are wrong in abusing my love for your sister in such a manner." We went out, and the jeweler having accepted my security, the bargain was completed. The merchant, who knew me only by name, thinking of paying me a great compliment, told P.C. that with my guarantee all his goods were at his service. I did not feel flattered by the compliment, but I thought I could see in it the knavery of P.C., who was clever enough to find out of 100, the fool who without any reason placed confidence in me when I possessed nothing. It was thus that my angelic C.C., who seemed made to ensure my happiness, was the innocent cause of my ruin. At noon, P.C. brought his sister, and wishing most likely to prove his honesty for a cheat always tries hard to do, that he gave me back the letter of exchange, which I had endorsed for the Cyprus wine, assuring me likewise that at our next meeting he would hand me the 100 sequins which he had promised me. I took my mistress as usual to Zueka. I agreed for the garden to be kept closed, and we dined under a vine arbor. My dear C.C. seemed to me more beautiful since she was mine, and, friendship being united to love, we felt a delightful sensation of happiness which shone on our features. The hostess, who had found me generous, gave us some excellent game and some very fine fish. Her daughter served us. She also came to undress my little wife as soon as we had gone upstairs, to give ourselves up to the sweet pleasures natural to a young married couple. When we were alone, my loved asked me what was the meaning of the 100 sequins which her brother had promised to bring me, and I told her all that had taken place between him and me. "I entreat you, darling," she said to me, "to refuse all the demands of my brother in future. He is, unfortunately, in such difficulties that he would at the end drag you down to the abyss into which he must fall." This time our enjoyment seemed to us more substantial. We relished it with a more refined delight, and, so to speak, we reasoned over it. "Oh, my best beloved," she said to me, "do all in your power to render me pregnant, for in that case my father could no longer refuse his consent to my marriage, under the pretext of my being too young." It was with great difficulty that I made her understand that the fulfillment of that wish, however much I shared it myself, was not entirely in our power, but that, under the circumstances, it would most probably be fulfilled sooner or later. After working with all our might at the completion of that great undertaking, we gave several hours to a profound and delightful repose. As soon as we were awake, I called for candles and coffee, and we set to work again in the hope of obtaining the mutual harmony of ecstatic enjoyment which was necessary to ensure our future happiness. It was in the midst of our loving sport that the too early dawn surprised us, and we hurried back to Venice to avoid inquisitive eyes. We renewed our pleasures on the Friday, but whatever delight I may feel now in the remembrance of those happy moments, I will spare my readers the description of my new enjoyment, because they might not feel interested in such repetitions. I must therefore only say that, before parting on that day, we fixed for the following Monday, the last day of the carnival, our last meeting in the garden of Zueka. Death alone could have hindered me from keeping that appointment, for it was to be the last opportunity of enjoying our amorous sport. On the Monday morning, I saw PC, who confirmed the appointment for the same hour and at the place previously agreed upon, and I was there in good time. In spite of the impatience of a lover, the first hour of expectation passes rapidly, but the second is mortally long. Yet the third and the fourth passed without my seeing my beloved mistress. I was in a state of fearful anxiety. I imagined the most terrible disasters. It seemed to me that if CC had been unable to go out, her brother ought to have come to let me know it. But some unexpected mishap might have detained him, and I could not go and fetch her myself at her house, even if I had feared nothing else than to miss them on the road. At last, as the church bells were tolling the Angelus, CC came alone and masked. "I was certain," she said, "that you were here, and here I am in spite of all my mother could say. You must be starving. My brother has not put in an appearance through the whole of this day. Let us go quickly to our garden, for I am very hungry too, and love will console us for all we have suffered today." She had spoken very rapidly, and without giving me time to utter a single word. I had nothing more to ask her. We went off and took a gondola to our garden. The wind was very high, it blew almost a hurricane, and the gondola having only one rower, the danger was great. CC, who had no idea of it, was playing with me to make up for the restraint under which she had been all day, but her movements exposed the gondolier to danger. If he had fallen into the water, nothing could have saved us, and we would have found death on our way to pleasure. I told her to keep quiet, but being anxious not to frighten her, I dared not acquaint her with the danger we were running. The gondolier, however, had not the same reasons for sparing her feelings, and he called out to us in a stentorian voice that, if we did not keep quiet, we were all lost. His threat had the desired effect, and we reached the landing without mishap. I paid the man generously, and he laughed for joy when he saw the money for which he was indebted to the bad weather. We spent 6 delightful hours in our casino. This time sleep was not allowed to visit us. The only thought which threw a cloud over our felicity was that, the carnival being over, we did not know how to contrive our future meetings. We agreed, however, that on the following Wednesday morning I should pay a visit to her brother, and that she would come to his room as usual. We took leave of our worthy hostess, who, entertaining no hope of seeing us again, expressed her sorrow and overwhelmed us with blessings. I escorted my darling, without any accident, as far as the door of her house, and went home. I had just risen at noon, when to my great surprise I had a visit from de la Haye with his pupil Calvi, a handsome young man, but the very copy of his master in everything. He walked, spoke, laughed exactly like him. It was the same language as that of the Jesuits, correct, but rather harsh French. I thought that excess of imitation perfectly scandalous, and I could not help telling de la Haye that he ought to change his pupil's deportment, because such servile mimicry would only expose him to bitter raillery. As I was giving him my opinion on that subject, Beauvoir made his appearance, and when he had spent an hour in the company of the young man, he was entirely of the same mind. Calvi died 2 or 3 years later. De la Haye, who was bent upon forming pupils, became, 2 or 3 months after Calvi's death, the tutor of the young Chevalier de Morosini, the nephew of the nobleman to whom Beauvoir was indebted for his rapid fortune, who was then the commissioner of the Republic to settle its boundaries with the Austrian government represented by Count Christiani. I was in love beyond all measure, and I would not postpone an application on which my happiness depended any longer. After dinner, and as soon as everybody had retired, I begged M. de Bragadin and his 2 friends to grant me an audience of 2 hours in the room in which we were always inaccessible. There, without any preamble, I told them that I was in love with CC, and determined on carrying her off if they could not contrive to obtain her from her father for my wife. "The question at issue," I said to M. de Bragadin, "is how to give me a respectable position, and to guarantee a dowry of 10,000 ducats which the young lady would bring me." They answered that, if Pericles gave them the necessary instructions, they were ready to fulfill them. That was all I wanted. I spent 2 hours in forming all the pyramids they wished, and the result was that M. de Bragadin himself would demand in my name the hand of the young lady, the oracle explaining the reason of that choice by stating that it must be the same person who would guarantee the dowry with his own fortune. The father of my mistress being then at his country house, I told my friends that they would have due notice of his return, and that they were to be all 3 together, when M. de Bragadin demanded the young lady's hand. Well pleased with what I had done, I called on PC the next morning. An old woman who opened the door for me told me that he was not at home, but that his mother would see me. She came immediately with her daughter, and they both looked very sad, which at once struck me as a bad sign. CC told me that her brother was in prison for debt, and that it would be difficult to get him out of it because his debts amounted to a very large sum. The mother, crying bitterly, told me how deeply grieved she was at not being able to support him in the prison, and she showed me the letter he had written to her, in which he requested her to deliver an enclosure to his sister. I asked CC whether I could read it. She handed it to me, and I saw that he begged her to speak to me in his behalf. As I returned it to her, I told her to write to him that I was not in a position to do anything for him, but I entreated the mother to accept 25 sequins, which would enable her to assist him by sending him 1 or 2 at a time. She made up her mind to take them only when her daughter joined her entreaties to mine. After this painful scene, one gave them an account of what I had done in order to obtain the hand of my young sweetheart. Madame C. thanked me, expressed her appreciation of my honorable conduct, but she told me not to entertain any hope, because her husband, who was very stubborn in his ideas, had decided that his daughter should marry a merchant and not before the age of 18. He was expected home that very day. As I was taking leave of them, my mistress contrived to slip in my hand a letter in which she told me that I could safely make use of the key which I had in my possession to enter the house at midnight, and that I would find her in her brother's room. This news made me very happy, for, notwithstanding all the doubts of her mother, I hoped for success in obtaining her hand. When I returned home, I told M. de Bragadin of the expected arrival of the father of my charming CC, and the kind old man wrote to him immediately in my presence. He requested him to name at what time he might call on him on important business. I asked M. de Bragadin not to send his letter until the following day. The reader can very well guess that CC had not to wait for me long after midnight. I gained admittance without any difficulty, and I found my darling, who received me with open arms. "You have nothing to fear," she said to me. "My father has arrived in excellent health, and everyone in the house is fast asleep." "Except love," I answered, "which is now inviting us to enjoy ourselves. Love will protect us, dearest, and tomorrow your father will receive a letter from my worthy protector." At those words CC shuddered. It was a presentiment of the future. She said to me, "My father thinks of me now as if I were nothing but a child, but his eyes are going to be opened respecting me. He will examine my conduct, and God knows what will happen. Now, we are happy, even more than we were during our visits to Zueka, for we can see each other every night without restraint. But what will my father do when he hears that I have a lover? What can he do? If he refuses me your hand, I will carry you off, and the patriarch would certainly marry us. We shall be one another's for life. It is my most ardent wish, and to realize it I am ready to do anything. But dearest, I know my father." We remained 2 hours together, thinking less of our pleasures than of our sorrow. I went away promising to see her again the next night. The whole of the morning passed off very heavily for me, and at noon M. de Bragadin informed me that he had sent his letter to the father, who had answered that he would call himself on the following day to ascertain M. de Bragadin's wishes. At midnight, I saw my beloved mistress again, and I gave her an account of all that had transpired. CC told me that the message of the senator had greatly puzzled her father, because, as he had never had any intercourse with that nobleman, he could not imagine what he wanted with him. Uncertainty, a sort of anxious dread, and a confused hope rendered our enjoyment much less lively during the 2 hours which we spent together. I had no doubt that M.Ch. C., the father of my young friend, would go home immediately after his interview with M. de Bragadin, that he would ask his daughter a great many questions, and I feared lest CC, in her trouble and confusion, should betray herself. She felt herself that it might be so, and I could see how painfully anxious she was. I was extremely uneasy myself, and I suffered much because, not knowing how her father would look at the matter, I could not give her any advice. As a matter of course, it was necessary for her to conceal certain circumstances which would have prejudiced his mind against us, yet it was urgent to tell him the truth and to show herself entirely submissive to his will. I found myself placed in a strange position, and above all, I regretted having made the all-important application, precisely because it was certain to have too decisive a result. I longed to get out of the state of indecision in which I was, and I was surprised to see my young mistress less anxious than I was. We parted with heavy hearts, but with the hope that the next night would again bring us together, for the contrary did not seem to us possible. The next day, after dinner, C called upon M. de Bragadin, but I did not show myself. He remained a couple of hours with my 3 friends, and as soon as he had gone I heard that his answer had been what the mother had told me, but with the addition of a circumstance most painful to me, namely, that his daughter would pass the 4 years which were to elapse before she could think of marriage in a convent. As a palliative to his refusal, he had added that, if by that time I had a well-established position in the world, he might consent to our wedding. That answer struck me as most cruel, and in the despair in which it threw me I was not astonished when the same night I found the door by which I used to gain admittance to C closed and locked inside. I returned home more dead than alive, and lost 24 hours in that fearful perplexity in which a man is often thrown when he feels himself bound to take a decision without knowing what to decide. I thought of carrying her off, but 1,000 difficulties combined to prevent the execution of that scheme, and her brother was in prison. I saw how difficult it would be to contrive a correspondence with my wife, for I considered C as such, much more than if our marriage had received the sanction of the priest's blessing or of the notary's legal contract. Tortured by 1,000 distressing ideas, I made up my mind at last to pay a visit to Madame C. A servant opened the door and informed me that Madame had gone to the country. She could not tell me when she was expected to return to Venice. This news was a terrible thunderbolt to me. I remained as motionless as a statue, for now that I had lost that last resource I had no means of procuring the slightest information. I tried to look calm in the presence of my 3 friends, but in reality I was in a state truly worthy of pity, and the reader will perhaps realize it if I tell him that in my despair I made up my mind to call on PC in his prison, in the hope that he might give me some information. My visit proved useless. He knew nothing, and I did not enlighten his ignorance. He told me a great many lies which I pretended to accept as gospel, and giving him 2 sequins I went away, wishing him a prompt release. I was racking my brain to contrive some way to know the position of my mistress, for I felt certain it was a fearful one, and, believing her to be unhappy, I reproached myself most bitterly as the cause of her misery. I had reached such a state of anxiety that I could neither eat nor sleep. 2 days after the refusal of the father, M. de Bragadin and his 2 friends went to Padua for a month. I had not had the heart to go with them, and I was alone in the house. I needed consolation, and I went to the gaming table, but I played without attention and lost a great deal. I had already sold whatever I possessed of any value, and I owed money everywhere. I could expect no assistance except from my 3 kind friends, but shame prevented me from confessing my position to them. I was in that disposition which leads easily to self-destruction, and I was thinking of it as I was shaving myself before a toilet glass, when the servant brought to my room a woman who had a letter for me. The woman came up to me, and, handing me the letter, she said, "Are you the person to whom it is addressed?" I recognized at once a seal which I had given to C. I thought I would drop down dead. In order to recover my composure, I told the woman to wait and tried to shave myself, but my hand refused to perform its office. I put the razor down, turned my back on the messenger, and opening the letter I read the following lines. "Before I can write all I have to say, I must be sure of my messenger. I am boarding in a convent and am very well treated, and I enjoy excellent health in spite of the anxiety of my mind. The superior has been instructed to forbid me all visitors and correspondence. I am, however, already certain of being able to write to you, notwithstanding these very strict orders. I entertain no doubt of your good faith, my beloved husband, and I feel sure that you will never doubt a heart which is wholly yours. Trust to me for the execution of whatever you may wish me to do, for I am yours and only yours. Answer only a few words until we are quite certain of our messenger." Murin, June 12th. In less than 3 weeks, my young friend had become a clever moralist. It is true that love had been her teacher, and love alone can work miracles. As I concluded the reading of her letter, I was in the state of a criminal pardoned at the foot of the scaffold. I required several minutes before I recovered the exercise of my will and my presence of mind. I turned towards the messenger and asked her if she could read. "Ah, sir, if I could not read, it would be a great misfortune for me. There are 7 women appointed for the service of the nuns of Murin. One of us comes in turn to Venice once a week. I come every Wednesday, and this day week I shall be able to bring you an answer to the letter which, if you like, you can write now. Then you can take charge of the letters entrusted to you by the nuns. That is not supposed to be one of our duties, but the faithful delivery of letters being the most important of the commissions committed to our care, we should not be trusted if we could not read the address of the letters placed in our hands. The nuns wanted to be sure that we shall not give to Peter the letter addressed to Paul. The good mothers are always afraid of our being guilty of such blunders. Therefore I shall be here again, without fail, this day week at the same hour, but please to order your servant to wake you in case you should be asleep, for our time is measured as if it were gold. Above all, rely entirely upon my discretion as long as you employ me, for if I did not know how to keep a silent tongue in my head I should lose my bread, and then what would become of me a widow with 4 children, a boy 8 years old and 3 pretty girls, the eldest of whom is only 16. You can see them when you come to Murin. I live near the church on the garden side, and I am always at home when I am not engaged in the service of the nuns, who are always sending me on one commission or another. The young lady I do not know her name yet, for she has only been 1 week with us gave me this letter, but so cleverly. Oh, she must be as witty as she is pretty, for 3 nuns who were there were completely bamboozled. She gave it to me with this other letter for myself, which I likewise leave in your hands. Poor child, she tells me to be discreet. She need not be afraid. Write to her, I entreat you, sir, that she can trust me and answer boldly. I would not tell you to act in the same manner with all the other messengers of the convent, although I believe them to be honest, and God forbid I should speak ill of my fellow creature, but they are all ignorant, you see, and it is certain that they babble, at least, with their confessors, if with nobody else. As for me, thank God, I know very well that I need not confess anything but my sins, and surely to carry a letter from a Christian woman to her brother in Christ is not a sin. Besides, my confessor is a good old monk, quite deaf, I believe, for the worthy man never answers me. But that is his business, not mine. I had not intended to ask her any questions, but if such had been my intention, she would not have given me time to carry it into execution. And without my asking her anything, she was telling me everything I cared to know, and she did so in her anxiety for me to avail myself of her services exclusively. I immediately sat down to write to my dear recluse, intending at first to write only a few lines, as she had requested me, but my time was too short to write so little. My letter was a screed of 4 pages, and very likely it said less than her note of 1 short page. I told her her letter had saved my life, and asked her whether I could hope to see her. I informed her that I had given a sequin to the messenger, that she would find another for herself under the seal of my letter, and that I would send her all the money she might want. I entreated her not to fail writing every Wednesday, to be certain that her letters would never be long enough to give me full particulars, not only of all she did, of all she was allowed to do, but also of all her thoughts respecting her release from imprisonment, and the overcoming of all the obstacles which were in the way of our mutual happiness, for I was as much hers as she was mine. I hinted to her the necessity of gaining the love of all the nuns and boarders, but without taking them into her confidence, and of showing no dislike of her convent life. After praising her for the clever manner in which she had contrived to write to me, in spite of superior orders, I made her understand how careful she was to be to avoid being surprised while she was writing, because in such a case her room would certainly be searched and all her papers seized. Burn all my letters, darling, I added, and recollect that you must go to confession often, but without implicating our love. Share with me all your sorrows, which interest me even more than your joys. I sealed my letter in such a manner that no one could possibly guess that there was a sequin hidden under the sealing wax, and I rewarded the woman, promising her that I would give her the same reward every time that she brought me a letter from my friend. When she saw the sequin which I had put in her hand, the good woman cried for joy, and she told me that, As the gates of the convent were never closed for her, she would deliver my letter the moment she found the young lady alone. Here is the note which C.C. had given to the woman, with the letter addressed to me. God himself, my good woman, prompts me to have confidence in you rather than in anybody else. Take this letter to Venice, and should the person to whom it is addressed not be in the city, bring it back to me. You must deliver it to that person himself, and if you find him, you will most likely have an answer, which you must give me, but only when you are certain that nobody can see you. If love is imprudent, it is only in the hope of enjoyment. But when it is necessary to bring back happiness destroyed by some untoward accident, love foresees all that the keenest perspicacity could possibly find out. The letter of my charming wife overwhelmed me with joy, and in one moment I passed from a state of despair to that of extreme felicity. I felt certain that I should succeed in carrying her off even if the walls of the convent could boast of artillery, and after the departure of the messenger my first thought was to endeavor to spend the 7 days, before I could receive the second letter, pleasantly. Gambling alone could do it, but everybody had gone to Padua. I got my trunk ready, and immediately sent it to the Burchiello then ready to start, and I left for Frusina. From that place I posted, and in less than 3 hours I arrived at the door of the Bragadin Palace, where I found my dear protector on the point of sitting down to dinner. He embraced me affectionately, and seeing me covered with perspiration, he said to me, "I am certain that you are in no hurry." "No," I answered, "but I am starving." I brought joy to the brotherly trio, and I enhanced their happiness when I told my friends that I would remain 6 days with them. De la Haye dined with us on that day. As soon as dinner was over, he closeted himself with M. Dandolo, and for 2 hours they remained together. I had gone to bed during that time, but M. Dandolo came up to me and told me that I had arrived just in time to consult the oracle respecting an important affair entirely private to himself. He gave me the questions and requested me to find the answers. He wanted to know whether he would act rightly if he accepted a project proposed to him by de la Haye. The oracle answered negatively. M. Dandolo, rather surprised, asked a second question. He wished Paralis to give his reasons for the denial. I formed the cabalistic pile and brought out this answer. I asked Casanova's opinion, and as I find it opposed to the proposal made by de la Haye, I do not wish to hear any more about it. Oh, wonderful power of self-delusion. This worthy man, pleased at being able to throw the odium of a refusal on me, left me perfectly satisfied. I had no idea of the nature of the affair to which he had been alluding, and I felt no curiosity about it. But it annoyed me that a Jesuit should interfere and try to make my friends do anything otherwise than through my instrumentality, and I wanted that intriguer to know that my influence was greater than his own. After that, I dressed, masked myself, and went to the opera, where I sat down to a faro table and lost all my money. Fortune was determined to show me that it does not always agree with love. My heart was heavy, I felt miserable, I went to bed. When I woke in the morning, I saw de la Haye come into my room with a beaming countenance, and assuming an air of devoted friendship, he made a great show of his feelings towards me. I knew what to think of it all, and I waited for the denouement. "My dear friend," he said to me at last, "why did you dissuade M. Dandolo from doing what I had insinuated to him?" "What had you insinuated to him?" "You know well enough." "If I knew it, I would not ask you." "M. Dandolo himself told me that you had advised him against it." "Advised against, that may be, but certainly not dissuaded, for if he had been persuaded in his own mind, he would not have asked my advice." "As you please, but may I inquire your reasons?" "Tell me first what your proposal was." "Has he not told you?" "Perhaps he has, but if you wish to know my reasons, I must hear the whole affair from your own lips, because M. Dandolo spoke to me under a promise of secrecy." "Of what good is all this reserve?" "Everyone has his own principles and his own way of thinking. I have a sufficiently good opinion of you to believe that you would act exactly as I do, for I have heard you say that in all secret matters one ought to guard against surprise. I am incapable of taking such an advantage of a friend, but as a general rule your maxim is a right one. I like prudence. I will tell you the whole affair. You are aware that Madame Tripolo has been left a widow, and that M. Dandolo is courting her assiduously, after having done the same for 14 years during the life of the husband. The lady, who is still young, beautiful, and lovely, and also is very respectable, wishes to become his wife. It is to me that she has confided her wishes, and as I saw nothing that was not praiseworthy, either in a temporal or in a spiritual point of view, in that union, for after all we are all men, I took the affair in hand with real pleasure. I fancied even that M. Dandolo felt some inclination for that marriage when he told me that he would give me his decision this morning. I am not astonished at his having asked your advice in such an important affair, for a prudent man is right in asking the opinion of a wise friend before taking a decisive step. But I must tell you candidly that I am astonished at your disapproval of such a marriage. Pray excuse me if, in order to improve by the information, I ask why your opinion is exactly the reverse of mine. Delighted at having discovered the whole affair, at having arrived in time to prevent my friend, who is goodness itself, contracting an absurd marriage, I answered the hypocrite that I loved M. Dandolo, that I knew his temperament, and that I was certain that a marriage with a woman like Madame Tripolo would shorten his life. That being my opinion, I added, you must admit that as a true friend I was right in advising him against your proposal. Do you recollect having told me that you never married for the very same reason? Do you recollect your strong arguments in favor of celibacy while we were at Parma? Consider also, I beg, that every man has a certain small stock of selfishness, and that I may be allowed to have mine when I think that if M. Dandolo took a wife the influence of that wife would of course have some weight, and that the more she gained in influence over him, the more I should lose. So you see it would not be natural for me to advise him to take a step which would ultimately prove very detrimental to my interests. If you can prove that my reasons are either trifling or sophistical, speak openly. I will tell M. Dandolo that my mind has changed. Madame Tripolo will become his wife when we return to Venice. But let me warn you that thorough conviction can alone move me. I do not believe myself clever enough to convince you. I shall write to Madame Tripolo that she must apply to you. Do not write anything of the sort to that lady, or she will think that you are laughing at her. Do you suppose her foolish enough to expect that I will give way to her wishes? She knows that I do not like her. How can she possibly know that? She must have remarked that I have never cared to accompany M. Dandolo to her house. Learn from me once for all that as long as I live with my 3 friends, they shall have no wife but me. You may get married as soon as you please. I promise not to throw any obstacle in your way, but if you wish to remain on friendly terms with me, give up all idea of leading my 3 friends astray. You are very caustic this morning. I lost all my money last night. Then I have chosen a bad time. Farewell. From that day, de la Haye became my secret enemy, and to him I was in a great measure indebted, 2 years later, for my imprisonment under the Leads of Venice, not owing to his slanders, for I do not believe he was capable of that. Jesuit though he was, and even amongst such people there is sometimes some honorable feeling, but through the mystical insinuations which he made in the presence of bigoted persons. I must give fair notice to my readers that, if they are fond of such people, they must not read these memoirs, for they belong to a tribe which I have good reason to attack unmercifully. The fine marriage was never again alluded to. M. Dandolo continued to visit his beautiful widow every day, and I took care to elicit from Pericles a strong interdiction ever to put my foot in her house. Don Antonio Croce, a young Milanese whom I had known in Reggio, a confirmed gambler, and a downright clever hand in securing the favors of Dame Fortune, called on me a few minutes after de la Haye had retired. He told me that, having seen me lose all my money the night before, he had come to offer me the means of retrieving my losses, if I would take an equal interest with him in a faro bank that he meant to hold at his house, and in which he would have as punters 7 or 8 rich foreigners who were courting his wife. If you will put 300 sequins in my bank, he added, you shall be my partner. I have 300 sequins myself, but that is not enough because the punters play high. Come and dine at my house, and you will make their acquaintance. We can play next Friday as there will be no opera, and you may rely upon our winning plenty of gold, for a certain Gilenspetz, a Swede, may lose 20,000 sequins. I was without any resources, or at all events I could expect no assistance except from M. de Bragadin, upon whom I felt ashamed of encroaching. I was well aware that the proposal made by Croce was not strictly moral, and that I might have chosen a more honorable society. But if I had refused, the purse of Madame Croce's admirers would not have been more mercifully treated. Another would have profited by that stroke of good fortune. I was therefore not rigid enough to refuse my assistance as adjutant and my share of the pie. I accepted Croce's invitation. Chapter 14. I get rich again. My adventure at Dolo. Analysis of a long letter from C. Mischievous trick played upon me by P. C. At Vincenzo. A tragicomedy at the inn. Necessity, that imperious law and my only excuse, having made me almost the partner of a cheat, there was still the difficulty of finding the 300 sequins required. But I postponed the task of finding them until after I should have made the acquaintance of the dupes of the goddess to whom they addressed their worship. Croce took me to the Prado Delta Val, where we found Madame surrounded with foreigners. She was pretty, and as a secretary of the imperial ambassador, Count Rosenberg, had attached himself to her, not one of the Venetian nobles dared court her. Those who interested me among the satellites gravitating around that star were the Swede Gilenspets, a Hamburger, the Englishman Mendez, who has already been mentioned, and 3 or 4 others to whom Croce called my attention. We dined all together, and after dinner there was a general call for a faro bank, but Croce did not accept. His refusal surprised me, because with 300 sequins, being a very skillful player, he had enough to try his fortune. He did not, however, allow my suspicions to last long, for he took me to his own room and showed me 50 pieces of 8, which were equal to 300 sequins. When I saw that the professional gambler had not chosen me as his partner with the intention of making a dupe of me, I told him that I would certainly procure the amount, and upon that promise, he invited everybody to supper for the following day. We agreed that we would divide the spoils before parting in the evening, and that no one should be allowed to play on trust. I had to procure the amount, but to whom could I apply? I could ask no one but M. de Bragadin. The excellent man had not that sum in his possession, for his purse was generally empty, but he found a usurer species of animal too numerous unfortunately for young men who, upon a note of hand endorsed by him, gave me 1,000 ducats at 5%. For 1 month, the said interest being deducted by anticipation from the capital. It was exactly the amount I required. I went to the supper. Croce held the bank until daylight, and we divided 1,600 sequins between us. The game continued the next evening, and Gilenspets alone lost 2,000 sequins. The Jew Mendez lost about 1,000. Sunday was sanctified by rest, but on Monday the bank won 4,000 sequins. On the Tuesday we all dined together, and the play was resumed. But we had scarcely begun when an officer of the Podesta made his appearance and informed Croce that he wanted a little private conversation with him. They left the room together, and after a short absence Croce came back rather crestfallen. He announced that by superior orders he was forbidden to hold a bank at his house. Madame fainted away, the punters hurried out, and I followed their example, as soon as I had secured 1/2 of the gold which was on the table. I was glad enough it was not worse. As I left, Croce told me that we would meet again in Venice, for he had been ordered to quit Padua within 24 hours. I expected it would be so, because he was too well known. But his greatest crime, in the opinion of the Podesta, was that he attracted the players to his own house, whilst the authorities wanted all the lovers of play to lose their money at the opera, where the bankers were mostly noblemen from Venice. I left the city on horseback in the evening and in very bad weather, but nothing could have kept me back, because early the next morning I expected a letter from my dear prisoner. I had only traveled 6 miles from Padua when my horse fell, and I found my left leg caught under it. My boots were soft ones, and I feared I had hurt myself. The postilion was ahead of me, but hearing the noise made by the fall he came up and disengaged me. I was not hurt, but my horse was lame. I immediately took the horse of the postilion, to which I was entitled, but the insolent fellow getting hold of the bit refused to let me proceed. I tried to make him understand that he was wrong, but far from giving way to my arguments, he persisted in stopping me, and being in a great hurry to continue my journey I fired one of my pistols in his face, but without touching him. Frightened out of his wits, the man let go, and I galloped off. When I reached the Dolo, I went straight to the stables, and I myself saddled a horse which a postilion, to whom I gave a crown, pointed out to me as being excellent. No one thought of being astonished at my other postilion having remained behind, and we started at full speed. It was then 1 o'clock in the morning. The storm had broken up the road, and the night was so dark that I could not see anything within a yard ahead of me. The day was breaking when we arrived in Fusina. The boatman threatened me with a fresh storm, but setting everything at defiance, I took a four-oared boat and reached my dwelling quite safe, but shivering with cold and wet to the skin. I had scarcely been in my room for a quarter of an hour when the messenger from Murin presented herself and gave me a letter, telling me that she would call for the answer in 2 hours. That letter was a journal of 7 pages, the faithful translation of which might weary my readers, but here is the substance of it. After the interview with M. de Bragadin, the father of C.C. had gone home, had his wife and daughter to his room, and inquired kindly from the last where she had made my acquaintance. She answered that she had seen me 5 or 6 times in her brother's room, that I had asked her whether she would consent to be my wife, and that she had told me that she was dependent upon her father and mother. The father had then said that she was too young to think of marriage, and besides, I had not yet conquered a position in society. After that decision, he repaired to his son's room and locked the small door inside as well as the one communicating with the apartment of the mother, who was instructed by him to let me believe that she had gone to the country, in case I should call on her. 2 days afterwards he came to see C, who was beside her sick mother, and told her that her aunt would take her to a convent, where she was to remain until a husband had been provided for her by her parents. She answered that, being perfectly disposed to submit to his will, she would gladly obey him. Pleased with her ready obedience, he promised to go and see her, and to let his mother visit her likewise, as soon as her health was better. Immediately after that conversation, the aunt had called for her, and a gondola had taken them to the convent, where she had been ever since. Her bed and her clothes had been brought to her. She was well pleased with her room and with the nun to whom she had been entrusted and under whose supervision she was. It was by her that she had been forbidden to receive either letters or visits, or to write to anybody, under penalty of excommunication from the Holy Father, of everlasting damnation, and of other similar trifles. Yet the same nun had supplied her with paper, ink, and books, and it was at night that my young friend transgressed the laws of the convent in order to write all these particulars to me. She expressed her conviction respecting the discretion and the faithfulness of the messenger, and she thought that she would remain devoted, because, being poor, our sequins were a little fortune for her. She related to me in the most assuring manner that the handsomest of all the nuns in the convent loved her to distraction, gave her a French lesson twice a day, and had amicably forbidden her to become acquainted with the other boarders. That nun was only 22 years of age. She was beautiful, rich, and generous. All the other nuns showed her great respect. "When we are alone," wrote my friend, "she kisses me so tenderly that you would be jealous if she were not a woman." As to our project of running away, she did not think it would be very difficult to carry it into execution, but that it would be better to wait until she knew the locality better. She told me to remain faithful and constant, and asked me to send her my portrait hidden in a ring by a secret spring known only to us. She added that I might send it to her by her mother, who had recovered her usual health, and was in the habit of attending early mass at her parish church every day by herself. She assured me that the excellent woman would be delighted to see me, and to do anything I might ask her. "At all events," she concluded, "I hope to find myself in a few months in a position which will scandalize the convent if they are obstinately bent upon keeping me here." I was just finishing my answer when Laura, the messenger, returned for it. After I had paid the sequin I had promised her, I gave her a parcel containing sealing wax, paper, pens, and a tinderbox, which she promised to deliver to C.C. My darling had told her that I was her cousin, and Laura feigned to believe it. Not knowing what to do in Venice, and believing that I ought for the sake of my honor to show myself in Padua, or else people might suppose that I had received the same order as Croce, I hurried my breakfast and procured a billetta from the booking office for Rome, because I foresaw that the firing of my pistol and the lame horse might not have improved the temper of the postmasters. But by showing them what is called in Italy a billetta, I knew that they could not refuse to supply me with horses whenever they had any in their stables. As far as the pistol shot was concerned, I had no fear. for I had purposely missed the insolent postilion, and even if I had killed him on the spot, it would not have been of much importance. In Fusina, I took a two-wheeled chaise, for I was so tired that I could not have performed the journey on horseback, and I reached the Dolo, where I was recognized and horses were refused me. I made a good deal of noise, and the postmaster, coming out, threatened to have me arrested if I did not pay him for his dead horse. I answered that if the horse were dead I would account for it to the postmaster in Padua, but what I wanted was fresh horses without delay. And I showed him the dread boletta, the sight of which made him lower his tone, but he told me that, even if he supplied me with horses, I had treated the postilion so badly that not one of his men would drive me. "If that is the case," I answered, "you shall accompany me yourself." The fellow laughed in my face, turned his back upon me, and went away. I took 2 witnesses, and I called with them at the office of a public notary, who drew up a properly worded document, by which I gave notice to the postmaster that I should expect an indemnity of 10 sequins for each hour of delay until I had horses supplied to me. As soon as he had been made acquainted with the contents of this, he gave orders to bring out 2 restive horses. I saw at once that his intention was to have me upset along the road and perhaps thrown into the river. But I calmly told the postilion that at the very moment my chaise was upset, I would blow his brains out with a pistol shot. This threat frightened the man. He took his horses back to the stables and declared to his master that he would not drive me. At that very moment a courier arrived, who called for 6 carriage horses and 2 saddle ones. I warned the postmaster that no one should leave the place before me, and that if he opposed my will there would be a sanguinary contest. In order to prove that I was in earnest, I took out my pistols. The fellow began to swear, but everyone saying that he was in the wrong, he disappeared. 5 minutes afterwards, whom should I see, arriving in a beautiful berlin drawn by 6 horses, but Croce with his wife, a lady's maid, and 2 lackeys in grand livery. He alighted, we embraced one another, and I told him, assuming an air of sadness, that he could not leave before me. I explained how the case stood. He said I was right, scolded loudly, as if he had been a great lord, and made everybody tremble. The postmaster had disappeared. His wife came and ordered the postilions to attend to my wants. During that time, Croce said to me that I was quite right in going back to Padua, where the public rumor had spread the report of my having left the city in consequence of an order from the police. He informed me that the Podesta had likewise expelled M. de Gondin, a colonel in the service of the Duke of Modena, because he held a faro bank at his house. I promised him to pay him a visit in Venice in the ensuing week. Croce, who had dropped from the sky to assist me in a moment of great distress, had won 10,000 sequins in 4 evenings. I had received 5,000 for my share, and lost no time in paying my debts and in redeeming all the articles which I had been compelled to pledge. That scamp brought me back the smiles of fortune, and from that moment I got rid of the ill luck which had seemed to fasten on me. I reached Padua in safety, and the postilion, who very likely out of fear had driven me in good style, was well pleased with my liberality. It was the best way of making peace with the tribe. My arrival caused great joy to my 3 friends, whom my sudden departure had alarmed, with the exception of M. de Bragadin, in whose hands I had placed my cash-box the day before. His 2 friends had given credence to the general report, stating that the Podesta had ordered me to leave Padua. They forgot that I was a citizen of Venice, and that the Podesta could not pass such a sentence upon me without exposing himself to legal proceedings. I was tired, but instead of going to bed, I dressed myself in my best attire in order to go to the opera without a mask. I told my friends that it was necessary for me to show myself, so as to give the lie to all that had been reported about me by slandering tongues. De la Haye said to me, "I shall be delighted if all those reports are false, but you have no one to blame but yourself, for your hurried departure gave sufficient cause for all sorts of surmises. And for slander, that may be, but people want to know everything, and they invent when they cannot guess the truth. And evil-minded fools lose no time in repeating those inventions everywhere. But there can be no doubt that you wanted to kill the postilion. Is that a calumny likewise? The greatest of all, do you think that a good shot can miss a man when he is firing in his very face, unless he does it purposely? It seems difficult, but at all events it is certain that the horse is dead, and you must pay for it. No, sir, not even if the horse belonged to you, for the postilion preceded me. You know a great many things. Do you happen to know the posting regulations? Besides, I was in a great hurry because I had promised a pretty woman to breakfast with her, and such engagements, as you are well aware, cannot be broken. Master de la Haye looked angry at the rather caustic irony with which I had sprinkled the dialogue, but he was still more vexed when, taking some gold out of my pocket, I returned to him the sum he had lent me in Vienna. A man never argues well except when his purse is well filled. Then his spirits are pitched in a high key, unless he should happen to be stupefied by some passion raging in his soul. M. de Bragadin thought I was quite right to show myself at the opera without a mask. The moment I made my appearance in the pit, everybody seemed quite astonished, and I was overwhelmed with compliments, sincere or not. After the first ballet, I went to the card-room, and in 4 deals I won 500 sequins. Starving and almost dead for want of sleep, I returned to my friends to boast of my victory. My friend Beauvoir was there, and he seized the opportunity to borrow from me 50 sequins, which he never returned. True, I never asked him for them. My thoughts being constantly absorbed in my dear Cece, I spent the whole of the next day in having my likeness painted in miniature by a skillful Piedmontese, who had come for the fair of Padua, and who in after times made a great deal of money in Venice. When he had completed my portrait, he painted for me a beautiful Saint Catherine of the same size, and a clever Venetian jeweler made the ring, the bezel of which showed only the sainted Virgin. But a blue spot, hardly visible on the white enamel which surrounded it, corresponded with the secret spring which brought out my portrait, and the change was obtained by pressing on the blue spot with the point of a pin. On the following Friday, as we were rising from the dinner table, a letter was handed to me. It was with great surprise that I recognized the writing of P.C. He asked me to pay him a visit at the Star Hotel, where he would give me some interesting information. Thinking that he might have something to say concerning his sister, I went to him at once. I found him with Madame C., and after congratulating him upon his release from prison, I asked him for the news he had to communicate. "I am certain," he said, "that my sister is in a convent, and I shall be able to tell you the name of it when I return to Venice." "You will oblige me," I answered, pretending not to know anything. But his news had only been a pretext to make me come to him, and his eagerness to communicate it had a very different object in view than the gratification of my curiosity. "I have sold," he said to me, "my privileged contract for 3 years for a sum of 15,000 florins, and the man with whom I have made the bargain took me out of prison by giving security for me, and advanced me 6,000 florins in 4 letters of exchange." He showed me the letters of exchange, endorsed by a name which I did not know, but which he said was a very good one, and he continued, "I intend to buy 6,000 florins worth of silk goods from the looms of Vicenza, and to give in payment to the merchants these letters of exchange. I am certain of selling those goods rapidly with a profit of 10%. Come with us to Vicenza. I will give you some of my goods to the amount of 200 sequins, and thus you will find yourself covered for the guarantee which you have been kind enough to give to the jeweler for the ring. We shall complete the transaction within 24 hours. I did not feel much inclination for the trip, but I allowed myself to be blinded by the wish to cover the amount which I had guaranteed, and which I had no doubt I would be called upon to pay some day or other. If I do not go with him, I said to myself, he will sell the goods at a loss of 25%, and I shall get nothing. I promised to accompany him. He showed me several letters of recommendation for the best houses in Vicenza, and our departure was fixed for early the next morning. I was at the Star Hotel by daybreak. A carriage and 4 was ready, the hotel keeper came up with his bill, and P.C. begged me to pay it. The bill amounted to 5 sequins, 4 of which had been advanced in cash by the landlord to pay the driver who had brought them from Fusina. I saw that it was a put-up thing, yet I paid with pretty good grace, for I guessed that the scoundrel had left Venice without a penny. We reached Vicenza in 3 hours, and we put up at the Cappello, where P.C. ordered a good dinner before leaving me with the lady to call upon the manufacturers. When the beauty found herself alone with me, she began by addressing friendly reproaches to me. "I have loved you," she said, "for 18 years. The first time that I saw you we were in Padua, and we were then only 9 years old. I certainly had no recollection of it. She was the daughter of the antiquarian friend of M. Grimani, who had placed me as a boarder with the accursed Sclavonian woman. I could not help smiling, for I recollected that her mother had loved me. Shop boys soon began to make their appearance, bringing pieces of goods, and the face of Madame C brightened up. In less than 2 hours the room was filled with them, and P.C. came back with 2 merchants, whom he had invited to dinner. Madame allured them by her pretty manners, we dined, and exquisite wines were drunk in profusion. In the afternoon fresh goods were brought in. P.C. made a list of them with the prices, but he wanted more, and the merchants promised to send them the next day, although it was Sunday. Towards the evening several counts arrived, for in Vicenza every nobleman is a count. P.C. had left his letters of recommendation at their houses. We had a Count Velo, a Count Sesso, a Count Trentual, very amiable companions. They invited us to accompany them to the casino, where Madame C shone by her charms and her coquettish manners. After we had spent 2 hours in that place, P.C. invited all his new friends to supper, and it was a scene of gaiety and profusion. The whole affair annoyed me greatly, and therefore I was not amiable. The consequence was that no one spoke to me. I rose from my seat and went to bed, leaving the joyous company still round the festive board. In the morning I came downstairs, had my breakfast, and looked about me. The room was so full of goods that I did not see how P.C. could possibly pay for all with his 6,000 florins. He told me, however, that his business would be completed on the morrow, and that we were invited to a ball where all the nobility would be present. The merchants with whom he had dealt came to dine with us, and the dinner was remarkable for its extreme profusion. We went to the ball, but I soon got very weary of it, for everybody was speaking to Madame C and to P.C., who never uttered a word with any meaning, but whenever I opened my lips people would pretend not to hear me. I invited a lady to dance a minuet. She accepted, but she looked constantly to the right or to the left, and seemed to consider me as a mere dancing machine. A quadrille was formed, but the thing was contrived in such a manner as to leave me out of it, and the very lady who had refused me as a partner danced with another gentleman. Had I been in good spirits, I should certainly have resented such conduct, but I preferred to leave the ballroom. I went to bed, unable to understand why the nobility of Vicenza treated me in such a way. Perhaps they neglected me, because I was not named in the letters of introduction given to P.C., but I thought that they might have known the laws of common politeness. I bore the evil patiently, however, as we were to leave the city the next day. On Monday, the worthy pair being tired, they slept until noon, and after dinner P.C. went out to pay for the goods. We were to go away early on the Tuesday, and I instinctively longed for that moment. The counts whom P.C. had invited were delighted with his mistress, and they came to supper, but I avoided meeting them. On the Tuesday morning I was duly informed that breakfast was ready, but as I did not answer the summons quickly enough the servant came up again, and told me that my wife requested me to make haste. Scarcely had the word, wife, escaped his lips than I visited the cheek of the poor fellow with a tremendous smack, and in my rage kicked him downstairs, the bottom of which he reached in 4 springs, to the imminent risk of his neck. Maddened with rage I entered the breakfast room, and addressing myself to P.C., I asked him who was the scoundrel who had announced me in the hotel as the husband of Madame C. He answered that he did not know, but at the same moment the landlord came into the room with a big knife in his hand, and asked me why I had kicked his servant down the stairs. I quickly drew a pistol, and threatening him with it, I demanded imperatively from him the name of the person who had represented me as the husband of that woman. Captain P.C., answered the landlord, gave the names, profession, etc. of your party. At this I seized the impudent villain by the throat, and pinning him against the wall with a strong hand, I would have broken his head with the butt of my pistol, if the landlord had not prevented me. Madame had pretended to swoon, for those women can always command tears or fainting fits, and the cowardly P.C. kept on saying, "It is not true, it is not true." The landlord ran out to get the hotel register, and he angrily thrust it under the nose of the coward, daring him to deny his having dictated. Captain P.C., with M. and Madame Casanova. The scoundrel answered that his words had certainly not been heard rightly, and the incensed landlord slapped the book in his face with such force that he sent him rolling, almost stunned, against the wall. When I saw that the wretched poltroon was receiving such degrading treatment without remembering that he had a sword hanging by his side, I left the room and asked the landlord to order me a carriage to take me to Padua. Beside myself with rage, blushing for very shame, seeing but too late the fault I had committed by accepting the society of a scoundrel, I went up to my room and hurriedly packed up my carpet bag. I was just going out when Madame C. presented herself before me. "Begone, madam," I said to her, "or, in my rage, I might forget the respect due to your sex." She threw herself, crying bitterly, on a chair, entreated me to forgive her, assuring me that she was innocent, and that she was not present when the knave had given the names. The landlady, coming in at that moment, vouched for the truth of her assertion. My anger began to abate, and as I passed near the window, I saw the carriage I had ordered waiting for me with a pair of good horses. I called for the landlord in order to pay whatever my share of the expense might come to, but he told me that as I had ordered nothing myself, I had nothing to pay. Just at that juncture, Count Vilo came in. "I dare say, Count," I said, "that you believe this woman to be my wife. That is a fact known to everybody in the city." "Damnation! And you have believed such a thing, knowing that I occupy this room alone, and seeing me leave the ballroom and the supper table yesterday alone, leaving her with you all. Some husbands are blessed with such easy dispositions. I do not think I look like one of that species, and you are not a judge of men of honor. Let us go out, and I undertake to prove it to you." The Count rushed down the stairs and out of the hotel. The miserable C was choking, and I could not help pitying her, for a woman has in her tears a weapon which through my life I have never known to resist. I considered that if I left the hotel without paying anything, people might laugh at my anger and suppose that I had a share in the swindle. I requested the landlord to bring me the account, intending to pay half of it. He went for it, but another scene awaited me. Madame C., bathed in tears, fell on her knees, and told me that if I abandoned her she was lost, for she had no money and nothing to leave as security for her hotel bill. "What, madam? Have you not letters of exchange to the amount of 6,000 florins, or the goods bought with them?" "The goods are no longer here. They have all been taken away because the letters of exchange, which you saw, and which we considered as good as cash, only made the merchants laugh. They have sent for everything." "Oh, who could have supposed it?" "The scoundrel, he knew it well enough, and that is why he was so anxious to bring me here. Well, it is right that I should pay the penalty of my own folly." The bill brought by the landlord amounted to 40 sequins, a very high figure for 3 days. But a large portion of that sum was cash advanced by the landlord. I immediately felt that my honor demanded that I should pay the bill in full, and I paid without any hesitation, taking care to get a receipt given in the presence of 2 witnesses. I then made a present of 2 sequins to the nephew of the landlord to console him for the thrashing he had received, and I refused the same sum to the wretched C., who had sent the landlady to beg it for her. Thus ended that unpleasant adventure, which taught me a lesson, and a lesson which I ought not to have required. 2 or 3 weeks later, I heard that Count Trento had given those 2 miserable beings some money to enable them to leave the city. As far as I was concerned, I would not have anything to do with them. A month afterwards, P.C. was again arrested for debt, the man who had been security for him having become a bankrupt. He had the audacity to write a long letter to me, entreating me to go and see him, but I did not answer him. I was quite as inflexible towards Madame C., whom I always refused to see. She was reduced to great poverty. I returned to Padua, where I stopped only long enough to take my ring and to dine with M. de Bragadin, who went back to Venice a few days afterwards. The messenger from the convent brought me a letter very early in the morning. I devoured its contents. It was very loving, but gave no news. In my answer, I gave my dear C.C. the particulars of the infamous trick played upon me by her villainous brother, and mentioned the ring with the secret of which I acquainted her. According to the information I had received from C.C., I placed myself, one morning, so as to see her mother enter the church, into which I followed her. Kneeling close to her, I told her that I wished to speak with her, and she followed me to the cloister. I began by speaking a few consoling words, then I told her that I would remain faithful to her daughter, and I asked her whether she visited her. "I intend," she said, "to go and kiss my dear child next Sunday, and I shall of course speak of you with her, for I know well enough that she will be delighted to have news of you. But to my great regret I am not at liberty to tell you where she is. I do not wish you to tell me, my good mother, but allow me to send her this ring by you. It is the picture of her patroness, and I wish you to entreat her to wear it always on her finger. Tell her to look at the image during her daily prayers, for without that protection she can never become my wife. Tell her that, on my side, I address every day a credo to St. James." Delighted with the piety of my feelings, and with the prospect of recommending this new devotion to her daughter, the good woman promised to fulfill my commission. I left her, but not before I had placed in her hand 10 sequins, which I begged her to force upon her daughter's acceptance to supply herself with the trifles she might require. She accepted, but at the same time she assured me that her father had taken care to provide her with all necessaries. The letter which I received from C.C. on the following Wednesday was the expression of the most tender affection and the most lively gratitude. She said that the moment she was alone nothing could be more rapid than the point of the pin which made St. Catherine cut a somersault, and presented to her eager eyes the beloved features of the being who was the whole world to her. "I am constantly kissing you," she added, "even when some of the nuns are looking at me, for whenever they come near me I have only to let the top part of the ring fall back, and my dear patroness takes care to conceal everything. All the nuns are highly pleased with my devotion, and with the confidence I have in the protection of my blessed patroness, whom they think very much like me in the face." It was nothing but a beautiful face created by the fancy of the painter, but my dear little wife was so lovely that beauty was sure to be like her. She said, likewise, that the nun who taught her French had offered her 50 sequins for the ring on account of the likeness between her and the portrait of the saint, but not out of veneration for her patroness, whom she turned into ridicule as she read her life. She thanked me for the 10 sequins I had sent her, because, her mother having given them to her in the presence of several of the sisters, she was thus enabled to spend a little money without raising the suspicions of those curious and inquisitive nuns. She liked to offer trifling presents to the other boarders, and the money allowed her to gratify that innocent taste. "My mother," added she, "praised your piety very highly. She is delighted with your feelings of devotion. Never mention again, I beg, the name of my unworthy brother." For 5 or 6 weeks her letters were full of the blessed St. Catherine, who caused her to tremble with fear every time she found herself compelled to trust the ring to the mystic curiosity of the elderly nuns, who, in order to see the likeness better through their spectacles, brought it close to their eyes and rubbed the enamel. "I am in constant fear," C.C. wrote, "of their pressing the invisible blue spot by chance. What would become of me, if my patroness, jumping up, discovered to their eyes a face very divine, it is true, but which is not at all like that of a saint? Tell me, what could I do in such a case?" 1 month after the second arrest of P.C., the jeweler, who had taken my security for the ring, called on me for payment of the bill. I made an arrangement with him, and on condition of my giving him 20 sequins and leaving him every right over the debtor, he exonerated me. From his prison, the impudent P.C. harassed me with his cowardly entreaties for alms and assistance. Croce was in Venice and engrossed a great share of the general attention. He kept a fine house, an excellent table, and a faro bank with which he emptied the pockets of his dupes. Foreseeing what would happen sooner or later, I had abstained from visiting him at his house, but we were friendly whenever we met. His wife having been delivered of a boy, Croce asked me to stand as godfather, a favor which I thought I could grant. But after the ceremony and the supper which was the consequence of it, I never entered the house of my former partner, and I acted rightly. I wish I had always been as prudent in my conduct. Chapter 15. Croce is expelled from Venice. Sgombro his infamy and death misfortune, which befalls my dear C.I. receive an anonymous letter from a nun, and answer it an amorous intrigue. My former partner was, as I have said before, a skillful and experienced hand at securing the favors of fortune. He was driving a good trade in Venice, and as he was amiable, and what is called in society a gentleman, he might have held that excellent footing for a long time if he had been satisfied with gambling. For the state inquisitors would have too much to attend to if they wished to compel fools to spare their fortunes, dupes to be prudent, and cheats not to dupe the fools. But whether through the folly of youth or through a vicious disposition, the cause of his exile was of an extraordinary and disgusting nature. A Venetian nobleman, noble by birth, but very ignoble in his propensities, called Escambro, and belonging to the Gritty family, fell deeply in love with him, and Croce, either for fun or from taste, showed himself very compliant. Unfortunately, the reserve commanded by common decency was not a guest at their amorous feats, and the scandal became so notorious that the government was compelled to notify to Croce the order to quit the city and to seek his fortune in some other place. Some time afterwards, the infamous Escambro seduced his own two sons, who were both very young, and, unfortunately for him, he put the youngest in such a state as to render necessary an application to a surgeon. The infamous deed became publicly known, and the poor child confessed that he had not had the courage to refuse obedience to his father. Such obedience was, as a matter of course, not considered as forming a part of the duties which a son owes to his father, and the state inquisitors sent the disgusting wretch to the citadel of Cattaro, where he died after 1 year of confinement. It is well known that the air of Cattaro is deadly, and that the tribunal sentences to inhale it only such criminals as are not judged publicly for fear of exciting too deeply the general horror by the publication of the trial. It was to Cattaro that the Council of Ten sent, 15 years ago, the celebrated advocate Cantarini, a Venetian nobleman who by his eloquence had made himself master of the great council, and was on the point of changing the constitution of the state. He died there at the end of the year. As for his accomplices, the tribunal thought that it was enough to punish the 4 or 5 leaders, and to pretend not to know the others, who through fear of punishment returned silently to their allegiance. That Escambro, of whom I spoke before, had a charming wife who is still alive, I believe. Her name was Cornelia Gitti. She was as celebrated by her wit as by her beauty, which she kept in spite of her years. Having recovered her liberty through the death of her husband, she knew better than to make herself a second time the prisoner of the Hymenean god. She loved her independence too much, but as she loved pleasure too, she accepted the homage of the lovers who pleased her taste. One Monday, towards the end of July, my servant woke me at daybreak to tell me that Laura wished to speak to me. I foresaw some misfortune and ordered the servant to show her in immediately. These are the contents of the letter which she handed to me. My dearest, a misfortune has befallen me last evening, and it makes me very miserable because I must keep it a secret from everyone in the convent. I am suffering from a very severe loss of blood, and I do not know what to do, having but very little linen. Laura tells me I shall require a great deal of it if the flow of blood continues. I can take no one into my confidence but you, and I entreat you to send me as much linen as you can. You see that I have been compelled to make a confidant of Laura, who is the only person allowed to enter my room at all times. If I should die, my dear husband, everybody in the convent would, of course, know the cause of my death, but I think of you and I shudder. What will you do in your grief? Ah, darling love, what a pity. I dressed myself hurriedly, plying Laura with questions all the time. She told me plainly that it was a miscarriage, and that it was necessary to act with great discretion in order to save the reputation of my young friend, that after all she required nothing but plenty of linen, and that it would be nothing. Commonplace words of consolation, which did not allay the fearful anxiety under which I was laboring. I went out with Laura, called on a Jew from whom I bought a quantity of sheets and 200 napkins, and putting it all in a large bag, I repaired with her to Murin. On our way there I wrote in pencil to my sweetheart, telling her to have entire confidence in Laura, and assuring her that I would not leave Murin until all danger had passed. Before we landed, Laura told me that, in order not to be remarked, I had better conceal myself in her house. At any other time, it would have been shutting up the wolf in the sheepfold. She left me in a miserable-looking small room on the ground floor, and concealing about herself as much linen as she hurried to her patient, whom she had not seen since the previous evening. I was in hopes that she would find her out of danger, and I longed to see her come back with that good news. She was absent about 1 hour, and when she returned her looks were sad. She told me that my poor friend, having lost a great deal of blood during the night, was in bed in a very weak state, and that all we could do was to pray to God for her, because, if the flooding of the blood did not stop soon, she could not possibly live 24 hours. When I saw the linen which she had concealed under her clothes to bring it out, I could not disguise my horror, and I thought the sight would kill me. I fancied myself in a slaughterhouse. Laura, thinking of consoling me, told me that I could rely upon the secret being well kept. "Ah, what do I care?" I exclaimed. "Provided she lives, let the whole world know that she is my wife." At any other time, the foolishness of poor Laura would have made me laugh. But in such a sad moment, I had neither the inclination nor the courage to be merry. "Our dear patient," added Laura, "smiled as she was reading your letter, and she said that, with you so near her, she was certain not to die." Those words did me good, but a man needs so little to console him or to soothe his grief. "When the nuns are at their dinner," said Laura, "I will go back to the convent with as much linen as I can conceal about me, and in the meantime I am going to wash all this." "Has she had any visitors?" "Oh yes, all the convent, but no one has any suspicion of the truth. But in such hot weather as this, she can have only a very light blanket over her, and her visitors must remark the great bulk of the napkins. There is no fear of that, because she is sitting up in her bed." "What does she eat?" "Nothing, for she must not eat." Soon afterwards Laura went out, and I followed her. I called upon a physician, where I wasted my time and my money, in order to get from him a long prescription which was useless, for it would have put all the convent in possession of the secret, or, to speak more truly, her secret would have been known to the whole world, for a secret known to a nun soon escapes out of the convent's walls. Besides, the physician of the convent himself would most likely have betrayed it through a spirit of revenge. I returned sadly to my miserable hole in Laura's house. Half an hour afterwards she came to me, crying bitterly, and she placed in my hands this letter, which was scarcely legible. "I have not strength enough to write to you, my darling. I am getting weaker and weaker. I am losing all my blood, and I am afraid there is no remedy. I abandon myself to the will of God, and I thank Him for having saved me from dishonor. Do not make yourself unhappy. My only consolation is to know that you are near me. Alas! If I could see you, but for one moment, I would die happy." The sight of a dozen napkins brought by Laura made me shudder, and the good woman imagined that she afforded me some consolation by telling me that as much linen could be soaked with a bottle of blood. My mind was not disposed to taste such consolation. I was in despair, and I addressed to myself the fiercest reproaches, upbraiding myself as the cause of the death of that adorable creature. I threw myself on the bed and remained there, almost stunned, for more than 6 hours, until Laura's return from the convent with 20 napkins entirely soaked. Night had come on, and she could not go back to her patient until morning. I passed a fearful night without food, without sleep, looking upon myself with horror, and refusing all the kind attentions that Laura's daughters tried to show me. It was barely daylight when Laura came to announce to me, in the saddest tone, that my poor friend did not bleed any more. I thought she was dead, and I screamed loudly. "Oh, she is no more." "She is still breathing, sir, but I fear she will not outlive this day, for she is worn out. She can hardly open her eyes, and her pulse is scarcely to be felt." A weight was taken off me. I was instinctively certain that my darling was saved. "Laura," I said, "this is not bad news. Provided the flooding has ceased entirely, all that is necessary is to give her some light food. A physician has been sent for. He will prescribe whatever is right, but to tell you the truth, I have not much hope. Only give me the assurance that she is still alive." "Yes, she is, I assure you, but you understand very well that she will not tell the truth to the doctor, and God knows what he will order." I whispered to her not to take anything, and she understood me. "You are the best of women. Yes, if she does not die from weakness before tomorrow, she is saved. Nature and love will have been her doctors. May God hear you. I shall be back by 12. "Why not before?" "Because her room will be full of people." Feeling the need of hope, and almost dead for want of food, I ordered some dinner, and prepared a long letter for my beloved mistress, to be delivered to her when she was well enough to read it. The instants given to repentance are very sad, and I was truly a fit subject for pity. I longed to see Laura again, so as to hear what the doctor had said. I had very good cause for laughing at all sorts of oracles, yet through some unaccountable weakness I longed for that of the doctor. I wanted, before all, to find it a propitious one. Laura's young daughters waited upon me at dinner. I could not manage to swallow a mouthful, but it amused me to see the three sisters devour my dinner at the first invitation I gave them. The eldest sister, a very fine girl, never raised her large eyes once towards me. The two younger ones seemed to me disposed to be amiable, but if I looked at them, it was only to feed my despair and the cruel pangs of repentance. At last, Laura, whom I expected anxiously, came back. She told me that the dear patient remained in the same state of debility. The doctor had been greatly puzzled by her extreme weakness because he did not know to what cause to attribute it. Laura added, "He has ordered some restoratives and a small quantity of light broth. If she can sleep, he answers for her life. He has likewise desired her to have someone to watch her at night, and she immediately pointed her finger at me, as if she wished me to undertake that office. Now, I promise you never to leave her either night or day, except to bring you news." I thanked her, assuring her that I would reward her generously. I heard with great pleasure that her mother had paid her a visit, and that she had no suspicion of the real state of things, for she had lavished on her the most tender caresses. Feeling more at ease, I gave 6 sequins to Laura, 1 to each of her daughters, and ate something for my supper. I then laid myself down on one of the wretched beds in the room. As soon as the 2 younger sisters saw me in bed, they undressed themselves without ceremony and took possession of the second bed which was close by mine. Their innocent confidence pleased me. The eldest sister, who most likely had more practical experience, retired to the adjoining room. She had a lover to whom she was soon to be married. This time, however, I was not possessed with the evil spirit of concupiscence, and I allowed innocence to sleep peacefully without attempting anything against it. Early the next morning, Laura was the bearer of good news. She came in with a cheerful air to announce that the beloved patient had slept well, and that she was going back soon to give her some soup. I felt an almost maddening joy in listening to her, and I thought the oracle of Aesculapius 1,000 times more reliable than that of Apollo. But it was not yet time to exult in our victory, for my poor little friend had to recover her strength and to make up for all the blood she had lost. That could be done only by time and careful nursing. I remained another week at Laura's house, which I left only after my dear C.C. had requested me to do so in a letter of 4 pages. Laura, when I left, wept for joy in seeing herself rewarded by the gift of all the fine linen I had bought for my C.C., and her daughters were weeping likewise, most probably because, during the 10 days I had spent near them, they had not obtained a single kiss from me. After my return to Venice, I resumed my usual habits, but with a nature like mine, how could I possibly remain satisfied without positive love? My only pleasure was to receive a letter from my dear recluse every Wednesday, who advised me to wait patiently rather than to attempt carrying her off. Laura assured me that she had become more lovely than ever, and I longed to see her. An opportunity of gratifying my wishes soon offered itself, and I did not allow it to escape. There was to be a taking of the vela ceremony, which always attracts a large number of persons. On those occasions, the nuns always received a great many visitors, and I thought that the boarders were likely to be in the parlor on such an occasion. I ran no risk of being remarked any more than any other person, for I would mingle with the crowd. I therefore went without saying anything about it to Laura, and without acquainting my dear little wife of my intentions. I thought I would fall, so great was my emotion, when I saw her within 4 yards from me and looking at me as if she had been in an ecstatic state. I thought her taller and more womanly, and she certainly seemed to me more beautiful than before. I saw no one but her. She never took her eyes off me, and I was the last to leave that place which on that day struck me as being the temple of happiness. 3 days afterwards, I received a letter from her. She painted with such vivid colors the happiness she had felt in seeing me, that I made up my mind to give her that pleasure as often as I could. I answered at once that I would attend Mass every Sunday at the church of her convent. It cost me nothing. I could not see her, but I knew that she saw me herself, and her happiness made me perfectly happy. I had nothing to fear, for it was almost impossible that anyone could recognize me in the church, which was attended only by the people of Murin. After hearing 2 or 3 masses, I used to take a gondola, the gondolier of which could not feel any curiosity about me. Yet I kept on my guard, for I knew that the father of C.C. wanted her to forget me, and I had no doubt he would have taken her away. God knew where if he had had the slightest suspicion of my being acquainted with the place where he had confined her. Thus I was reasoning in my fear to lose all opportunity of corresponding with my dear CC, but I did not yet know the disposition and the shrewdness of the sainted daughters of the Lord. I did not suppose that there was anything remarkable in my person, at least for the inmates of a convent, but I was yet a novice respecting the curiosity of women, and particularly of unoccupied hearts. I had soon occasion to be convinced. I had executed my Sunday maneuvering only for a month or 5 weeks, when my dear CC wrote me jestingly that I had become a living enigma for all the convent, boarders and nuns, not even excepting the old ones. They all expected me anxiously. They warned each other of my arrival and watched me taking the holy water. They remarked that I never cast a glance toward the grating, behind which were all the inmates of the convent, that I never looked at any of the women coming in or going out of the church. The old nuns said that I was certainly laboring under some deep sorrow, of which I had no hope to be cured except through the protection of the Holy Virgin, and the young ones asserted that I was either melancholy or misanthropic. My dear wife, who knew better than the others and had no occasion to lose herself in suppositions, was much amused, and she entertained me by sending me a faithful report of it all. I wrote to her that, if she had any fear of my being recognized, I would cease my Sunday visits to the church. She answered that I could not impose upon her a more cruel privation, and she entreated me to continue my visits. I thought it would be prudent, however, to abstain from calling at Laura's house, for fear of the chattering nuns contriving to know it, and discovering in that manner a great deal more than I wished them to find out. But that existence was literally consuming me by slow degrees and could not last long. Besides, I was made to have a mistress, and to live happily with her. Not knowing what to do with myself, I would gamble, and I almost invariably won. But in spite of that, weariness had got hold of me, and I was getting thinner every day. With the 5,000 sequins, which my partner Croce had won for me in Padua, I had followed M. Bragadin's advice. I had hired a casino where I held a faro bank in partnership with a matador, who secured me against the frauds of certain noblemen tyrants, with whom a private citizen is always sure to be in the wrong in my dear country. On All Saints' Day, in the year 1753, just as, after hearing Mass, I was going to step into a gondola to return to Venice, I saw a woman, somewhat in Laura's style, who, passing near me, looked at me and dropped a letter. I picked it up, and the woman, seeing me in possession of the epistle, quietly went on. The letter had no address, and the seal represented a running knot. I stepped hurriedly into the gondola, and as soon as we were in the offing, I broke the seal. I read the following words. A nun, who for the last 2 months and a half has seen you every Sunday in the church of her convent, wishes to become acquainted with you. A pamphlet which you have lost, and which chance has thrown into her hands, makes her believe that you speak French. But, if you like it better, you can answer in Italian, because what she wants above all is a clear and precise answer. She does not invite you to call for her at the parlor of the convent, because, before you place yourself under the necessity of speaking to her, she wishes you to see her, and for that purpose she will name a lady whom you can accompany to the parlor. That lady shall not know you and need not therefore introduce you, in case you should not wish to be known. Should you not approve of that way to become acquainted, the nun will appoint a certain casino in Murin, in which you will find her alone, in the evening, any night you may choose. You will then be at liberty either to sup with her, or to retire after an interview of a quarter of an hour, if you have any other engagements. Would you rather offer her a supper in Venice? Name the night, the hour, the place of appointment, and you will see her come out of a gondola. Only be careful to be there alone, masked and with a lantern. I feel certain that you will answer me, and that you will guess how impatiently I am waiting for your letter. I entreat you, therefore, to give it tomorrow to the same woman through whom you will receive mine. You will find her 1 hour before noon in the church of St. Cancian, near the first altar on the right. Recollect that, if I did not suppose you endowed with a noble soul and a high mind, I could never have resolved on taking a step which might give you an unfavorable opinion of my character. The tone of that letter, which I have copied word by word, surprised me even more than the offer it contained. I had business to attend to, but I gave up all engagements to lock myself in my room in order to answer it. Such an application betokened an extravagant mind, but there was in it a certain dignity, a singularity, which attracted me. I had an idea that the writer might be the same nun who taught French to CC. She had represented her friend in her letters as handsome, rich, gallant, and generous. My dear wife had, perhaps, been guilty of some indiscretion. 1,000 fancies whirled through my brain, but I would entertain only those which were favorable to a scheme highly pleasing to me. Besides, my young friend had informed me that the nun who had given her French lessons was not the only one in the convent who spoke that language. I had no reason to suppose that, if CC had made a confidant of her friend, she would have made a mystery of it to me. But for all that, the nun who had written to me might be the beautiful friend of my dear little wife, and she might also turn out to be a different person. I felt somewhat puzzled. Here is, however, the letter which I thought I could write without implicating myself. I answer in French, madam, in the hope that my letter will have the clearness and the precision of which you give me the example in yours. The subject is highly interesting and of the highest importance, considering all the circumstances. As I must answer without knowing the person to whom I am writing, you must feel, madam, that, unless I should possess a large dose of vanity, I must fear some mystification, and my honor requires that I should keep on my guard. If it is true that the person who has penned that letter is a respectable woman, who renders me justice in supposing me endowed with feeling as noble as her own, she will find, I trust, that I could not answer in any other way than I am doing now. If you have judged me worthy, madam, of the honor which you do me by offering me your acquaintance, although your good opinion can have been formed only from my personal appearance, I feel it my duty to obey you, even if the result be to undeceive you by proving that I had unwittingly led you into a mistaken appreciation of my person. Of the 3 proposals which you so kindly made in your letter, I dare not accept any but the first, with the restrictions suggested by your penetrating mind. I will accompany to the parlor of your convent a lady who shall not know who I am, and, consequently, shall have no occasion to introduce me. Do not judge too severely, madam, the specious reasons which compel me not to give you my name, and receive my word of honor that I shall learn yours only to render you homage. If you choose to speak to me, I will answer with the most profound respect. Permit me to hope that you will come to the parlor alone. I may mention that I am a Venetian, and perfectly free. The only reason which prevents me from choosing one of the 2 other arrangements proposed by you, either of which would have suited me better because they greatly honor me, is, allow me to repeat it, a fear of being the victim of a mystification. But these modes of meeting will not be lost when you know me and when I have seen you. I entreat you to have faith in my honor and to measure my patience by your own. Tomorrow, at the same place and at the same hour, I shall be anxiously expecting your answer. I went to the place appointed, and having met the female Mercury, I gave her my letter with a sequin, and I told her that I would come the next day for the answer. We were both punctual. As soon as she saw me, she handed me back the sequin which I had given her the day before, and a letter, requesting me to read it and to let her know whether she was to wait for an answer. Here is the exact copy of the letter. I believe, sir, that I have not been mistaken in anything. Like you, I detest untruth when it can lead to important consequences, but I think it a mere trifle when it can do no injury to anyone. Of my 3 proposals, you have chosen the one which does the greatest honor to your intelligence, and, respecting the reasons which induce you to keep your incognito, I have written the enclosed to the Countess of S., which I request you to read. Be kind enough to seal it before delivery of it to her. You may call upon her whenever convenient to yourself. She will name her own hour, and you will accompany her here in her gondola. The Countess will not ask you any questions, and you need not give her any explanation. There will be no presentation, but as you will be made acquainted with my name, you can afterwards call on me here, masked, whenever you please, and by using the name of the Countess. In that way, we shall become acquainted without the necessity of disturbing you, or of your losing at night some hours which may be precious to you. I have instructed my servant to wait for your answer in case you should be known to the Countess and object to her. If you approve of the choice I have made of her, tell the messenger that there is no answer. As I was an entire stranger to the Countess, I told the woman that I had no answer to give, and she left me. Here are the contents of the note addressed by the nun to the Countess, and which I had to deliver to her. I beg of you, my dear friend, to pay me a visit when you are at leisure, and to let the masked gentleman-bearer of this note know the hour, so that he can accompany you. He will be punctual. Farewell, you will much oblige your friend. That letter seemed to me informed by a sublime spirit of intrigue. There was in it an appearance of dignity which captivated me, although I felt conscious that I was playing the character of a man on whom a favor seemed to be bestowed. In her last letter, my nun, pretending not to be anxious to know who I was, approved of my choice, and feigned indifference for nocturnal meetings, but she seemed certain that after seeing her I would visit her. I knew very well what to think of it all, for the intrigue was sure to have an amorous issue. Nevertheless, her assurance, or rather confidence, increased my curiosity, and I felt that she had every reason to hope, if she were young and handsome. I might very well have delayed the affair for a few days, and have learned from Cece who that nun could be. But, besides the baseness of such a proceeding, I was afraid of spoiling the game and repenting it afterwards. I was told to call on the Countess at my convenience, but it was because the dignity of my nun would not allow her to show herself too impatient, and she certainly thought that I would myself hasten the adventure. She seemed to me too deeply learned in gallantry to admit the possibility of her being an inexperienced novice, and I was afraid of wasting my time. But I made up my mind to laugh at my own expense if I happened to meet a superannuated female. It is very certain that if I had not been actuated by curiosity, I should not have gone one step further, but I wanted to see the countenance of a nun who had offered to come to Venice to sup with me. Besides, I was much surprised at the liberty enjoyed by those sainted virgins, and at the facility with which they could escape out of their walls. At 3 o'clock, I presented myself before the Countess and delivered the note, and she expressed a wish to see me the next day at the same hour. We dropped a beautiful reverence to one another and parted. She was a superior woman, already going down the hill, but still very handsome. The next morning, being Sunday, I need not say that I took care to attend Mass at the convent, elegantly dressed, and already unfaithful at least in idea to my dear Cece. For I was thinking of being seen by the nun, young or old, rather than of showing myself to my charming wife. In the afternoon, I masked myself again, and at the appointed time, I repaired to the house of the Countess who was waiting for me. We went in a two-oared gondola and reached the convent without having spoken of anything but the weather. When we arrived at the gate, the Countess asked for M.M. I was surprised by that name, for the woman to whom it belonged was celebrated. We were shewn into a small parlor, and a few minutes afterwards a nun came in, went straight to the grating, touched a spring, and made 4 squares of the grating revolve, which left an opening sufficiently large to enable the two friends to embrace. The ingenious window was afterwards carefully closed. The opening was at least 18 inches wide, and a man of my size could easily have got through it. The Countess sat opposite the nun, and I took my seat a little on one side so as to be able to observe quietly and at my ease one of the most beautiful women that it was possible to see. I had no doubt whatever of her being the person mentioned by my dear Cece as teaching her French. Admiration kept me in a sort of ecstasy, and I never heard one word of their conversation. The beautiful nun, far from speaking to me, did not even condescend to honor me with one look. She was about 22 or 23 years of age, and the shape of her face was most beautiful. Her figure was much above the ordinary height, her complexion rather pale, her appearance noble, full of energy, but at the same time reserved and modest. Her eyes, large and full, were of a lovely blue. Her countenance was soft and cheerful. Her fine lips seemed to breathe the most heavenly voluptuousness, and her teeth were 2 rows of the most brilliant enamel. Her headdress did not allow me to see her hair, but if she had any I knew by the color of her eyebrows that it was of a beautiful light brown. Her hand and her arm, which I could see as far as the elbow, were magnificent. The chisel of Praxiteles never carved anything more gracefully rounded and plump. I was not sorry to have refused the 2 rendezvous which had been offered to me by the beauty, for I was sure of possessing her in a few days, and it was a pleasure for me to lay my desires at her feet. I longed to find myself alone with her near that grating, and I would have considered it an insult to her if, the very next day, I had not come to tell her how fully I rendered to her charms the justice they deserved. She was faithful to her determination not to look at me once, but after all I was pleased with her reserve. All at once the two friends lowered their voices, and out of delicacy, I withdrew further. Their private conversation lasted about a quarter of an hour, during which I pretended to be intently looking at a painting. Then they kissed one another again by the same process as at the beginning of the interview. The nun closed the opening, turned her back on us, and disappeared without casting one glance in my direction. As we were on our way back to Venice, the Countess, tired perhaps of our silence, said to me with a smile, "M.M. is beautiful and very witty. I have seen her beauty, and I believe in her wit. She did not address one word to you. I had refused to be introduced to her, and she punished me by pretending not to know that I was present." The Countess made no answer, and we reached her house without exchanging another word. At her door, a very ceremonious courtesy with these words, "Adieu, sir," warned me that I was not to go any further. I had no wish to do so, and went away dreaming and wondering at the singularity of the adventure, the end of which I longed to see. Episode 8, Convent Affairs. Chapter 16. Countess Koreninia lovers peak reconciliation. The first, meeting a philosophical parenthesis. My beautiful nun had not spoken to me, and I was glad of it, for I was so astonished, so completely under the spell of her beauty, that I might have given her a very poor opinion of my intelligence by the rambling answers which I should very likely have given to her questions. I knew her to be certain that she had not to fear the humiliation of a refusal from me, but I admired her courage in running the risk of it in her position. I could hardly understand her boldness, and I could not conceive how she contrived to enjoy so much liberty. A casino at Murin, the possibility of going to Venice to sup with a young man, it was all very surprising, and I decided in my own mind that she had an acknowledged lover whose pleasure it was to make her happy by satisfying her caprices. It is true that such a thought was rather unpleasant to my pride, but there was too much piquancy in the adventure. The heroine of it was too attractive for me to be stopped by any considerations. I saw very well that I was taking the high road to become unfaithful to my dear C.C., or rather that I was already so in thought and will, but I must confess that, in spite of all my love for that charming child, I felt no qualms of conscience. It seemed to me that an infidelity of that sort, if she ever heard of it, would not displease her, for that short excursion on strange ground would only keep me alive and in good condition for her, because it would save me from the weariness which was surely killing me. I had been presented to the celebrated Countess Koronini by a nun, a relative of M. Dandolo. That countess, who had been very handsome and was very witty, having made up her mind to renounce the political intrigues which had been the study of her whole life, had sought a retreat in the convent of St. Justine, in the hope of finding in that refuge the calm which she wanted, and which her disgust of society had rendered necessary to her. As she had enjoyed a very great reputation, she was still visited at the convent by all the foreign ambassadors and by the first noblemen of Venice. Inside of the walls of her convent, the countess was acquainted with everything that happened in the city. She always received me very kindly, and treating me as a young man, she took pleasure in giving me, every time I called on her, very agreeable lessons in morals. Being quite certain to find out from her, with a little maneuvering, something concerning M.M., I decided on paying her a visit the day after I had seen the beautiful nun. The countess gave me her usual welcome, and, after the thousand nothings which it is the custom to utter in society before anything worth saying is spoken, I led the conversation up to the convents of Venice. We spoke of the wit and influence of a nun called Celsi, who, although ugly, had an immense credit everywhere and in everything. We mentioned afterwards the young and lovely Sister Macaulay, who had taken the veil to prove to her mother that she was superior to her in intelligence and wit. After speaking of several other nuns who had the reputation of being addicted to gallantry, I named M.M., remarking that most likely she deserved that reputation likewise, but that she was an enigma. The countess answered with a smile that she was not an enigma for everybody, although she was necessarily so for most people. What is incomprehensible, she said, is the caprice that she took suddenly to become a nun, being handsome, rich, free, well-educated, full of wit, and, to my knowledge, a free thinker. She took the veil without any reason, physical or moral, it was a mere caprice. Do you believe her to be happy, madam? Yes, unless she has repented her decision, or if she does not repent it some day. But if ever she does, I think she will be wise enough never to say so to anyone. Satisfied by the mysterious air of the Countess that M.M. had a lover, I made up my mind not to trouble myself about it, and having put on my mask, I went to Murin in the afternoon. When I reached the gate of the convent, I rang the bell, and with an anxious heart I asked for M.M. in the name of Madame de S. The small parlor being closed, the attendant pointed out to me the one in which I had to go. I went in, took off my mask, and sat down waiting for my divinity. My heart was beating furiously. I was waiting with great impatience, yet that expectation was not without charm, for I dreaded the beginning of the interview. An hour passed pretty rapidly, but I began then to find the time rather long, and thinking that perhaps the attendant had not rightly understood me, I rang the bell and inquired whether notice of my visit had been given to Sister M.M. A voice answered affirmatively. I took my seat again, and a few minutes afterwards an old, toothless nun came in and informed me that Sister M.M. was engaged for the whole day. Without giving me time to utter a single word, the woman left the parlor. This was one of those terrible moments to which the man who worships at the shrine of the god of love is exposed. They are indeed cruel moments. They bring fearful sorrow. They may cause death. Feeling myself disgraced, my first sensation was utter contempt for myself, an inward despair which was akin to rage. The second was disdainful indignation against the nun, upon whom I passed the severe judgment which I thought she deserved, and which was the only way I had to soothe my grief. Such behavior proclaimed her to be the most impudent of women, and entirely wanting in good sense. For the 2 letters she had written to me were quite enough to ruin her character if I had wished to revenge myself, and she evidently could not expect anything else from me. She must have been mad to set at defiance my revengeful feelings, and I should certainly have thought that she was insane if I had not heard her converse with the Countess. Time, they say, brings good counsel. It certainly brings calm, and cool reflection gives lucidity to the mind. At last, I persuaded myself that what had occurred was after all in no way extraordinary, and that I would certainly have considered it at first a very common occurrence if I had not been dazzled by the wonderful beauty of the nun, and blinded by my own vanity. As a very natural result, I felt that I was at liberty to laugh at my mishap, and that nobody could possibly guess whether my mirth was genuine or only counterfeit. Sophism is so officious. But in spite of all my fine arguments, I still cherished the thought of revenge. No debasing element, however, was to form part of it, and being determined not to leave the person who had been guilty of such a bad practical joke the slightest cause of triumph, I had the courage not to show any vexation. She had sent word to me that she was engaged, nothing more natural. The part one had to play was to appear indifferent. Most likely she will not be engaged another time, I said to myself, but I defy her to catch me in the snare again. I mean to show her that I only laugh at her uncivil behavior. Of course, I intended to send back her letters, but not without the accompaniment of a billet-doux, the gallantry of which was not likely to please her. The worst part of the affair for me was to be compelled to go to her church, because, supposing her not to be aware of my going there for CC, she might imagine that the only object of my visits was to give her the opportunity of apologizing for her conduct and of appointing a new meeting. I wanted her to entertain no doubt of my utter contempt for her person, and I felt certain that she had proposed the other meetings in Venice and at the Casino of Murin only to deceive me more easily. I went to bed with a great thirst for revenge, I fell asleep thinking of it, and I awoke with the resolution of quenching it. I began to write, but as I wished particularly that my letter should not show the pique of the disappointed lover, I left it on my table with the intention of reading it again the next day. It proved a useful precaution, for when I read it over, 24 hours afterwards, I found it unworthy of me and tore it to pieces. It contained some sentences which savored too much of my weakness, my love, and my spite, and which, far from humiliating her, would only have given her occasion to laugh at me. On the Wednesday after I had written to CC that very serious reasons compelled me to give up my visits to the church of her convent, I wrote another letter to the nun, but on Thursday it had the same fate as the first, because upon a second perusal, I found the same deficiencies. It seemed to me that I had lost the faculty of writing. 10 days afterwards, I found out that I was too deeply in love to have the power of expressing myself in any other way than through the feelings of my heart. Sincerium est nisi vas, quodcunc in fundis assessit. The face of M.M. had made too deep an impression on me. Nothing could possibly obliterate it except the all-powerful influence of time. In my ridiculous position, I was sorely tempted to complain to Countess S., but I am happy to say I was prudent enough not to cross the threshold of her door. At last, I bethought myself that the giddy nun was certainly laboring under constant dread, knowing that I had in my possession her 2 letters, with which I could ruin her reputation and cause the greatest injury to the convent, and I sent them back to her with the following note, after I had kept them 10 days. I can assure you, madam, that it was owing only to forgetfulness that I did not return your 2 letters which you will find enclosed. I have never thought of belying my own nature by taking a cowardly revenge upon you, and I forgive you most willingly the 2 giddy acts of which you have been guilty, whether they were committed thoughtlessly or because you wanted to enjoy a joke at my expense. Nevertheless, you will allow me to advise you not to treat any other man in the same way, for you might meet with one endowed with less delicacy. I know your name, I know who you are, but you need not be anxious. It is exactly as if I did not know it. You may, perhaps, care but little for my discretion, but if it should be so, I should greatly pity you. You may be aware that I shall not show myself again at your church, but let me assure you that it is not a sacrifice on my part, and that I can attend Mass anywhere else. Yet I must tell you why I shall abstain from frequenting the church of your convent. It is very natural for me to suppose that to the 2 thoughtless acts of which you have been guilty, you have added another not less serious, namely, that of having boasted of your exploits with the other nuns, and I do not want to be the butt of your jokes in cell or parlor. Do not think me too ridiculous if, in spite of being 5 or 6 years older than you, I have not thrown off all feelings of self-respect or trodden under my feet all reserve and propriety. In one word, if I have kept some prejudices, there are a few which in my opinion ought never to be forgotten. Do not disdain, madam, the lesson which I take the liberty to teach you, as I receive in the kindest spirit the one which you have given me, most likely only for the sake of fun, but by which I promise you to profit as long as I live. I thought that, considering all circumstances, my letter was a very genial one. I made up my parcel, put on my mask, and looked out for a porter who could have no knowledge of me. I gave him half a sequin, and I promised him as much more when he could assure me that he had faithfully delivered my letter at the convent of Murin. I gave him all the necessary instructions, and cautioned him to go away the very moment he had delivered the letter at the gate of the convent, even if he were told to wait. I must say here that my messenger was a man from Forli, and that the Forlanese were then the most trustworthy men in Venice. For one of them to be guilty of a breach of trust was an unheard-of thing. Such men were formerly the Savoyards in Paris, but everything is getting worse in this world. I was beginning to forget the adventure, probably because I thought, rightly or wrongly, that I had put an insurmountable barrier between the nun and myself, when 10 days after I had sent my letter, as I was coming out of the opera, I met my messenger, lantern in hand. I called him, and without taking off my mask, I asked him whether he knew me. He looked at me, eyed me from head to foot, and finally answered that he did not. Did you faithfully carry the message to Murin? Ah, sir, God be praised, I am very happy to see you again, for I have an important communication to make to you. I took your letter, delivered it according to your instructions, and I went away as soon as it was in the hands of the attendant, although she requested me to wait. When I returned from Murin, I did not see you, but that did not matter. On the following day, one of my companions, who happened to be at the gate of the convent when I delivered your letter, came early in the morning to tell me to go to Murin, because the attendant wanted particularly to speak to me. I went there, and after waiting for a few minutes I was shewn into the parlor, where I was kept for more than an hour by a nun as beautiful as the light of day, who asked me 1,000 questions for the purpose of ascertaining, if not who you are, at least where I should be likely to find you. You know that I could not give her any satisfactory information. She then left the parlor, ordering me to wait, and at the end of 2 hours she came back with a letter which she entrusted to my hands, telling me that, if I succeeded in finding you out and in bringing her an answer, she would give me 2 sequins. In the meantime, I was to call at the convent every day, show her the letter, and receive 40 sons every time. Until now I have earned 20 crowns, but I am afraid the lady will get tired of it, and you can make me earn 2 sequins by answering a line. Where is the letter? In my room under lock and key, for I am always afraid of losing it. Then how can I answer? If you will wait for me here, you shall have the letter in less than a quarter of an hour. I will not wait, because I do not care about the letter. But tell me how you could flatter the nun with the hope of finding me out? You are a rogue, for it is not likely that she would have trusted you with the letter if you had not promised her to find me. I am not a rogue, for I have done faithfully what you told me, but it is true that I gave her a description of your coat, your buckles, and your figure, and I can assure you that for the last 10 days I have examined all the masks who are about your size, but in vain. Now I recognize your buckles, but I do not think you have the same coat. Alas, sir, it will not cost you much to write only 1 line. Be kind enough to wait for me in the coffee house close by. I could not resist my curiosity any longer, and I made up my mind not to wait for him, but to accompany him as far as his house. I had only to write, "I have received the letter," and my curiosity was gratified, and the Forlanese earned his 2 sequins. I could afterwards change my buckles and my mask, and thus set all inquiries at defiance. I therefore followed him to his door. He went in and brought me the letter. I took him to an inn, where I asked for a room with a good fire, and I told my man to wait. I broke the seal of the parcel, a rather large one, and the first papers that I saw were the 2 letters which I had sent back to her in order to allay her anxiety as to the possible consequences of her giddiness. The sight of these letters caused me such a palpitation of the heart that I was compelled to sit down. It was a most evident sign of my defeat. Besides these 2 letters, I found a third one signed S and addressed to M.M. I read the following lines. The mask who accompanied me back to my house would not, I believe, have uttered a single word, if I had not told him that the charms of your witty mind were even more bewitching than those of your person. And his answer was, I have seen the one, and I believe in the other. I added that I did not understand why you had not spoken to him, and he said, with a smile, I refused to be presented to her, and she punished me for it by not appearing to know that I was present. These few words were all our dialogue. I intended to send you this note this morning, but found it impossible. Adieu. After reading this note, which stated the exact truth, and which could be considered as proof, my heart began to beat less quickly. Delighted at seeing myself on the point of being convicted of injustice, I took courage, and I read the following letter. Owing to an excusable weakness, feeling curious to know what you would say about me to the Countess after you had seen me, I took an opportunity of asking her to let me know all you said to her on the following day at latest, for I foresaw that you would pay me a visit in the afternoon. Her letter, which I enclose, and which I beg you to read, did not reach me till half an hour after you had left the convent. This was the first fatality. Not having received that letter when you called, I had not the courage to see you. This absurd weakness on my part was the second fatality, but the weakness you will, I hope, forgive. I gave orders to the lay sister to tell you that I was ill for the whole day, a very legitimate excuse, whether true or false, for it was an officious untruth, the correction of which was to be found in the words, for the whole day. You had already left the convent, and I could not possibly send anyone to run after you, when the old fool informed me of her having told you that I was engaged. This was the third fatality. You cannot imagine what I had a mind to do and to say to that foolish sister. But here one must say or do nothing. One must be patient and dissemble, thanking God when mistakes are the result of ignorance and not of wickedness, a very common thing in convents. I foresaw at once, at least partly, what would happen, and what has actually happened, for no reasonable being could, I believe, have foreseen it all. I guessed that, thinking yourself the victim of a joke, you would be incensed, and I felt miserable, for I did not see any way of letting you know the truth before the following Sunday. My heart longed ardently for that day. Could I possibly imagine that you would take a resolution not to come again to our church? I tried to be patient until that Sunday, but when I found myself disappointed in my hope, my misery became unbearable, and it will cause my death if you refuse to listen to my justification. Your letter has made me completely unhappy, and I shall not resist my despair if you persist in the cruel resolve expressed by your unfeeling letter. You have considered yourself trifled with, that is all you can say, but will this letter convince you of your error? And even believing yourself deceived in the most scandalous manner, you must admit that to write such an awful letter you must have supposed me an abominable wretch, a monster, such as a woman of noble birth and of refined education cannot possibly be. I enclose the 2 letters you sent back to me, with the idea of allaying my fears, which you cruelly supposed very different to what they are in reality. I am a better physiognomist than you, and you must be quite certain that I have not acted thoughtlessly, for I never thought you capable, I will not say of crime, but even of an indelicate action. You must have read on my features the signs only of giddy impudence, and that is not my nature. You may be the cause of my death, you will certainly make me miserable for the remainder of my life, if you do not justify yourself. On my side, I think the justification is complete. I hope that, even if you feel no interest in my life, you will think that you are bound in honor to come and speak to me. Come yourself to recall all you have written. It is your duty, and I deserve it. If you do not realize the fatal effect produced upon me by your letter, I must indeed pity you in spite of my misery, for it proves that you have not the slightest knowledge of the human heart. But I feel certain that you will come back, provided the man to whom I trust this letter contrives to find you. Adieu. I expect life or death from you. I did not require to read that letter twice. I was ashamed and in despair. M.M. was right. I called the Forlanese, inquired from him whether he had spoken to her in the morning and whether she looked ill. He answered that he had found her looking more unhappy every day and that her eyes were red from weeping. Go down again and wait, I said to him. I began to write, and I had not concluded my long screed before the dawn of day. Here are, word by word, the contents of the letter which I wrote to the noblest of women, whom in my unreasonable spite I had judged so wrongly. I plead guilty, madam. I cannot possibly justify myself, and I am perfectly convinced of your innocence. I should be disconsolate if I did not hope to obtain pardon, and you will not refuse to forgive me if you are kind enough to recollect the cause of my guilt. I saw you, I was dazzled, and I could not realize a happiness which seemed to me a dream. I thought myself the prey of one of those delightful illusions which vanish when we wake up. The doubt under which I was laboring could not be cleared up for 24 hours, and how could I express my feverish impatience as I was longing for that happy moment? It came at last, and my heart, throbbing with desire and hope, was flying towards you while I was in the parlor counting the minutes. Yet an hour passed almost rapidly, and not unnaturally, considering my impatience and the deep impression I felt at the idea of seeing you. But then, precisely at the very moment when I believed myself certain that I was going to gaze upon the beloved features which had been in one interview indelibly engraved upon my heart, I saw the most disagreeable face appear, and a creature announced that you were engaged for the whole day, and without giving me time to utter one word she disappeared. You may imagine my astonishment and the rest. The lightning would not have produced upon me a more rapid, a more terrible effect. If you had sent me a line by that sister, a line from your hand I would have gone away, if not pleased, at least submissive and resigned. But that was a fourth fatality which you have forgotten to add to your delightful and witty justification. Thinking myself scoffed at, my self-love rebelled, and indignation for the moment silenced love. Shame overwhelmed me. I thought that everybody could read on my face all the horror in my heart, and I saw in you, under the outward appearance of an angel, nothing but a fearful daughter of the Prince of Darkness. My mind was thoroughly upset, and at the end of 11 days I lost the small portion of good sense that was left in me, at least I must suppose so, as it is then that I wrote to you the letter of which you have so good a right to complain, and which at that time seemed to me a masterpiece of moderation. But I hope it is all over now, and this very day at 11 o'clock you will see me at your feet tender, submissive, and repentant. You will forgive me, divine woman, or I will myself avenge you for the insult I have hurled at you. The only thing which I dare to ask from you as a great favor is to burn my first letter, and never to mention it again. I sent it only after I had written 4, which I destroyed one after the other. You may therefore imagine the state of my heart. I have given orders to my messenger to go to your convent at once, so that my letter can be delivered to you as soon as you wake in the morning. He would never have discovered me if my good angel had not made me go up to him at the door of the opera house. But I shall not require his services any more. Do not answer me, and receive all the devotion of a heart which adores you." When my letter was finished, I called my Forlanese, gave him 1 sequin, and I made him promise me to go to Murin immediately, and to deliver my letter only to the nun herself. As soon as he had gone, I threw myself on my bed, but anxiety and burning impatience would not allow me to sleep. I need not tell the reader who knows the state of excitement under which I was laboring, that I was punctual in presenting myself at the convent. I was shewn into the small parlor where I had seen her for the first time, and she almost immediately made her entrance. As soon as I saw her near the grating, I fell on my knees, but she entreated me to rise at once as I might be seen. Her face was flushed with excitement, and her look seemed to me heavenly. She sat down, and I took a seat opposite to her. We remained several minutes motionless, gazing at each other without speaking, but I broke the silence by asking her, in a voice full of love and anxiety, whether I could hope to obtain my pardon. She gave me her beautiful hand through the grating, and I covered it with tears and kisses. "Our acquaintance," she said, "has begun with a violent storm. Let us hope that we shall now enjoy it long in perfect and lasting calm. This is the first time that we speak to one another, but what has occurred must be enough to give us a thorough knowledge of each other. I trust that our intimacy will be as tender as sincere, and that we shall know how to have a mutual indulgence for our faults. Can such an angel as you have any? Ah, my friend, who is without them? When shall I have the happiness of convincing you of my devotion with complete freedom, and in all the joy of my heart? We will take supper together at my casino whenever you please, provided you give me notice 2 days beforehand. Or I will go and sup with you in Venice, if it will not disturb your arrangements. It would only increase my happiness. I think it right to tell you that I am in very easy circumstances, and that, far from fearing expense, I delight in it. All I possess belongs to the woman I love. That confidence, my dear friend, is very agreeable to me, the more so that I have likewise to tell you that I am very rich, and that I could not refuse anything to my lover. But you must have a lover. Yes, it is through him that I am rich, and he is entirely my master. I never conceal anything from him. The day after tomorrow, when I am alone with you, I will tell you more. But I hope that your lover will not be there, certainly not. Have you a mistress? I had one, but alas, she has been taken from me by violent means, and for the last 6 months I have led a life of complete celibacy. Do you love her still? I cannot think of her without loving her. She has almost as great charms, as great beauty as you have, but I foresee that you will make me forget her. If your happiness with her was complete, I pity you. She has been violently taken from you, and you shun society in order to feed your sorrow. I have guessed right, have I not? But if I happen to take possession of her place in your heart, no one, my sweet friend, shall turn me out of it. But what will your lover say? He will be delighted to see me happy with such a lover as you. It is in his nature. What an admirable nature! Such heroism is quite beyond me. What sort of a life do you lead in Venice? I live at the theaters, in society, in the casinos, where I fight against fortune, sometimes with good, sometimes with bad success. Do you visit the foreign ambassadors? No, because I am too much acquainted with the nobility, but I know them all. How can you know them if you do not see them? I have known them abroad. In Parma, the Duke de Montiliger, the Spanish ambassador. In Vienna, I knew Count Rosenberg. In Paris, about 2 years ago, the French ambassador. It is near 12 o'clock, my dear friend. It is time for us to part. Come at the same hour the day after tomorrow, and I will give you all the instructions which you will require to enable you to come and sup with me. Alone? Of course. May I venture to ask you for a pledge? The happiness which you promise me is so immense. What pledge do you want? To see you standing before that small window in the grating with permission for me to occupy the same place as Madame de S. She rose at once and, with the most gracious smile, touched the spring. After a most expressive kiss, I took leave of her. She followed me with her eyes as far as the door, and her loving gaze would have rooted me to the spot if she had not left the room. I spent the 2 days of expectation in a whirl of impatient joy, which prevented me from eating and sleeping. for it seemed to me that no other love had ever given me such happiness, or rather that I was going to be happy for the first time. Irrespective of birth, beauty, and wit, which was the principal merit of my new conquest, prejudice was there to enhance 100-fold my felicity, for she was a Vestal. It was forbidden fruit, and who does not know that, from Eve down to our days, it was that fruit which has always appeared the most delicious? I was on the point of encroaching upon the rights of an all-powerful husband. In my eyes, was above all the queens of the earth. If my reason had not been the slave of passion, I should have known that my nun could not be a different creature from all the pretty women whom I had loved for the 13 years that I had been laboring in the fields of love. But where is the man in love who can harbor such a thought? If it presents itself too often to his mind, he expels it disdainfully. Could not by any means be otherwise than superior to all other women in the wide world. Animal nature, which chemists call the animal kingdom, obtains through instinct the 3 various means necessary for the perpetuation of its species. There are 3 real wants which nature has implanted in all human creatures. They must feed themselves, and to prevent that task from being insipid and tedious, they have the agreeable sensation of appetite, which they feel pleasure in satisfying. They must propagate their respective species, an absolute necessity which proves the wisdom of the Creator, since without reproduction all would be annihilated by the constant law of degradation, decay, and death. And whatever St. Augustine may say, human creatures would not perform the work of generation if they did not find pleasure in it, and if there was not in that great work an irresistible attraction for them. In the third place, all creatures have a determined and invincible propensity to destroy their enemies, and it is certainly a very wise ordination, for that feeling of self-preservation makes it a duty for them to do their best for the destruction of whatever can injure them. Each species obeys these laws in its own way. The 3 sensations, hunger, desire, and hatred, are in animals the satisfaction of habitual instinct and cannot be called pleasures, for they can be so only in proportion to the intelligence of the individual. Man alone is gifted with the perfect organs which render real pleasure peculiar to him, because, being endowed with the sublime faculty of reason, he foresees enjoyment, looks for it, composes, improves, and increases it by thought and recollection. I entreat you, dear reader, not to get weary of following me in my ramblings, for now that I am but the shadow of the once brilliant Casanova, I love to chatter. And if you were to give me the slip, you would be neither polite nor obliging. Man comes down to the level of beasts whenever he gives himself up to the 3 natural propensities without calling reason and judgment to his assistance. But when the mind gives perfect equilibrium to those propensities, the sensations derived from them become true enjoyment, an unaccountable feeling which gives us what is called happiness, and which we experience without being able to describe it. The voluptuous man who reasons, disdains greediness, rejects with contempt lust and lewdness, and spurns the brutal revenge which is caused by a first movement of anger. But he is dainty, and satisfies his appetite only in a manner in harmony with his nature and his tastes. He is amorous, but he enjoys himself with the object of his love only when he is certain that she will share his enjoyment, which can never be the case unless their love is mutual. If he is offended, he does not care for revenge until he has calmly considered the best means to enjoy it fully. If he is sometimes more cruel than necessary, he consoles himself with the idea that he has acted under the empire of reason, and his revenge is sometimes so noble that he finds it in forgiveness. Those 3 operations are the work of the soul which, to procure enjoyment for itself, becomes the agent of our passions. We sometimes suffer from hunger in order to enjoy better the food which will allay it. We delay the amorous enjoyment for the sake of making it more intense, and we put off the moment of our revenge in order to make it more certain. It is true, however, that one may die from indigestion, that we allow ourselves to be often deceived in love, and that the creature we want to annihilate often escapes our revenge. But perfection cannot be attained in anything, and those are risks which we run most willingly.